From the start, Princess Jingna of the Dimension lay on silk sheets, whispering to her lover that they'd wed grandly after uniting the 6 halls. At that moment, Sefengliu, the human warrior blazing with valor, bled from his nose yet vowed firmly to lead his troops to victory. He strode onto the battlefield, gripping his blade, facing the demon king Vibula, ruler of the fiends. With a confident grin, he dashed forward like a storm, sweeping away all that blocked him. His blade flashed gold, making him look like a war god incarnate. Behind him, the warriors hesitated not, ready to charge on command. At his signal, the whole squad surged ahead, their battle spirit roaring like waves. Today marked his 18th year in service, leading the elite squad against a high-ranking demon lord. Fire burned in his eyes. This victory would reclaim human lands lost for a millennium. With one clean slash, the demon king's blood burst out, a tentacle severed and dropped. Sefengli roared thunderously, declaring humanity's triumph, but the demon king only sneered, eyes full of contempt, spitting out a cold challenge. Suddenly, alarms blared behind them, danger lights flashing red. Then the demon's belly swelled grotesquely, and he screamed his vow to drag his foe to hell with him. Sefengli froze, voice trembling. Was the demon poisoned? 2 seconds later, realization hit him. We're doomed. He shouted. Boom! The demon king exploded. The earthquake, and Fenglius' life monitor dropped a mere minutes. Yet his screen suddenly congratulated him for leading over 500 soldiers to glory. Battered and broken, he wheezed, reading the message through dimming vision. A reincarnation option appeared without hesitation. He pressed it, clutched into a final spark of hope. Instantly, pain and heat faded, darkness fell, and a desperate voice urged him awake. Sefengli jolted up, eyes wide, breath ragged. He sprang to his feet, laughing boldly, suspecting the demon king's trick wasn't over. But when he saw only strange, ugly demon faces around, he froze, pale and shaking. He muttered in disbelief. Why was he among demons? At that moment, marksman Leo Tiwa, a crank, frowned and warned that the Green Guild was coming. They had to run or die. Stunned, Sefengli stammered, confused who the man was even talking to. Then he noticed a shard of broken mirror nearby reflecting something odd. Staring into it, he was horrified to see not a human hero, but a low-tiered demon. He froze, eyes wide, screaming how could he have turned into a demon. The demons around gawked as Fengliu shouted for the system, demanding to know why his rebirth turned out like this. Suddenly, the system appeared awkwardly, mumbling it made a grave error. Gan Yu turned red with rage, yelling for it to fix it, but it weakly confessed it couldn't. Enraged, Gan Yu burst into tears, cursing the ridiculous service and threatening to file a complaint. Making the system tremble and apologize, promising another chance at rebirth, a message popped up, stating he could only return to human form by being killed again. Suicide wouldn't count. The system vanished right after, repeating sternly that another death was required for rebirth as human. The demons around stared at Gan Yu like had gone mad. Human armies were coming. Survival itself was a joke. Gan Yu bowed his head, mumbling anxiously, wondering if his fiancée still waited or had remarried. Then Mage Liu Mani, a drank, trembled as she warned that 12 Green Guild warriors were closing in. She recalled the fierce battle outside with Brank humans and whispered fearfully they stood no chance. Panicking, Liu Mani nearly burst into tears, urging everyone to flee before capture meant certain doom. Gan Yu frowned, muttering that the Blue Guild were humans, yet now he bore a demon's body. Suddenly, a sly grin curved his lips. If humans killed him, he could be reborn human again. With that thought, he turned and sprinted toward the cave exit, eyes blazing with resolve. The demons shouted frantically, calling him insane. The humans were right that way, he replied coldly. Gaze sharp, running wouldn't change fate. Pointing at his chest, Gan Yu boldly declared he'd hold off the enemy alone so they could escape. The demons froze, stunned that the coward would sacrifice himself. Stammering to confirm what it said, a thunderous sound made Gan Yu flinch as he looked upward. A massive magic array formed in the sky. Swirling light, he screamed. Meteor formation. The exit he aimed for collapsed under falling rocks, sealing completely. Then came steady footsteps behind, drawing ever nearer. Lu Bingyi, daughter of the Star Demon Lord and a Brank Mage, stepped forward firmly, saying they grew up together and none would be left behind. Gan Yu gritted his teeth, shouting back for her to move aside. He had to die to live again. He clenched his fists and charged full force at the rock blockade. Useless, the stones didn't even tremble under his blows. He shot Liu Bingyi a glare, cursing inwardly nosy, troublesome woman, and winced from the pain. Unluckily, his ouch slipped out loud, leaving Bingyi's group frozen in disbelief. Liu Tai exploded with rage, pointing at him and yelling, "How dare he speak that way to her highness?" Gan Yu tightened his fists, a smirk forming, saying softly, "Never underestimate a man's resolve." To her surprise, Liu Bingyi blushed, heart fluttering. Why had she never noticed his charm before? The others didn't care. They just shouted to retreat, leaving him to his glorious suicide. Gan Yu laughed proudly, voice echoing, "All you ever do is run." Huh! He strode forward, shouting, "What's so scary about humans? Demonkind warriors don't fear death." But deep down, he prayed they'd just let him die in honor and stop interfering. His words moved Liu Bingyi to tears, eyes shimmering, lips trembling. She turned back, voice choked, whispering, "Your Highness, let's go." sorrow heavy in her heart. Gan Yu beamed with joy and dashed straight outside, grinning like a man reborn. The human warriors froze, unsure if the enemy was crazy or fearless. He spread his arms, laughing, shouting, "Come on, brothers, slice me. 999 strikes, who dares?" Just as he hoped, the humans roared and charged, seeing him as a fat bundle of experience points. Gan Yu burst into happy tears, yelling, "I'm about to reincarnate, finally human again." But just then, an arrow shot out from the dark cave. The humans hit by it screamed, warning of an ambush behind. Liu Tai, newly advanced to rank, gripped his bow and said gravely, 3 years it's been too long since I fought beside the demon lord. The system explained that heightened demon emotion could boost power temporarily or even unlock permanent evolution. Gan Yu stood frozen, face dark, heart sinking to the abyss. His voice cracked with fury after the demon lord's fall. Humans seized their lands, slaughtering endlessly, forcing demons to bow in shame. Liu Tai patted his shoulder, nodding approvingly this time. "You're right." Lu Bingyi's spirit blazed as she led the demon army, shouting, "The war cry today marks our rebellion's dawn." Opposite them, human soldiers gawked. Those little demons dared to declare war. Both sides raised weapons, tension strung like a drawn bow, ready for death or glory. Only Gan Yu stood dazed, muttering, "Did my words actually fire them up?" Suddenly, Lu Bingyi erupted with power. Her aura flared. She had evolved to a rank. The humans panicked. One stammered, "Weren't they capped at rank? How's there in a rank jump strategy?" Lu Bingyi poured all her mana into a colossal sky array, shouting, "Celestial flame judgment." She thrust her hand. Lightning crashed down, obliterating the human army in seconds. All that remained was a gaping black crater. The once glorious blue, now ashes in silence. Gan Yu stood stiff, lips twitching bitterly at fate's cruel joke. Not only had he failed to die, but the system cheerily announced his level up. "Congratulations," it chimed. "For defeating the Blue Guild earned 10,000 XP. 10 levels. Now Demon Drank, reminder to be human again. You still need to die once more." Gan Yu wailed to the heavens, lamenting his cursed life, just wanting to die as a lowly demon. In the capital of V Nation, 10,000 lights gleamed, flaunting royal splendor, yet deep within the palace, gloom brewed like a storm about to burst. In the grand hall, Machua Miduta, one of the 3 great demon ministers, roared furiously. The suspension bridge plan failed. The kneeling subordinate trembled, replying, "Yes, Lord Minister." He stammered out the report. They had timed it perfectly, waiting for Her Highness to be trapped by the Blue Guild. But just as despair hit, a demon warrior named Hu Wujin rode on an iron steed, leading a breakthrough squad. The battle raged fiercely. Hu Wujin shone with fiery heroism. Admired by all, he stood atop enemy corpses, cradling Lu Bingyi in his arms. Her Highness' heart stirred at his valor. The entire demon army ignited with passion, unleashing power that annihilated the Blue Guild in an instant. Hearing this, Meiduto turned toward the man seated in the center and asked awkwardly, "General Huan, how shall we proceed?" Huan, the military minister, leaned back in his chair. "Voice deep, all command rests in my hands," he declared coldly. That as one of the 3 demon ministers, had simply forced Her Highness to marry his son who would dare oppose. He ended with orders to summon his son tonight and send troops tomorrow for the proposal, scoffing that the bridge project was a useless trick. Meanwhile, Lu Bingyi soaked in a rose bath, lost in thoughts of Gan Yu's brave act. She lifted her head and gently told Liu Mani to bring Xiao Gan, saying she wished to reward him. At those words, Liu Mani's eyes sparkled, her mind spinning romantic scenarios. She pictured Her Highness confessing to Gan Yu. Smiling slyly, giggling, she tossed her staff aside and shouted, "I understand, Your Highness," before dashing off happily. At that moment, Gan Yu sat pale in his room, watching the system flash a warning about unassigned skill points. He jabbed a finger and yelled, "Like I've got time for that, only a fool would bother." The system calmly listed massive stats while he pondered. So far from human lands, who could even kill him now? Then Liu Mani burst in, shouting, "Xiao Gan, Her Highness calls, follow me." Hearing that, Gan Yu blanched, then faked a drunken grin, mumbling, "I'm coming right away." When she entered, cheeks flushed, stammering, "What are you doing?" he barked. "Hurry," he pleaded desperately, "only you can help me, please. Kill me." Liu Mani looked around the messy floor, utterly confused. Her eyes flickered with both worry and curiosity. This mild kitten's gone mad today. Suddenly, a heavy object flew from the corner at lightning speed. Liu Mani swung her 100-ton hammer straight into Gan Yu's skull, knocking him flat unconscious. After the blow, she blushed and mumbled shyly, "But tonight you belong to Her Highness." When Gan Yu was brought in, Lu Bingyi sat regally on her throne, smiling gently as she praised him, granting the title bravest soul of the order and free palace access. She added brightly that she would also bestow upon him the Slaughter King's regalia, the symbol of a true hero. Liu Mani's eyes widened. "Isn't that the holy war armor of the previous demon lord? The one even you've never dared to wear?" The system immediately displayed data. This was the demon lord's legendary battle gear, forged for conquest, its weapons and armor amplifying power beyond rank. Gan Yu stared blankly at the gleaming armor, thinking, With this, who's ever gonna kill me now? Saying nothing, he accepted the reward and walked off, leaving the two women dumbfounded. Lu Bingi tilted her head, eyes soft with emotion, sighing, has truly changed so calm now. Exiting the palace, Gan Yu ran into a waiting group of strangers. Wei Ming, the magic decree officer of Yun Nation, sneered, so this is the fool summoned at midnight to receive the divine armor. Ridiculous. Burning with jealousy, he fumed inside. Her Highness never praised me, yet favors this nobody. She's pushing me to join Huan's faction. Unaware of the brewing rage, Gan Yu approached casually, smiling. Hey, old man. Wei Ming scowled, growling, who you calling old man, trying to provoke me? Before he could explode, Gan Yu held out the armor and said coolly, here, take it. Wei Ming froze, shouting in disbelief, you're giving it to me? Gan Yu nodded coolly. Yeah, I just want to die. Keeping this thing's useless, so treat it like trash. He even gave a thumbs up, smiling slyly. Her Highness said you're loyal to Yun Nation, so she told me to hand this over. Guard it well. With that, he shoved the armor into Wei Ming's hands and slipped away without a glance back. Wei Ming and his aide stood petrified, wide-eyed, speechless. A moment later, he clutched the armor and wailed, cursing his stupidity and swearing eternal loyalty to Her Highness. Meanwhile, Gan Yu hid in a corner, sighing helplessly. Dying here was harder than ascending to heaven. Then from beyond the wall came a strange voice. Young master, you've returned. Why has your father summoned you so urgently? A servant stepped forward, reporting, Young master, the general has decided tomorrow we act. He added that the general himself would lead the royal guards, representing the 3 demon ministers, to the court for a proposal, and anyone who blocked them would be slain. Gan Yu blinked in shock, unsure if heard right. Then a wicked grin crept up his face, planning a bloody wedding. Huh, guess he'll stay another day to watch the show. The next morning, Yun Nation's grand hall overflowed with officials, a solemn air filling the chamber. One by one, high ministers stepped forth, reporting grave matters to Her Highness. Gan Yu held his head and groaned. Didn't expect demon mornings to start with endless meetings. Get to the point already. Then Jiang Dao's booming voice rang out, congratulating Her Highness for honoring the late demon lord and triumphantly returning to the throne. He went on to flatter the general who held the human army at bay for hundreds of miles, calling his deeds glorious. Lu Bingi smiled with admiration, praising that such valor deserved a grand reward. At that, Huan sprang up as if waiting for the cue. He raised his hand and called loudly, Wujin, step forward, then boldly declared, I ask Her Highness to grant my son a worthy marriage alliance. Wujin bowed silently, unable to defy his father. They had grown up together since childhood. Lu Bingi blushed slightly and asked with a shy smile, it's been 3 years. Wujin, have you someone in your heart? Huan cut in thunderously, I beseech Your Highness to wed my son. Wujin. At his words, Lu Bingi gasped, stammering, no, Lord General, please don't speak rashly. Wujin. Huan's face hardened as he snapped, whether you like it or not doesn't matter, duty comes first. No demon woman has ever ruled the court. He lowered his tone, scheming, if Your Highness marries Wujin, it will please the people and silence dissent. The realm will follow. The hall erupted in murmurs. Many nodded, agreeing it was a fitting and powerful match. Liu Tai clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. That sly old fox dares use state affairs to corner Her Highness. Lu Bingi bowed her head, flustered and unsure how to respond. Seeing chaos about to break loose, Gan Yu realized this was his golden chance. He stormed into the center of the hall, startling Huan, who barked, Xiao Gan, what do you think you're doing? Gan Yu grabbed Liu Mani, pulling her behind him. As everyone watched in shock, he shouted boldly, don't let that old man deceive you. Everyone deserves happiness, even Her Highness. Liu Mani froze, wide-eyed Gan, but I. Before she could finish, he shielded her with his body. Gan Yu stood tall, glaring at Huan and growled, old man, who gave you the right to wave orders in front of your ruler? Beside him, Wei Ming recalled yesterday when Gan Yu handed him the armor and felt a flicker of doubt. Lu Bingi bit her lip, bowing her head softly, forgive me, Grand Minister. Huan's face darkened as he roared, I've served Yun Nation loyally all my life, trusted by 2 demon lords, and this is my reward. His killing aura flared, voice sharp as steel. Your Highness, think carefully before you answer. Liu Tai stepped forward without hesitation, sword drawn and aimed. You dare force the ruler to abdicate? Stand down. Wei Ming joined in, his tone cold, watch your step. Huan, don't dig your own grave. Huan barked back icily, all power lies in my grasp, spare me your threats. At his signal, rows of soldiers marched forth, weapons raised, chanting allegiance to him. Lu Bingi raised her trembling hand, pleading, stop. The general's words have reason, I will consider it. But Gan Yu suddenly burst out laughing, mocking, a woman. Huh, where's your father's imperial spine gone? He arched a brow, glancing at Huan with a smirk. What's so scary about that old relic anyway? As expected, Huan lunged forward, shouting, what gives you the right to speak here? Before he could finish, Gan Yu spat straight into his face. Huan froze, staring at the spit sliding down his cheek, trembling with rage. Gan Yu slapped his face twice and sneered, think hard, who granted you that power? Using it to scare others makes you no better than a dog bullying for its master. The old man flushed crimson, roaring, "You insolent cur, what did you just say?" Gan Yu cut him off with disdain. "She's her highness the highest in the land, flawless in beauty. What makes your son worthy to dream of her?" Huan's teeth ground audibly, fury blazing. "Who else but my son could deserve her highness?" Gan Yu grinned wickedly, pointing at himself. "Me. 2 days ago in the cave, she and I swore to spend our lives together." The hall erupted. Everyone's mind flashed to the image of him holding Liu Bingyi. Unbelievable. Gan Yu clenched his fists, inwardly ecstatic. Finally, this old man would kill him for sure. Lu Tai roared in fury. "Xiao Gan, how dare you insult the Grand General?" While Liu Mani squealed, "So it's true you really have a thing with her highness." The crowd buzzed louder. Whispers spread that he was the one who saved her highness from the Blue Guild. Liu Bingyi's heart trembled, her gaze wavering. "He'd risk everything for me." Huan's face turned purple with rage as he bellowed, "You truly have a death wish." Gan Yu shrugged, tapping his neck, laughing defiantly. "Exactly. Got the guts. Kill me right here." Huan's eyes blazed murderously as he thundered, "You insult her highness and disgrace the demon command. Your death is deserved. Today, I'll grant your wish." He swung his arm, summoning a vortex of demonic power that shook the entire hall. Panic erupted. People screamed, "Run! The Grand General's gone berserk." Huan didn't hesitate, launching a devastating strike straight at Gan Yu. In stark contrast to everyone's terror, Gan Yu stood firm, eyes shining, shouting, "Hixaya, wait for me. I'm finally coming to you." In that moment, his mind filled only with the image of his childhood fiancée, pure and smiling. Under the terrifying strike, the entire grand hall exploded, flames and smoke engulfing everything. Huan's subordinates scattered outside, staring wide-eyed into the blazing inferno. Hu Wujin frowned, sensing something wrong, his gaze fixed on the blast's core. As the smoke cleared, a lone figure still stood tall amid the ruins untouched. Huan gaped, choking. How is this possible?" Then the system chimed. Military command seal auto-activated, blocking a fatal blow. Gan Yu stared at the glowing message. Granted level 40 military command seal. Upgraded to Demon 1. Passive defense boost active under 30p. Armor 5 after 15 hits. Auto heal with critical strike. The hall erupted in shock. Her highness had given him the unused supreme seal. The system confirmed his supreme command authority. Liu Bingyi straightened, voice firm, declaring that her father and the demon lord had entrusted him with that command. He would now lead the 3 armies of Yun Nation. She then pointed at Gan Yu, boldly appointing him right general, sharing command with Hu. And Huan's face twisted in fury, eyes bloodshot at the sight of that boy splitting his power. He sneered coldly, "Let's see who dares obey that new decree." To everyone's shock, Wei Ming stepped forward first, bowing low. "Congratulations, General Gan, commander of the 3 armies." Lu Tai followed, kneeling joyfully, shouting, "Salute to the right general." The ranks behind all dropped to their knees, their thunderous chant shaking the hall. "Long live General Gan." Gan Yu stood frozen, pale as chalk, cursing inside. "Great, now I'm stuck on a throne of trouble." Huan growled in protest, claiming a mere decree couldn't prove ability. How could a man who'd never fought lead the demon legions? He smirked challengingly, saying only by surviving the ancestor demon abyss would the boy earn the right to command. At once, Wei Ming and Liu Tai protested angrily, accusing him of rebellion. No one had returned alive from that place in a century. Liu Bingyi's tone hardened. It was a forbidden zone, pure suicide, proving nothing but foolishness. But Gan Yu's eyes gleamed, murmuring, "A place none survived for 100 years. Now that's interesting." Huan scoffed, "All cowards, no one's dared step in." To everyone's horror, Gan Yu raised his hand eagerly and shouted, "Fine, show me the way. I'll go now." The hall fell silent, mouths gaping, eyes bulging as gasps filled the air. Then the narrator recounted the abyss origin 200 years ago, when the demon clan nearly faced extinction. At that time, the demon lord of House Liu had sacrificed himself, sealing his demonic core within the abyss, awaiting a true king's recognition. But for a century, none prevailed. Wei Ming solemnly reminded them that entry required pairs, asking who dared join General Gan. The crowd immediately murmured, backing away with excuses, none willing to die in vain. Huan snorted, "If he can't even find a partner, what right has he to command tens of thousands?" Then a clear voice rang out, "I volunteer to go with him." To everyone's astonishment, it was Hu Wujin himself, a rank water assassin and famed young commander. Huan roared in anger, demanding who allowed this, but Wu Jun calmly replied, "Father, you think him weaker than him?" A subordinate rushed to intervene, warning not to risk everything since Wu Jun was Yun Nation's future. Wu Jun thumped his chest, declaring only one recognized by the ancestors deserved the throne, and that was him. His confidence stirred the entire hall. Everyone praised him as the only one with true royal spirit. Huan could only clutch his head in defeat, saying nothing more, sealing the matter's outcome. The next morning in a lavish palace, Hu Wujun admired his reflection as Jiang Duto flattered him, saying Gan Yu was no threat. He whispered that Wu Jun should use the Demon Cavern mission to secretly eliminate that brat. Wu Jun only smiled, fixing his hair, and said coolly, "I know what to do, no need to teach me." On the other side, Lu Mei sternly warned Gan Yu that Hu Wujun was arrogant and would betray him. Stay alert. But Gan Yu got excited instead, thinking, backstabbed, sounds thrilling. At that moment, Wei Ming burst in, Shouting for General Gan with infectious enthusiasm, he proudly showed a pouch of rare herbs, reminding him to stay cautious since the demon cavern was deadly. Hearing about good medicine, Gan Yu frowned, mumbling, "Busybody as always." Then the fateful day came. Soldiers gathered, watching the two march into a life-or-death journey. Before departure, Gan Yu stuffed all useless junk on a Wu Jun, who could only frown in confusion. Lu Mei stood within the spell circle, raising her hands and asking if they were ready. None realizing a monarch was about to awaken. Lu Bangji clasped his hands and silently prayed for little Gan's safety. "Please, nothing go wrong." Wu Jun lowered his lashes, eyes cold and murderous. Gan Yu grinned slyly, raised a fist, and charged into the spell circle at Mei Yi's command. Lu Mei closed her eyes, her hands glowing as a golden magic ring flared to life with a thunderous chant. She pressed her palms onto the central altar, spreading spiritual energy throughout the palace. Instantly, their figures blurred, teleporting into a pitch-black cave, the start of the ancestral demon realm trial. Inside, countless lodger beasts crawled and hunted relentlessly, each deadly in its own right. As they walked, darkness deepened and eerie hisses echoed down their spines. Wu Jun muttered, wondering what strange things still lurked ahead. Gan Yu recalled Mei Yi's warning about Wu Jun's arrogance and treachery, heightening his vigilance. Yet he spread his arms wide, shouting loudly and pretending careless, flaunting a feeble white trinket. That foolish act made Wu Jun narrow his eyes, suspicious, already calculating the hidden trap. Unseen from Wu Jun's angle, Gan Yu smirked slyly, thinking, "My back's wide open, come on, strike already." Wu Jun instantly drew his blazing weapon, lowering into a battle stance. Killing intent rising, Gan Yu laughed inwardly. Sure, his plan worked until Wu Jun roared and unleashed a fiery strike. A glowing petal sliced past his cheek, leaving an icy sting, but the attack wasn't aimed at Gan Yu, leaving him stunned. That petal spun like a bullet through the air, darting behind him. It struck empty space, revealing the hidden form of a lurking monster. Wu Jun spun gracefully, unleashing a dazzling combo with crisp, elegant movements. He moved so fast that Gan Yu's jaw dropped, brain full of question marks. Instantly, a horde of raging beasts charged in to surround them. Wu Jun stayed icy calm, his hand flicking as attack followed attack. The monsters howled in fury, storming forward like a living tempest. As thousands of red eyes locked on Wu Jun, countless blue petals exploded around him. A soft snap of his fingers echoed like a maestro commanding a bloody symphony. The petals twirled midair, glowing faintly. Then in a blink, they turned into blades of light, each one a fatal strike. The entire swarm was shredded before touching even a strand of his hair. Wu Jun turned his back, coldly saying he understood Gan Yu had lured the hidden demon, and he merely finished the job. His lips curved slightly, gaze challenging. "Don't think that makes you my equal." Gan Yu stood stunned, merely applauding that wild imagination, but they were totally out of sync. He nodded smugly, thinking he was being praised. Wu Jun kept slashing, every strike felling dozens of beasts in flames. Fire surged from his hands, lighting up the suffocating darkness. He shouted and unleashed Blossom Blaze Storm, fire and petals swirling in madness. Watching that, Gan Yu sighed. His ambush plan had turned into being mistaken for a genius. With Wu Jun's overwhelming power, the enraged beasts all targeted him at once. Gan Yu muttered from his lonely corner, "No one even tries to kill me, how boring." His face twisted, then a crazy idea hit. He needed to make the monsters attack him for proper drama. He opened his status board. Stat skyrocketed sixfold, with 480 points unspent. Unsure where to dump them, after clearing the wave, both ventured deeper into the cavern. Wu Jun glanced coldly at Gan Yu, saying this was the final edge of the map. Gan grew suspicious. This guy still hadn't gone all out. Maybe he really was trash. That thought was cut off as a violent quake shook the cavern. The system blared nonstop warnings. Side scenario activated, battle to protect the king's envoy. Difficulty class A, time limit 20 minutes. Goal: survive the onslaught of the demon king's envoys, who have no weakness. Instantly, they were surrounded by rank beasts and the demon king's terrifying envoys. Wu Jun's eyes flared, killing intent surging. Without hesitation, he charged in, unleashing Blossom Strike, blue petals slicing through the air. They shot straight toward the fiery alpha beast ahead, but the heat from its body incinerated the attack in an instant. Wu Jun widened his eyes in disbelief at such power. The beast stood like a living volcano, fists clenched, flames roaring skyward. Suddenly its whole body trembled, then erupted like a volcanic explosion. A massive magma pillar blasted straight at Wu Jun. The impact exploded, smoke and fire swirling too fast to dodge. When the smoke cleared, Wu Jun still stood firm, encased in reinforced black armor. But before he could catch his breath, new danger struck again. From the flames, two steel vines covered in thorns shot out. They wrapped tightly around him, squeezing as if to crush his bones. The fiery beast cackled, delighted to see Wu Jun struggling in vain as hope faded. He glanced at Gan Yu still fiddling with his system panel, thinking, useless fool, I overestimated him. Meanwhile, Gan Yu finished adjusting his stats, nodding proudly. Perfect. Just as planned, he smirked, dumping all 480 points into strength, ignoring defense to draw every monster's hate. Wu Jun, still proud, roared and unleashed his ultimate technique to break free. his body blazed with light, bursting power shredding the vines around him. Thousands of thorn spikes fired like an arrow storm toward the fairy beast. He landed hard, blue flame still flickering at his heels. A finger snapped, and he shouted, "Explode!" The spikes detonated like clusters of tiny bombs. The space behind him blazed, fire and smoke flooding the air. But when it cleared, Wujun froze. The beast was unharmed, its status showing damage immunity 90. Eyes burning blooded, cold dread filled him. Every attack was useless, its defense was near absolute. Suddenly, a black orb flew in from afar, pulling him in like a magnetic void. The Demon King's voice closed in, tightening the kill circle, while all eyes locked on them. Gan Yu slipped silently behind. He crouched low, twisted grin creeping across his face. Ready to strike, his warped expression gleamed with manic resolve. He roared, gathering power. Sneak attack. A dark purple punch crashed down like a divine hammer. Critical blow. The fire beast exploded, its health bar dropping to 0 in a blinding flash. The other envoys snapped their heads, roaring in unison, realizing Gan Yu was the true threat. They instantly abandoned Wujun. Charging straight at him, Wujun stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Gan Yu blinked, both thrilled and terrified. His brutal punch actually worked. Wujun analyzed swiftly, concluding the envoys had no frontal weakness. The back was their fatal point. He smiled faintly, mind full of respect, so he planned it all, using me as bait for the finishing blow. Brilliant. The system pinged. Excessive damage detected. Gan Yu is now top priority target. Wujun chuckled. Ha! Interesting. Gan Yu stood in the center of the swarm, grinning triumphantly. Perfect. They're all on me now. A Demon King envoy roared. He calculated that a single hit from it could crush him instantly. He widened his eyes, beckoning mockingly. Come on, hit me. The monster lunged, its massive hand crashing down like a mountain. Gan Yu rejoiced. Finally, death at last. His face lit up, arms wide as if embracing destiny. But just then, a blazing pittle streaked through the air like lightning. Wujun shouted, thorn blossom venom piercing form, unleashing a life-saving strike. The monster's back was slashed apart into burning chunks. Charred flesh splattered onto the scorching ground. Gan Yu gaped speechlessly, utterly stunned. Death had been within reach, only to be stolen away, leaving him furious beyond words. Only 3 Demon Kings envoys remained, roaring wildly. Gan Yu trembled with rage, while Wujun smiled confidently. Sure of their strategy, he declared proudly, "You lure, I strike perfect teamwork this time." Then he winked mischievously, licking his lips and shouting, "Got it," just as the system again marked Gan Yu as the main target for excessive damage. Gan Yu clutched his head, screaming, "Got what, you idiot? I never asked for help." He chased after him, yelling, "Come back here and hit me." He threw a punch, violet light flaring fiercely. The blow pierced a monster clean through, exploding it into dust. The remaining envoys turned their heads at once, looking elsewhere. A combat shift triggered. Their target switched to Wujun. Gan Yu stuck out his tongue teasingly. "Your turn now." He stood still again, arms open, eagerly awaiting death. But Wujun kicked hard, drawing aggro back to himself instead. He laughed loudly, shouting, "Come kill me," while Gan Yu fumed, "I'm the one who's supposed to die." In frustration, he threw another punch, accidentally obliterating another monster. He hissed, "Damn it, too strong again," leaving just one last chance. Without hesitation, Gan Yu charged the final monster, shouting, "You kill me now." The beast powered up, golden lightning crackling across its arms. But just as the punch was about to land, his excited grin froze halfway. Wujun appeared again, slashing the monster apart. Its body was shredded into glowing red fragments. The system announced mission complete. All Demon Kings envoys defeated. Wujun turned, smiling gently, praising, "Your tactics were brilliant, our teamwork flawless." Gan Yu's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Teamwork my ass, I just wanted to die." He pointed furiously, shouting, "I don't acknowledge you, but find you're worthy as my rival." Before they could calm down, the ground began to quake violently. A massive power surged, shattering space like crashing waves. The earth split open, forming a dark abyss as a booming laugh echoed, "Who dares challenge my throne?" A blinding pillar of light shot skyward from the pit. The glare was so strong both had to squint away. From the depths rose a colossal maimed dragon, eyes crimson, voice rumbling, "Congratulations, you've passed the trial. Now comes the final test." The system screen lit up. Shrank Demon King Li Yunzu along Phantom. Between the 2 survivors, only one may leave the demon cavern alive. Time limit 10 minutes. The last standing will be crowned monarch and gain the ultimate reward. Hesitate, and both perish. Wujun frowned, voice low and tense. "What do you mean?" He quickly realized the entity wanted them to kill each other. Wujun's face darkened as Yun Nation's hair. He could not die, yet the other's power was unpredictable. Gan Yu, on the other hand, was thrilled, nearly laughing. "Finally, heaven grants me a death wish." He gripped his robe's hem, grinning ear to ear. "This really is the fastest route to my demise." Wujun instantly drew his blade, lowering into a stance, analyzing his too calm, definitely plotting a counter. "I can't relax." Gan Yu still beamed, leisurely removing his gear, saying cheerfully, "If only one gets to live, then hurry and strike." Wujun stared hard, suspecting another trick, while Gan Yu kept stripping as the system deducted stats furiously. He clapped his hands and chuckled. Now relax. I've only got my pants left, 0 defense. I swear. Then he pointed dramatically, shouting, kill me, become the monarch, claim the reward, ascend to glory. Wujun still doubted, frowning. What are you plotting? Why surrender when victory's right there? Gan Yu groaned, veins bulging, muttering, this guy's so annoying, just kill me already. Wujun pressed his blade to his neck, demanding, the prince trusted you. You defeated a class envoys, why bow your head now? He growled, even I might not beat you in a fair fight, so why give up? Gan Yu put on his most solemn face, speaking earnestly, because Yun Nation needs the Hu clan. Your father's its pillar, you're its future. He lowered his head and added, I'm just a nobody, whether I live or die means nothing. Each word stabbed into Wu Jun's heart like needles, leaving him shaken and moved. He turned away, lips trembling, silent. Memories of childhood flickered his mother's gentle voice, teaching that unity makes the demon race strong. Wu Jun clenched his fist, whispering, Mother, now I understand. He closed his eyes, lowered his blade, sighing, if I strike him, it'd be the most shameful of all. Respect surged in him, he fights for the clan, while I chase mere glory. He smiled bitterly, realizing his mistake. Gan Yu truly thought for the greater cause. At that moment, Liyun Zulong roared thunderously. 8 minutes left, fail to act, and both die. Gan Yu shouted impatiently, hey, kill me already, what are you waiting for? Then sighed inwardly, this fool won't cooperate. Wu Jun remained still, staring at the phantom, saying, the demon king's clear if I don't kill. Hell destroy us both. Gan Yu blinked. And then, Wu Jun narrowed his eyes, voice deep, I'll try another way. His chest began to glow, blue and red light intertwining in strange waves. The light erupted outward, wrapping his body as if he were being reborn. His voice rang out powerfully, blossom open. The dark dragon stayed calm, crimson eyes gleaming as if piercing every secret. Its twin pupils burned, murderous aura thickening the air. A crimson barrier crackled with blue lightning. Wu Jun shouted, detonate. The explosion tore through space, shockwaves bursting like a cascade of bombs. The dark dragon's expression twisted, roaring, you dare shatter my barrier? The system flashed, 8 minutes remaining. As smoke cleared, Wu Jun stood in ultimate combat mode, rank evolved from Atua. He inhaled sharply, grinning bright, ignoring Gan Yu's dark scowl, and yelled, then let's slay this demon king together. The dragon sneered, revealing razor fangs, laughing, foolish mortals. In enhanced form, Wu Jun's power doubled, speed tripled, his body shining brilliantly as he roared. Overflowing with strength, he shot forward like lightning toward the dragon, while Gan Yu stood aside, lazily drawing his sword with a wary sigh. He frowned, muttering, why must everyone overcomplicate such a simple thing? While Wu Jun unleashed blossom unfolded, the dark dragon charged energy in its maw, crimson warnings flashing across the sky. Liyun Zulong opened its jaws wide, spewing a torrent of devastating energy. The beam surged like a flood meant to erase the entire world. Wu Jun moved like wind, dodging within a hair's breadth, leaving a faint blue trail behind. In an instant, he appeared beside the dragon's head, striking with all his might but only dealt 150 damage out of 100,000. Wu Jun gasped, shouting, its health is insane. Even so, he gritted his teeth and launched another full-force assault. The dark dragon roared, releasing another wave of energy, but Wu Jun's superhuman speed let him evade easily. Each spin of his blade carved light streaks across the dragon's body, numbers flashing -80, -150, -170, -220. But despite the barrage, the damage was pitiful, barely a scratch. Worse, his attack triggered the fury of the Demon King's skill, sending the dragon into a berserk frenzy. Every stomp made the earth quake, dust rising as its massive body moved with terrifying speed. In a blink, it teleported behind Wu Jun, tail raised high. He froze, unable to react. The colossal tail smashed down, flinging Wu Jun away like a cannonball. He crashed into the ground, landing right beside Gan Yu. Gan glanced at his fallen ally, thinking, if he dies, maybe I get the monarch title. But when he saw the dragon charging another attack, instinct kicked in. It roared, gathering vast energy, readying the Cloud Wisdom Dragon strike. Gan Yu dashed forward, shielding Wu Jun with his own body, taking the blast head in his AP plummeting fast. Wu Jun stared, stunned, heart skipping a beat. Gan cuffed Blood Ape down to 1,400 out of 8,200. Body trembling, he dropped to his knees, breath fading. Wu Jun clenched his teeth, eyes reddening, shouting, he took the hit from me, damn it. Without hesitation, he drank a healing potion, restoring 10,000 P, then hurled a second bottle at Gan Yu, yelling, drink, the system instantly showing 10,000 P. Gan's hate bar filled back to 8,200, glowing blue, leaving everyone dumbfounded, just escaping death. Gan glared at Wu Jun, whose face remained stoic as ever. At the same time, Wu Jun gripped several vials tightly, preparing the next counterstrike. Gan watched in disbelief. Resistance boosts, recovery boosts, defense up all skyrocketing stats. The system flooded with notifications. Resistance, region, defense climbing non-stop. Wu Jun, not to be outdone, chugged a power elixir. 1 minute boosted might then charge back into battle. Tragically, Gan collapsed, voice choked, tears falling as he whispered a final thanks that gave Wujun strength. His aura exploded violently, power soaring sky-high. At his peak, he moved faster than lightning, impossible to track. In a blink, Wujun closed in on the dark dragon, eyes blazing with battle fury. His lips curved, he crushed a glowing petal in his palm, emerald light bursting forth. As the dragon struck, Wujun activated pursuit mode, slipping through a spatial rift. But the dragon anticipated it, redirecting its blast straight at him. It all happened too fast. The lightning beam hit Wujun squarely, paralyzing him. He fell hard as the dragon readied a final killing blow, but Gan Yu lunged forward to block it. He spread his arms wide and roared, "This time let me take it." The dragon's breath struck instantly, shredding half his body, blood gushing everywhere. Yet thanks to his stacked defenses, his P still held at half. Strangely, a second later, his health refilled completely. Even he was stunned. Gan Yu snapped at Wujun, "How long do you plan to torture me like this?" But Wujun just stood firm, flashing a cool smile, charging back into battle. The cavern erupted in chaos as the two coordinated their assault, every strike pressing the Demon King harder. Soon, the dragon's hate bar dropped to half. Wujun shouted excitedly, "Just a bit more, we're close to victory." While Gan was utterly exhausted, at that moment, the system announced the Demon King's at pit 50. That's when it activated its CES passive skill, regenerating 100,000 hate per minute, leaving Wujun speechless. The dark dragon sneered, roaring, "Pathetic fools dreaming of slaying a god." Then it howled so loudly the cavern shook, sound waves tearing through their bodies, their AP plummeting. The system blared continuous poison, weakness, buffs removed, defense shattered. Within moments, both collapsed, nosediving, strength drained completely. Luckily, the death prevention skill triggered, saving them from instant kill, but that effect could only activate once per day. Wujun staggered up, gasping, voice hoarse, "We're out of potions." Before them, the dragon gathered energy again, preparing its ultimate annihilation strike. In despair, Wujun trembled, eyes wet, whispering, "We're finished." But Gan Yu laughed, pride burning in his gaze. "Not yet. If I die, you'll finish the trial." He slammed a hand on Wujun's shoulder, saying firmly, "You can still become the monarch." Wujun froze, voice shaking. "What are you doing?" At that instant, the dragon's energy burst, signaling the final attack. Gan gripped Wujun's hand tightly, calm amid the storm. In a flash, he hurled Wujun away like a shooting star, shouting his hope for the demon clan's future. Wujun screamed helplessly. He saw Gan standing tall in the battlefield, meeting the dragon's strike, whispering, "You're not as hateful as you think." Wujun could only choke out one word, "Gan." Then Gan Yu's body was consumed by the dragon's breath, vanishing in blinding light. A radiant white gold beam descended from above, enveloping Wujun completely. Emotions surged within him, grief, awe, and confusion at his comrade's sacrifice. The dark dragon laughed thunderously. "Congratulations. One has passed the ancestral trial, sacrificing himself for the demon race." As Wujun's body healed and his epi refilled, the dragon continued, speaking of the 200-year curse where the strong must slay each other for the crown. Wujun turned, eyes trembling. He stood frozen at the sight, the battlefield clearing of dust and smoke. A faint smile crept onto his lips, a mix of pride and sorrow. The system chimed. Wujun leveled up 4 times to a 12, all stats multiplied 7-fold. New skill acquired, level 5, Demon King's Dragon Breath. The dragon's cold voice echoed, "Even surviving isn't enough to prove worth, but you two fighting side by side till the end, that is the true spirit of a monarch." Before Wujun's eyes, Gan Yu's form reappeared in shimmering light, faint yet defiant. He gained 5 million experience, 10 levels up to 11, stack 7, and the CES passive regenerate 100,000 AP per minute. Yu looks dazed and exhausted, still clueless about the miracle that just happened. Outside, the demon realm erupts in chaos as news of victory spreads like wildfire, leaving everyone stunned. A murmur rises, someone whispers that the prophecy might be true. The Demon King is coming. Bang Ji trembles, calling him the descendant of the ancestral Demon King. Liu Yungu speaks emotionally, saying once in a century a king appears to lead demons into legendary glory. Haiyan laughs proudly, boasting that of course his son would become a true king. But Wei Ming interrupts coldly, saying the king is not Wujun. He pauses, glances at Yu, and declares calmly, "It's Gan Yu." The words strike like thunder. The crowd gasps, "What? Gan Yu is the king?" At that moment, in a small tavern, Yu sits slumped, drunk and dizzy, yelling for 2 more bottles as the hostess laughs at his tolerance. He staggers out, grumbling about his auto-healing skill, 100,000 per minute. "How can I even die?" Suddenly, the system chimes, reminding him of an unused skill. He roars, "Now I can never go back to my girl." Drunk, he wanders the glowing streets, light spinning in his eyes. He senses a shadow quietly following his every step. As he turns alertly, silence falls like a curtain. The shadow vanishes without a trace into the dark alley. Hidden in the darkness, a small boy holds his breath, trying not to move, but curiosity gets him. He peeks out again, eyes gleaming. Yu suddenly appears behind him, shouting, "You stalking me?" Making the boy fall flat in fright. The boy sits on the ground, dusty and trembling, half scared, half upset. Still, he forces his voice steady. "I'm not afraid. You can't scare me." Yu sighs hoarsely from drink, asking softly, Kid, why are you following me? The boy stammers wordlessly, then mustering courage, he hands over a paper, saying shakily, please come to the 100 Spirits Demon Grotto, I'll serve as your loyal follower. Yu takes it and skims it, drawing curious glances from passersby. It reads, congratulations, you have 3 wishes granted at the 100 Spirits Demon Grotto. Yu asks, so where is it, Qianeng Xiao? The boy answers brightly, I've been there, but they said I'm too young, since you came from another grotto. I knew you could help. Before he can continue, passerby cuts in, snarling, obvious scam who'd believe that, but then the man changes tune, yelling, wait, any wish at all, making Xingxiao snap, you believe that nonsense too? Yu frowns and mutters, I've heard of the devil's wish spring it grants desires, didn't think it was real. The boy's eyes light up, I bought this for 50 million credits after countless trials. Yu laughs, patting his shoulder, guess it's real then. The passerby gapes and shouts, the more you talk, the faker it sounds. Yu just laughs, wishing the boy good luck. Xianxiao blushes and mumbles, I think so too, while the passerby sneers, kids hopelessly knave. Suddenly, Qianxiao's eyes fill with tears. He trembles, I have no choice, my mom's heart is failing, 1 month left. I need a new one, making the passerby freeze and sigh. Poor kid, but who'd risk helping? Suddenly, Yu slaps the man lightly, grinning arrogantly, I'll go with you but I get 1 wish, making Xianxiao beam with shining eyes. On the way, Yu clenches his fists excitedly, thinking, if I can just wish to be reborn human. That's enough. The boy smiles brightly, you can have 2 wishes, making Yu laugh. Bold kid. Qianxiao replies, I just want my mom to live, as the passerby walks off muttering, weird pair. Yu looks warmly at him, you're a good son, don't worry, your mom will be saved, making Xianxiao cheer thanks, while Yu blushes and barks, call me Geej, not uncle. Watching them laugh, the passerby frowns and mutters, that 100 Spirits Demon Grotto sounds like a scam ring. Soon Yu and Tianxiao reach a glowing gate, Yu shouting, wish granter, I'm here. The high-tech gate lights up as he scans the invitation, alarms pinging rapidly. The gate opens, Yu gapes in awe while Qiao jumps in joy. Big bro, it really opened. They rush inside eagerly, unaware that cameras are tracking and locking onto them. In the control room, a man reports, bait caught, as the zone chief, Zhang Duvan, orders coldly, close the gate, cast the net. He warns his crew, go easy, dead workers are useless. The gate slams behind them, the echo making Qianxiao break into cold sweat. As they stand confused, a shadow quietly approaches from behind. The attacker's arm flashes, power surging toward Yu. Qianxiao screams, big bro, watch out, but the booze dulls Yu's reflexes. He just turns and blurts, huh. Brutal punch lands without mercy, yet he only loses 5 P's region triggers, and he brushes his shoulder coolly, asking, hi there, is this the real 100 Spirits Demon Grotto? The drank demon freezes, thinking, what kind of gear makes him shrug off my hits? Lights flare, revealing dozens of thugs surrounding them. As Yu calmly says, we're just here to trade wishes. Looking around, he pauses, mumbling, wait, did we walk into the wrong place? The demon laughs bitterly, still dreaming. That greed of yours got you scammed, wishes aren't real. Yu grits his teeth, eyes blazing. Then where's the demon clan's wish spring? Bring it out. They burst into mad laughter. Ha ha ha, the wish spring. You still believe that bedtime story? One boasts smugly, we're the biggest mining syndicate in Yun Nation, living off dreamers like you. He sneers, now stay here, obediently work forever for the grotto. Another cackles wickedly, eyes glinting, disobey and well cut your limbs, sell your organs, no one will miss you. He eyes Yu slyly, skinny, but good enough for labor camp duty. He reaches to grab Yu's face, sneering, be a good dog and know your place. But before finishing, Yu's punch sends him flying into the ceiling, hanging limp like a puppet. The rest freeze, shouting in shock, what just happened? The guy's head is stuck in the ceiling, legs dangling pathetically. Yu clenches his fists and growls hoarsely, how many times already? Huh! His eyes blaze with fury and despair, turning to killing intent, making Xianxiao tremble and whisper, big bro. The drank demon flushes with rage, roaring, he dared fight back. Everyone armor up. Instantly, metallic clanging echoes harshly through the room. 3 subordinates charge forward, faces full of killing intent. They don sleek high-tech armor, glowing with layered energy shields. The entire chamber gleams coldly, like a squad of killer robots. One cracks his knuckles, power surging. Let's show him real pain and test our new grade suits. With that, they lunge like bloodthirsty wolves, energy slashing the air, but drunk and burning with fury. Yu grits his teeth, muttering, failing again. Damn it, then the system chimes. Berserk booze mode activated. His rage and intoxication fusey roars, I'm seriously pissed off right now. He throws a storming punch, the blast ripping through the room. The shockwave shakes the whole building, dust clouding the air. The enemies fly like leaves, their grade armor shatters instantly. Yu drops to his knees, screaming hoarsely, fury and despair blending into one. The surviving demons tremble. One pink-haired woman shrieks, what are you? Then all kneel begging for mercy. Qianxiao cheers. Big bro's awesome. Bald man sobs, we were forced. The organization's too big, no one dares resist. Yu stomps him down coldly. How powerful. Huh. The man snarls back. Say it and you'll die of fear. He grits his teeth. Behind us stands the Grand Steward of Yun Nation. When the general arrives, you're dead. Yu narrows his eyes, murmuring, so the puppet master's one of those three bastards, which of them dares cross me? Suddenly the steel door bursts open, eerie blue mist spilling out, the air growing heavy, the drank demon screams shakily. Ha! The general's here. You're finished. Psycho! Yu glances back. Shengxiao trembles beside him. From the shadow steps a massive demon, voice booming. So you're the one causing trouble here? His round, pudgy face gleams under the light. He looks exactly like Jiang Dutao. Yu's eyes widen as he points, yelling, so this whole scam ring's run by you Jiang Dutao geezers. A soldier behind him flushes and yells, how dare you insult our lord's name? The man snarls, revealing the same face as Dutao. It's his brother, Jiang Dupan. An errant warrior, he growls coldly. Loudmouths deserve death. The once arrogant drank demon now trembles and kneels, sobbing, no, it was his mercy, general. His two allies beg too, but it's useless. Crack. His head explodes, blood splattering everywhere. Chiangxiao screams, horrified, Mom, that's brutal. Zhang Dupan sneers, useless trash. Can't even handle a nobody. A minion scratches his chin, mumbling, oh, why does that guy look familiar? Jiang Dupan strides forward, towering, voice booming, you know too much. Today, you die. Yu lowers his head, assessing quietly, Fatty's got some skills. Maybe. Then he grins wide, eyes daring. Go ahead, try killing me. He folds his arms, voice like steel. You've got 10 minutes. If you can't kill me by then, Yu's gaze darkens, a sinister smile curling. Don't blame me for what happens next. The soldier's pale, shouting, is he joking? While Jiang Dupan blinks. Huh. He scratches his head, muttering, what's that 10-minute thing supposed to mean? Then gritting his teeth, he clenches his fist. 1 second's all I need to send you to hell. His troops roar, General, crush him. One strike, while Qianxiao trembles, yelling, big bro. Jiang Dupan wins up, his massive arm drawing back with surging power. He slams forward, boom. The impact shakes the room. Yu's HP drops by 500. Yu staggers from the hit, but his AP instantly rebounds, healing 800 more than lost. Jiang Dupan freezes, dumbfounded, unable to process what just happened. Yu winces from the pain, then smirks. Not bad, you're stronger than the last clowns. Grinning eagerly, he waves him on. Come on, show me your real move. Jiang Dupan chuckles proudly. Didn't expect a nobody to have some skill. Seeing him hesitate, Yu shouts, hurry up, 10 minutes fly fast. The taunt darkens Jiang Dupan's face. He roars, you dare provoke me. Like a raging bull, he charges forward, bellowing wildly. His fists rain down eightfold storm smash. Yu retreats step by step, swaying but still standing. Jiang Dupan speeds up madly, yelling, 8 consecutive spirit blows. A nearby soldier pales, sweating. Oh crap, I just remembered who he is. Jiang Dupan hurls a dozen punches, drenched in sweat, panting, huff damn. I'm exhausted. While he gasps, Yu's region auto triggers 1666 p per second. His bar full again. He laughs, shouting, hey, don't stop now. Jiang Dupan stares, sweat streaming, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly he leaps high, blue demonic aura swirling, roaring, bursting demon strike, but Yu's system triggers counter mode. Every 15th hit reflects all damage back. The rebound slams him hard. Jiang Dupan spits blood, losing 2,800 instantly. Terrified, he jumps back, widening the gap. Trembling, he shouts, what are you, monster? The soldiers behind gasp. I know him, as the maniac who wrecked the Dark Palace, supposedly died in the ancestral demon grotto. Jiang Dupan sneers, yo, that one. I've heard the stories. He mocks. A pretty boy protected by his female superior thinks that makes him tough. What a Skirchusser worm. Arrogant. He thumps his chest. Him an errant demon. Commander of 2 heart zones, the future of our race. He spreads his arms, demonic energy swirling to form a glowing sigil around him. In a flash, a great Cloudus battle armor wraps his body in a cold blue blaze. Yu still sits on the floor, eyes gleaming, shouting, nice. Come at me. Jiang Dupan dons a fierce mask, eyes blazing red like fire. He raises his hand, demonic aura spiraling tight in his palm. The energy locks and he crouches, then roars, slamming down with brutal force. Boom! The floor cracks, blue aura bursting everywhere. Yu's heap drops by 10. Then 50, 40 over and over. The demonic waves keep biting into his HP bar nonstop. But shockingly, Jiang Dupan's Cloudus armor suddenly cracks apart. He freezes on the spot. The system announces passive critical counterattack reward activates after 15 hits. Alerts flood the screen as the auto counter triggers instantly. Demonic energy bursts from Yuli, blasting back Jiang Dupan and draining over 3,000 HP. The next strike lands hard, costing him another 10,000 P. The final rebound nearly ends him. His thrown back, loses 8,400, and the system forces near-death protection. The soldiers panic, crying out, General, General. Jiang Dupan's body crashes down right beside Yula. The system declares 10-second near-death lock. He staggers, armor shattered, blood pouring, muttering, why? What's happening? He gasps, collapses to his knees, completely drained, one eye shattered. The other glares wildly at Yuli. Yuli slowly rises, eyes cold as ice. His voice cuts sharp and steady. 10 minutes are up. Zhang Dufan trembles, drenched in cold sweat, speechless. Yuli's tone turns icy. You're still bleeding, was that all you've got? He clenches his fist, gaze like frost, smirking. That's it. Zhang Dufan falls backward, trembling, begging forgiveness, whispering has given his all. He reaches out in despair, crying and shouting, don't kill me, take my money, anything. Yuli's eyes blaze. He lunges like a beast, roaring to make him taste true fear. Zhang Dufan's dirt-smeared face twists as he sobs and pleads, clueless about what's happening. Just then, the door bursts open. A soldier yells, Right General has arrived. Unfazed, Zhang Dedo snaps, he brought this on himself, life or death's none of my concern. Then he smirks, stepping closer, explaining this place was once the Demon Lord's weapon factory. Next, Zhang Dodao feigns remorse, promising stricter control, while Yuli turns away, utterly indifferent, hands in pockets. He walks off, muttering in boredom, a bunch of useless trash not worth a glance. But after a few steps, he suddenly halts, a new thought flashing in his eyes. Turning back, he grins slyly, remembering something left unsaid. He leans close to Zhang Dufan's face, voice dripping sarcasm. You said anything's fine, right? Making the man pale and tremble. A scream tears through the air from the brightly lit surgery room. Inside, Zhang Dufan's bound, crying and begging as the doctor coldly prepares. Through the mist, he sees a glinting syringe and hears, 2 hearts you'll live with one. A shrill scream echoes. Chiang Xiao clings to Yuli's leg, thanking him as he coolly replies, no big deal. He tilts his head toward the distance, thinking there are still places where wishes come true, just not yet for him. He murmurs softly, Ting Na, are you alright now? Meanwhile, Zhang Dedo secretly meets a stranger, asking about the energy device, assured it's well protected. Hearing that, his eyes light up. He vows absolute secrecy, for the human army is approaching. Zhang Dodo grits his teeth, veins bulging, eyes blazing with fury. At the same time, elsewhere, the night sky erupts in fire, painting the heavens red. Tan Jixiao raises his hand to the sky, signaling the troops to gather. Standing before his warriors, he declares loudly, once healed, prepare for battle. Nearby, dozens of fighter jets roar, circling the building. Under flickering light, the shadow of a girl murmurs softly. Hajingna holds Shifenglia's cold body, whispering, are you at peace over there? She strokes his hair gently, smiling. Soon, we'll meet again. But Shifenglia remains still, eyes shut forever. On the other side, Yuli draws his sword, facing 2 howling foes. Their blades slash his shoulders, yet Yuli stands unharmed. His eyes darken, veins bulging as he roars, so weak, aim for my head. The 3 before him freeze, trembling, unable to lift their swords. Yuli clutches his head, screaming madly, trash, all trash, none of you can kill me. Suddenly, he jolts awake, drenched in sweat, panic in his eyes. He leans back on the bed, panting, rubbing his forehead, muttering, the same nightmare again. At that moment, Manhwa enters gracefully, bowing, your highness calls for an emergency council, please attend. Just awakened, Yuli blinks in confusion, murmuring, a war council. Outside, the door etched with ancient runes stands guarded by 2 soldiers. In the grand hall, tension hangs thick as Lu Bangyi solemnly reports unrest among humans. She continues, confirming the enemy plans an early strike, this time bringing 10,000 soldiers, so she summons the major generals of Yun Nation to strategize. Filling the hall with grim focus, Haiyan calmly rises, remarking in a deep voice, it's been 10 years since a battle of this scale. Back then, the whole nation mobilized, fighting guerrilla wars alongside the demon clan. Only by capturing the enemy's leader could they hold their remaining lands. He slams the table, growling, then they had 5,000, now 10. Yet Wev stood still. Haiyan concludes gravely, for now, we must defend, buy time until Wu Jun brings reinforcements. How Wu Jun instantly stands, declaring boldly, by command. Lu Bangyi turns, eyes sharp, asking Yuli, General Kamsan, your opinion? Yuli's mind races, eyes half closed, calculating damage, forces, survival odds. He suddenly realizes that a full enemy assault could actually take him down. Then his lips curl into a crooked grin, eyes flashing with madness. He slams his hand on the table, shouting, this is a golden chance. At once, Yuli rises and commands, we fight not defend, we march beyond the walls. Haiyan and Hai Wu Jun freeze, stammering in shock. At that moment, a furious table slam cuts through the tense air. Haiyan leaps up, pointing at Yuli, roaring, Yun Nation's fate hangs by a thread, and you dare speak recklessly. Yuli turns sharply, voice booming. Back then 5,000 humans came, you barely survived. He says sternly, now they bring 10,000, yet you still wait for rescue, entrusting your lives to others. Head lowered, fist clenched, he presses, next year 20,000 come, who will you beg then? He shouts furiously, pointing ahead, will you hand over your own fate too? Lu Bangyi stands, calling his name in worry. Yuli closes his eyes, gripping his pendant, suddenly roaring, who says demon power can't evolve. He plants his hands on his hips, thumb pointing at his chest as the king demon metal gleams, silencing the hall. Nhak-Yu grins confidently, declaring his the turning point of demon military power. Lu Bangdi watches him shine in the hall, heart stirred, eyes locked in awe. The demon soldiers murmur, recalling the prophecy that the king will lead them to the age of light. Hien slams the table, roaring, "Are you leading my tens of thousands into death?" His eyes blaze as he growls, "You've never tasted war. How could you grasp its cruelty?" Nhak-Yu snaps back coldly, "Do you think victory comes by begging? Lose once, and there's no second chance." He points straight at Hien's face, snarling, "After all your years as a soldier, do you still not know what survival means?" Suddenly he charges forward, roaring so loud that Hien stumbles back in fear. Under the conference lights, he raises his head. "If this battle fails, take my head as an example." At his words, Zhang Dozo and Hien fall silent, only Wei Ming bows with tears brimming. Hao Jun smiles faintly, thinking he always carries the aura of devouring the world. Lu Bangdi slams the table, eyes shut, shouting, "I understand now." She opens her blazing eyes. "This battle. I name General Cam as marshal. All troops follow his command." She points forward, power surging. "Open the gates. Face the enemy." Her declaration ends the meeting in blazing fervor. The generals return to camp, while Liu and Zuo long circles above like a peaceful omen. Hien folds his arms, speaking gravely, "The human army is larger and stronger. Victory seems bleak." He bows his head in thought, then mutters, "I won't let my brothers die in vain on the field." He pauses, eyes darkening with grim resolve, then he roars, issuing an emergency command to all vice generals. The officers bow in unison, waiting silently for orders, but no clear command has yet been given. His cloak flares as he declares coldly, "This time, we neither leave the city nor obey General Cam." Yan Jiang clenches his fist. "If the prince punishes us, he'll bear it alone." Days later, the human army reaches the Un-Nation border. Jet engines roar, shredding the blue sky. In the 21st Legion of the Holy Nation, war machines ignite. Smoke cloaks the sky as troops rush to prepare. From afar, Lurera stands atop a high post, observing the field in silence. He smirks through his scope. The time to erase Yun City has come. He drops his hand, barking, "Begin the siege." His eyes gleam viciously. No demon is to be left alive. Instantly, countless streaks of light rain down like meteors, bullets flooding the heavens. Demons in the city panic, activating the magic shield to block the first volley. They counter fiercely, bursts of mana blasting rockets midair, echoing through the land. A missile cuts through the smoke, heading straight for the city gate. Everyone freezes in horror. A thunderous explosion shakes the earth to its core. Flames erupt, rocks fly, and the fortress trembles violently. The blast spreads wide, sweeping away everything near the walls. From afar, Cam Nhak-Yu and his generals watch in heavy silence. Amid fire and smoke, he suddenly laughs. "Thanks for the warm welcome." Through the haze, a massive silhouette appears, followed by steel war machines. Giant mechs march forward, bodies gleaming through the dust. The warship fleet forms an arrowhead, awaiting the signal to strike. Lu Renra rests his sword on his shoulder aboard the ship, eyes locked on the city gate. There stands Cam Nhak-Yu, calm and unshaken. Hien covers his mouth, whispering to his men, "Remember my orders." The officers mutter, "Should we obey General Hai or risk defying command?" At that moment, Cam Nhak-Yu suddenly turns around. He shouts with all his might, summoning every officer for orders. His face twists, a wicked grin forming. Everyone stays inside, no one leaves the city. The hall falls silent, disbelief freezing every face. He turns away, voice echoing low, "The battle." Then he crouches, eyes blazing, "Belongs to this king alone." Without another word, he shoots down like lightning into the battlefield. Hien gapes in shock. What the hell is he doing? Massive surge of energy crashes down. Explosions roaring as chaos grips the human army. Lurema freezes, not understanding what's happening. From the smoke, Cam Nhak-Yu's figure emerges like a war god. He clenches his fists, advancing slowly, his aura chilling every foe. One man facing 10,000, silence grips the entire field. Lurema frowns, suspicious. What trick is this demon playing? He draws his sword, glaring hard at Cam Nhak-Yu across the field. His whole body tenses. He can't believe the foe dares to stand alone. He glances at the walls where the demons remain still. Could this be a trap? Above, Hien watches coldly, unable to read Yu's true intent. The soldiers whisper, did he really say he'd fight the whole war himself? Hien grits his teeth, shaking with rage, has lost it, ordering no one to fight before 10,000 humans. All tremble at the sight, but in Cam Nhak-Yu's heart, fear never existed. He laughs darkly, heard the humans were strong. Huh! Then casually tosses off his coat. Eyes full of mockery, he strips off his last layer too, half smirking. What? Scared to fight me? With no defense left, he looks like a man seeking death. He throws his head back, shouting, what's this? Already losing nerve. Can't even face one man like me. Lu Renra gapes his shirtless, laughing at death itself. Cam Nhak-Yu stares back coldly. So my former underling now leads humans to my gate. Don't disappoint me. His lips curl with cunning. He knows Lu Renra's pride too well and pokes at it. He turns, deliberately shaking his rear, clapping mockingly, pouting his lips. He taunts, hey kid, come show me what you've got, come on. That cocky move freezes Lu Renra, his face turning crimson with rage. He grits his teeth, Eyes bulging, did he just moon us? Unable to bear it, he roars attack, capture him, and charges with his sword. The human army instantly forms up for assault. Advanced firepower rains down, surrounding Kamnak-yu from all sides. He laughs brighter. Yes, come on, the more the merrier. Beams explode on his body. Yet he stands tall amid the storm. Lu Renra's eyes gleam. This is his chance. He signals while the ships fire. Lead the charge. Blue slash cuts across Kamnak-yu, strong enough to shred any man. But he remains unmoved, solid as stone. Sword stab his shoulders, chest, even pierce his head. Blood sprays wildly. Seemingly spent, he suddenly tightens up. Eyes blazing, his new rank's defense boost makes these scratches meaningless. He roars in madness amid smoke and fire harder. Is that all you've got? The human soldiers panic. His wounds are healing. Our blows are useless. Lu Renra stares, cursing. Damn it, has got supernatural regeneration. He raises his hand, ordering a full second unit for backup. Waves of troops flood the battlefield. Heavy artillery blazes, flares bursting across the sky. All gun barrels lower, locking onto Kamnak-yu. Laser energy gathers, glowing like divine lightning. In a flash, a massive energy shell blasts toward him with terrifying force. The light erupts before him, yet he laughs wildly. Yes, keep it coming, show me your full power. Hayan watches from afar in grim silence. Suddenly, cold sweat drips down his face. How can his healing be this absurd? What's happening? In that instant, Hayan's eyes widen. Has he been fighting seriously all along? Remembering Yu's manic grin, he trembles. How can one man truly face 10,000? Amid the bullet storm, Kamnak-yu keeps laughing, taking every hit perfect. Just like that, blood streams down as he shouts in excitement. Good, the moment has come. As his blood spills, his passive skill activates. By system rule, after 15 hits, he counterattacks with damage scaling to power. Even critical. Instantly, a shockwave bursts violently from him. With one swing, the front soldiers fly back like rag dolls. The horrific scene leaves humans screaming. What the hell just happened? The fallen soldier lies bleeding. His no normal demon. His counterattack too strong, then dies. His comrades scream in despair. A bing, echoing across the field. Lu Renra tenses, mind reeling. Something's deeply wrong with this demon. He shouts, all units, stop attacking now. Before acting, Lu Renra recalls how the new general once spoke of ensshrined demon king from Yun nation, virtually immortal. That year, he single-handedly crushed 3 human nations. He reclaimed 3 great demon pits, reviving the demons against humanity. But that man was supposed to have died long ago. Lu Renra grows increasingly confused. Just who is this guy? Hearing the ceasefire, Kamnak-yu yells furiously, 10,000 men and you still can't kill me? The human soldiers stare at one another, terrified as his wounds vanish completely. Lu Renra steadies himself. Everyone stay calm. Don't provoke him. Is not ordinary. Sheathing his sword, he says coolly, my mission was only to stall the demon's elite force. That's enough. He glances back at Kamnak-yu with disdain. Mission accomplished. Without hesitation, he signals retreat. All units, fall back to avoid pointless losses. His troops obey, withdrawing cautiously while watching the enemy. The army slowly fades into the smoky distance. Above, Manhwa watches the battlefield in disbelief. She frowns, muttering they're actually retreating. In a flash, she leaps onto Zhuo Long's back. Weapon raised. All troops, after me. Don't let them escape. Mei leads the charge like a storm, battle spirit blazing skyward. Wu Jun rises next, shouting all forces, advance. Demon generals spread their wings, roaring so loud the heavens quake. Kamnak-yu, confused, turns his head. Right before him, Mei on Zhuo Long dives like thunder, nearly knocking him off his feet. Lu Renra goes pale, shouting, what's happening? Why are they attacking too? In panic, he clutches his head. No, my ultimate move's not even over yet. Mei streaks through the sky, shouting whoever invades demon territory must pay in blood. Hai-En, who'd been silently watching, sighs softly. This young man truly lives up to the title of king. It's as if a great weight lifts from his heart. He flicks his robe, voice booming, all troops, hear my order. From this moment, everyone obey General Kam. Absolutely. Clenching his fist, he vows fiercely to wipe out the humans once and for all. The soldiers roar in unison at your command. Without hesitation, the army surges forward to shield Kamnak-yu. At that instant, a scout rushes in. Pale-faced, bad news. Sir, Hai-En spins around, frowning. What is it? The scout pants. Intel says the human siege was a diversion. The main force is ambushing Yun nation from the west gate. His voice trembles. The western defenders have been slaughtered. No survivors. Reports say Yun civilians are being massacred everywhere. The real enemy army is advancing straight for the capital. Their target is the demon lord. Hai-En freezes, realizing the trap, grinding his teeth in helpless fury. To the west, Jiaxiao leads the main host, already at the demon lord's palace gates. He shoulders his blade arrogantly, sneering, useless demon scum. Lu Bangdi and Wei Ming fight desperately but, badly wounded, stagger under Jiaxiao's onslaught. In the fierce clash, Lu Bangdi, blood-soaked, grits her teeth. This human is truly too strong. Wei Ming, barely breathing beside her, whispers, my lord, we should retreat but it's too late. Jiaxiao overhears, sneering, your defenses are already wiped out. He presses the advantage, ordering his 3 lieutenants advance. Kill them all. The lackeys roar with bloodlust, charging like beast. Time for some fun. At that critical moment, a surprise counterstrike from behind obliterates the human formation. The sheer power sends enemies screaming in terror. Jake Xiao freezes, turning in confusion what just happened. One of his men falls bleeding. Gasping, the others shriek demons reinforcements. Sure enough, Haiyan arrives just in time. He rushes forward, shielding Liu Bangdi. Calm down. Let me handle this. Jake Xiao smirks arrogantly. Finally, a demon worth my time. He straightens, roaring, come on then. Show me your power. Haiyan keeps his distance, quietly gauging the foe, sensing that ominous purple aura. After a brief thought, he frowns. He must strike first before being overwhelmed. He immediately channels all his energy, unleashing his opening blow. From above his head, lightning bursts skyward, thunder cracking the heavens. It's a core dragon spell, class of boosting strength by 130, speed by 150, and total power by 500 for 10 minutes. He becomes a living nightmare. None dare face him. At the same time, the southern gate of Yun Nation erupts in another battle. Two races clash savagely, blood soaking the earth, shaking the heavens. Amid the chaos, Hakyu curls in a dark corner, whispering, good, very good. He steps out, eyes cold, ready to embrace life or death. With heavy steps, he curses his fate, trapped in a rotting body like a cursed shell. Laughing through tears, he descends into madness, cackling bitterly at the cruel world. With blood surging, he howls to the sky like a beast cornered. His scream echoes as heaven, forcing me to become the Demon King. At that moment, lightning splits the sky, blinding the battlefield. The strike paralyzes him, his whole body frozen stiff. Stunned, Hakyu surveys the devastation, mind blank, fire everywhere. Corpses scattered. He mutters in disbelief. Bewildered, he wonders why the humans breached the city when the fight was outside. Then he hears desperate cries of father kneeling, begging for his daughter's life, but the cruel human stomps on him, coldly vowing to take everything, even the child. He grins wickedly, slinging the girl over his shoulder, spewing vile words over her sobs. The father trembles, eyes burning with fury as he reaches out for help, only to enrage the soldier further. Without hesitation, the man stabs through his hand, the scream echoing in agony. Smirking proudly, he scoffs, winners are kings, losers scum. Before the man could finish, Hakyu lunges forward, landing a thunderous punch that knocks his teeth flying. Caught off guard, the soldier is hurled hundreds of meters, dazed and senseless. Hakyu steps closer, eyes icy, aura so fierce none dare move, but he halts, sensing something wrong among the remaining humans. The fallen man lands near his comrades. One sneers, you came here to die. Fool. They draw their swords, signaling to attack together. With a roar, both charge, intent on finishing him in one strike. Hakyu frowns, fury rising at how low these so-called humans have fallen. His gaze turns glacial, no hesitation left in those eyes. He channels power, slamming a fist into one's face. His head explodes like struck by lightning. The man collapses, blood gushing, life instantly gone. Hakyu grabs the other by the throat, squeezing till his eyes roll white. The human writhes in blood, disbelieving that a single punch destroyed his body. Terrified, he trembles. What level of monster is this demon? Hakyu holds him tight, voice cold as frost. Speak. Which legion are you from? Near death. The man stammers, we're Unit 511 of the 21st Legion. As his comrades freeze in horror, hearing those numbers, Hakyu stiffens, murmuring 2151, no way. He loosens his grip, stunned. It's the very army he once commanded. Dazed, he fails to react as two humans scramble up and flee in panic. Standing still, Hakyu frowns, unease spreading. Something doesn't add up. Scanning the area, he sees Yun Nation before him, a strange familiarity stirring. The wounded father seizes the moment, stabbing both enemies dead in vengeance. Hakyu mutters, this place, have I been here before? The corpses lie still, eyes wide open in disbelief. In the distance, towers crumble under endless fire and ruin. As he looks around in shock, realization hits. This is Yun Nation. A heart-wrenching cry snaps him back to grim reality. A little girl screams, clutching her dead mother, wailing that she was tortured to death. The father weeps, holding her close, whispering through despair, you still have me? Thunder roars, lightning flashing wildly. The storm begins anew. Rain pours down, stinging Hakyu's face with icy pain. He lifts his head through the storm, eyes sharp, scanning the chaos. Through the sheets of rain, he glimpses Haiyan's silhouette, heart jolting at the familiar name. After a stunned pause, Hakyu exclaims, I remember now, this is Yun Nation. 6 years ago, he himself led the assault that destroyed the Demon Kingdom. Back then, the one he defeated was none other than Demon Dragon Haiyan. That battle had been so easy it always felt wrong to him. Now the forgotten memory surges back with perfect clarity. He freezes, has truly been reborn, returned to 6 years in the past. But everything's different. The war isn't his to command, and his real body is missing. At that moment, Hakyu lies in Gina's arms as she softly calls his name. Eyes full of worry, she gazes at him, voice soft with sorrow amid endless hatred. He alone stands different. She strokes his hair gently, sighing, you fight to protect, while they only know slaughter. How tragic. Soon after, Hakyu walks through ashes, eyes distant. Lost in old memories, he recalls the 511th Legion, once humanity's pride, a force of iron discipline that liberated the demon realm. Suddenly, a flicker of memory pierces his heart. A boy named Qin Xiao bound and crying, let me go. In desperate terror, his mother, bloodied and pinned to the ground, whispers for him not to worry. she screams, urging her son to flee before it's too late. But before she finishes, the humans choke her, beating her brutally as her cries echo. Seconds later, she collapses, lifeless from agony. The one leading them was Bao Lui, former vice captain of the 511th, expelled for breaking military law. He grinned vilely, gripping the mother and mocking even demon wives look tasty. Hakyu's heart sinks, the memory cutting deep like a blade. At the same time, sacred memories flood Hyan's mind. A shout resounds, my lady has given birth. A healthy son, filling the castle with joy. Hyan bursts through the doors. Face alight, where is my son? The soldiers outside stare, never had they seen the demon kings so childlike with joy. He cradles the infant, eyes wet, whispering, my good boy. Gazing at that innocent face, he wished only for his son's peace. He held the child tight, vowing to protect him and Yun Nation with his life. That memory remains carved into Hyan's heart forever. Now he fights for his life against Jiaxiao. Suddenly, a blazing beam streaks toward him like a meteor. He can't dodge, hit hard, blood pouring down his body. In agony, Hyan roars, hell never let Yun Nation fall. Jiaxiao sneers, mocking just a low-tier dragon demon. Tired of delay, Jiaxiao draws his sword, confidence brimming with arrogance. He dashes in like lightning, attacking with terrifying speed. His agile movements drive Hyan into a corner. Slashes rain down like a storm. Hyan can barely respond. Forced back step after step, a direct hit sends blood spraying as he collapses. The deep wound leaves his breathing ragged and harsh. His gasps grow weaker, nearing collapse. Still, his sharp eyes admit Jiaxiao's strength is beyond belief. Jiaxiao smirks, that strike wasn't even exciting. With a roar, he swings again, screaming, die! At the brink of death, the blade suddenly freezes midair. Jiaxiao's eyes widen in shock. What the hell just happened? Hyan opens his eyes to see Bang Ji and Wu Jun appear. What's going on? Even saved, his furious, who told you to come? You trying to die? Wu Jun stands before him, shouting of course to kill him. Hyan rises, rage surging, fool. You can't defeat him. After all these years, still reckless. He screams himself hoarse, desperately shouting, stop, you idiot. Don't throw your life away. Being scolded, Wu Jun bit back, asking if his father always saw him as useless despite all his efforts. In his mind, childhood memories resurfaced. He once asked his father who he admired most. Back then, the boy had proudly answered, of course you, father, the strongest general. The memory lingered. He recalled showing his test paper, boasting, Dad, I ranked first. That was his first military strategy exam, one he was incredibly proud of. But Huan merely nodded coldly and said dryly, I know. No praise, no encouragement, just a hollow void left in the child's heart. Tears rolled down his face, but he still longed for his father's approval. Later, he excitedly ran to share, Father, I topped the military survey this time, yet Huan stayed indifferent, replying, at your age, I did the same. The response stunned Wu Jun, expected, yet heartbreakingly cruel. He recalled his grueling training, when he became the youngest lieutenant general, praised by all. Still, Huan only glanced and muttered, got it, showing no pride. Fuming, Wu Jun shouted, no matter what I do, you'll never acknowledge me. Qiaxiao laughed mockingly, touching family drama right in the middle of war. Huan grew frantic, roaring, leave now, as not a normal opponent. But Wu Jun stubbornly yelled, who cares who he is? He invaded Yun Nation, I won't retreat. With that, he charged forward like a storm, blazing with fighting spirit. Huan gritted his teeth, cursing softly, stupid brat, you don't know how terrifying humans are. At once, Qiaxiao's subordinates obeyed orders and stormed into battle. The demonkin observed, eyes cold as steel, locking onto his target. In a blink, his figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, he tore through the ranks, blood spraying everywhere in a horrific scene. Qiaxiao froze, pale and confused by what had just happened. Du Tao was stunned too. Two deputy generals fell in a single strike. Now Qiaxiao stood alone amid the thickening mist. He trembled and muttered in terror, this monster isn't an ordinary demon. The Demon King unleashed all his power, soaring skyward in surging fury. His crimson wings spread wide, igniting the air around him. Jade-green smoke spiraled out, draining the essence of heaven and earth. A demon general gasped, it's him. Impossible. The entire battlefield fell silent. Soldiers trembled. Frozen in fear, the Demon King released his dragon breath, choking Qiaxiao, who stammered, you're above me. At that moment, deep memories stirred within the Demon King's mind. As a child, he was seen as an unpolished gem, burdened by royal blood. Before Huan, through countless trials, he was once praised as expected of my son. Excellent. That day, the boy entered respectfully, softly addressing his father. The demon general looked up sternly, awaiting his son's report. The boy placed down his paper slowly, voice heavy, these are my results. Huan clenched his fist, trembling, I named you Wu Jun so you could live in peace. Why choose this path? At that moment, a demon rushed in, reporting, General, young Master Wu Jun ranked first in the military exam. Hearing the news, Huan's eyes lit up, fists clenched, and pride had always known his son could do it. But moments later, his gaze dimmed as sorrow crept in. Everything had strayed from his plans. The nearby demon noticed the melancholy in his master's eyes, sensing Huan's deep wound within. Every time the name Wu Jun was mentioned in the army, his emotions wavered unpredictably. Many nights, he silently visited his wife's grave, Lost in countless thoughts, he sighed softly, voice trembling. Wu Jun, why did you choose such a bloody path? Pained yet proud, he murmured. The boy truly is a genius, undeniably, my son. Gazing at the sky, he whispered to his late wife, you once told me to fight while you kept our home safe, but why did you leave so soon? Now I don't even know how to face our son. Memories of Wu Jun's growth tightened his chest. He should have lived peacefully, happily forever. He muttered, perhaps I was wrong, regret gleaming in his eyes as he watched his son, now the Demon King, charge into battle. The burst of demonic energy shook the field, overwhelming all opponents. The immense power erupted, enveloping the entire space. In a blinding instant, everything was swallowed by white light. A thunderous explosion split the heavens and the earth apart. Amid smoke, the S-rank Demon King landed, his fiery wings painting the sky red. His eyes now held only cold hatred. No trace of the innocent boy remained. Tang Qixiao stood in the ravaged field, sword raised, ready to fight. He suddenly burst into manic laughter, echoing across the ruins. With wild excitement, he shouted, finally, a worthy opponent. He sneered at the Demon King, taunting, let's see how long you last. Raising his sword high, he roared, come on, let's die in glory. Huan frowned, teeth clenched, sensing an ominous turn. Watching the fight, he muttered, that weapon, I've seen it in ancient records. Wu Jun readied himself, aura surging, shouting, come at me, I'm waiting. But just then, Huan dashed forward, instinct warning of deadly danger. He shouted and used all his strength to block the devastating strike. Tang Qixiao didn't hesitate, swinging his sword straight toward Wu Jun. The boy froze, eyes wide in disbelief at what he saw. Wu Jun stood rigid, despair flooding his gaze. Behind him, a massive fortress split in two, collapsing into choking dust. He trembled, speechless before the destructive power unleashed. At that moment, Liu Bangji gasped, Wu Jun, while Wei Ming cried out his name. Bangji hissed, voice shaking. That strike was insane. As Wei Ming rushed to catch Wu Jun, the lingering energy still hung in the air, leaving everyone dizzy. Then they realized Huan had taken the full blow to save his son. Wu Jun trembled, kneeling, choking out, Father, I was wrong. Huan turned back with a gentle smile, voice fading. All this time, I forgot to say, he whispered, you are the greatest pride of my life, making Wu Jun burst into uncontrollable tears. No, no, Wu Jun screamed, eyes burning red in despair. He fell to his knees, clutching his father's severed arm, trembling in agony, even broken and bleeding. Huan smiled kindly and murmured, you truly are an exceptional soldier, the greatest demon general of the future. He looked at his son with firm eyes. That's why you must live to protect this world in my stead. Before them stood an enemy radiating cis-level Demon King aura, wielding a weapon of deadly light, weakening fast. Huan still managed to cast a barrier around his son, rasping, even all of Yun Nation together couldn't beat him. He continued solemnly, but I've left one final safeguard to protect you and Yun Nation till the end. Wu Jun sobbed bitterly, shouting, Father, you don't have to sacrifice yourself. There must be another way. At that moment, the system revealed Huan's final skill, Core Inferno Wall, burning his life to form an unbreakable flame barrier with 10,000-fold defense. As it activated, Huan closed his eyes, breath fading into eternal sleep. Amid the crimson fire, memories returned him holding his son, smiling. You'll grow up safe and strong. His voice echoed, I'll protect you and Yun Nation even if it costs my life. Then Wei Ming rushed forward, yelling in panic, hurry, fall back now. Liu Bangji trembled, crying, don't let the general die in vain. But Wu Jun gripped his father's hand, weeping, I'm not leaving. Suddenly, Tang Qixiao stepped up, drawing his sword with a mocking grin, trying to run. You must be joking. He shook his head disdainfully. You lot haven't entertained me enough, you're still too weak. His cold eyes gleamed, face twisted with madness and despair. Just then, a deep voice called from behind, General, please don't strike yet. He paused, frowning icily. And what do you plan to say? I won't let them die that easily. From the rain, Zhang Dutou emerged, smirking as he raised a glowing demon crystal. This is what these fools died protecting the demon core. He stepped closer, respectfully offering the gem. I bring it to you personally. Please, let me join the human army. Rain poured and thunder roared as Tang Qixiao narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're sure this is the demon core? His icy blade touched the man's throat, voice low. Why should I believe you? Zhang Dutou stayed calm, smiling despite the sword at his neck. Because of this, he raised the violet glowing gem, saying, our Jiang clan has long guarded Yun Nation's demon core. He spoke slowly, reminiscing, since the first demon king, Liu Yun, united the continent, my ancestor Jiang Long was his most trusted founding magus. Huan, though missing an arm, forced his eyes open, silently listening to every word. Zhang Dutou continued evenly yet sharply. Each demon king has 3 generals, 1 for governance, 1 for combat, and 1 keeper of the bloodline arts. He paused, gaze gleaming. Our Jiang clan may not be the strongest, but we alone hold that post, for within this core flows Jiang Long's royal blood. He spoke firmly. Only our clan can unlock or bestow the demon core. From behind, the S-rank demon king spoke in a voice deep as the abyss. I've heard of the demon core. It gathers all demonic essence and spirit power. He glanced at Tang Qixiao, saying slowly, Each core requires an ancient demon crystal and countless years to form. His tone deepened. A complete core can take centuries to crystallize. Tang Xiao stiffened, eyes narrowing. Something that powerful and you're just handing it to me. He roared, fury blazing. Do you take me for a fool to believe that? Lightning tore the sky, a flashing across the blade with a ghastly roar that echoed over the battlefield. Jiang Dutou trembled, sweat streaming down his brow as he bowed, stammering, forgive me. He shakily set the demon core on the ground, muttering strange, unclear words. Bowing low, he confessed, I just want to live. I'm too weak, no magic, no strength. Even with the core, it died trying to wield it. Under his clansmen's stunned gazes, he sighed heavily. Our Jiang clan has no glory left, only submission keeps us alive. Lu Bangji burst into tears, shouting, Are you insane? That man slaughtered our people. She pointed at the blood-soaked corpses, voice breaking. He even beheaded your only brother. The air froze, no one dared breathe, and silence swallowed the field. Tang Xiao paused, then chuckled coldly. So that's how it is. He stomped on the severed head at his feet, sneering, This fat one your brother. Huh! With a smirk, he kicked the head toward Jiang Dutou. It rolled to the old man's feet, spinning in a puddle of blood. Jiang Dutou only glanced down, smirking. Serves him right for provoking someone stronger. He bowed slightly, voice low. We can't possibly defeat humans. Starting this war was folly. Wisdom lies in knowing when to yield. Then he raised his head, declaring loudly, Tang Xiao is that man, the one who truly understands the times. Hearing that, Tang Xiao laughed arrogantly, his voice echoing through the battlefield. He bent down to pick up the demon core, mocking, Wise choice handing this treasure to me. Raising the gem, he grinned proudly, Fine, he'll gladly accept it. But in the next instant, Jiang Dutou's eyes shifted, his face turning grave. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling quietly, Prepare to protect the demon lord. At once, Wei Ming slammed his palm to the ground, summoning a defensive array as Hu and activated his ultimate skill, Crane of Living Flame. Lu Bangji gasped in confusion, whispering, What's happening? Barrier of violet light formed, encasing her Mujun in glowing energy. Jiang Dutou gritted his teeth and plunged his hand into his chest. Blood gushing out, he roared, Activate the sphere. Start it now. Tang Xiao realized the trap, dropping the demon core in alarm, but it was too late when a drop of blood touched the core. It blazed violently, releasing terrifying power. Tang Xiao screamed in panic. Well, what is this? A blinding explosion erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as the ground quaked violently. In that dazzling light, Jiang Dutou smiled in satisfaction. At last, our Jiang clan's moment has come. As his body burned away in the radiance, he calmly murmured, For generations, we owed the demon race our lives. Then, hoarsely, he admitted, There's nothing left that could repay that debt. At that moment, a colossal explosion thundered, shaking the entire city. In a blink, the blast swallowed everything in its path. Fortunately, thanks to Jiang Dutou's warning, Wei Ming's group remained safe within the barrier. Soon after, shockwaves rippled outward, devastating everything around. The nearest soldiers had no time to react, thrown aside by the roaring energy. The lingering tremors made everyone turn, eyes wide in disbelief. Amid the smoke and fire, Lu Taisu and Mi stood stunned, clueless about what had just happened. The violent blast shook the battlefield, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. From above, lightning slashed the sky, crashing straight down. The bolts tore the air apart, roaring like wild beasts. They struck the ground, raising a choking cloud of dust. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed to see if Qu Yan had survived. As the smoke cleared, only Jiang Dutou knelt, body aflame, rasping that had given his all. After those words, he fell silent, life fading in the fire's glow. With his last strength, he tried to summon energy, but only sparked a faint flicker. At the same time, Wu Jun hurried forward to check on him, but Jiang Dutou collapsed, muttering bitterly in defeat. Suddenly, Tang Xiao still stood. His level 5 shield had saved him in that instant. The beast behind him roared as he sneered proudly, mocking his foes for choosing the wrong path. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he smirked, flaunting his hidden trump before fools blinded by power. It turned out that giant thunder dragon had shielded him all along. Meanwhile, the dying Jiang Dutou strained to reach the demon core, but failed. Tang Xiao summoned a lightning strike, smashing it down upon the relic. Jiang Dutou was helpless, too weak to protect his clan's heirloom. The demon core fell into Tang Xiao's grasp, his cruel smile spreading with a cold sneer. He admired the core, half awed, half boastful. Amazed such a treasure lay in this tiny land, then his tone dropped mockingly, saying this land truly deserved to be called the Demon King's birthplace. With that, he tucked the core into his robe, eyes glinting, gazing at Jiang Dutou's corpse. He said coldly, Now for the real part. Turning to the thunder dragon, Tang Xiao ordered curtly, Do it! The dragon roared in answer, bowing its head to await command. Seeing it hesitate, Tang Xiao frowned, growling, You're soft-hearted for your own kind. He then triggered the device clamped around the dragon's neck. The glowing chains crackled violently, sizzling through the air. The dragon screamed in agony, body trembling uncontrollably. Its eyes flared red, breath scorching. Overflowing with rage, it turned toward the demon troops, gathering immense energy in its jaws. Meanwhile, though exhausted, Wei Ming kept the shield up, shouting to protect the demon lord and preserve their lives. At his limit, Tang Xiao's veins bulged in irritation at the demon's sluggish pace. With a snarl, he dashed forward like lightning, vanishing from sight. In an instant, Wei Ming's chest was pierced clean through by freezing hands. He coughed blood. Staring in shock, his attacker was Tang Xiao himself. The man leaned close, whispering coldly, "Let me teach you what real war is." At that moment, Huan lunged, swinging his remaining arm in a furious strike. But Tang Xiao was faster. He withdrew his hand from Wei Ming's chest and caught Huan's wrist. A smirk curved his lips as his eyes gleamed. The system announced activation level 5 Judgment Eye. Analyzing his opponent's full power, a data instantly scanned through Hua, unlocking his combat stats. A display appeared: potential warrior. Grade each attribute clearly listed. Seeing the numbers, Tang Xiao laughed coldly, mocking, "So this is the strength you were so proud of?" Then his grin twisted darkly as he snarled, "Then I'll strip away what you're proudest of." He squeezed hard, twisting savagely until Huan's arm snapped. Huan screamed, his cry echoing with pain and despair. When it was over, Tang Xiao tossed him aside carelessly like discarding broken trash. Right after, a glowing green flower floated before him, pulsing with healing energy. At once, Hu Wuzhen lunged, sword aura bursting, but Tang Xiao's speed was terrifying. In a blink, he vanished before the blade could touch him. Then, suddenly, he appeared behind Hu Wuzhen, cold, precise, merciless. Huan stood dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Tang Xiao's system scanned again. Target: Hu Wuzhen. Potential assassin rank A. Speed exceeding limits. Tang Xiao smirked, taunting, "Pity speed's your only strength, and still too slow to escape me." Only then did Huan realize the enemy was behind them. Furious, he spun to counterattack, but before he could strike, Tang Xiao was already there, laughing, "So you're Yun Nation's fastest demon." With that, he bent his leg, muscles coiling tight, then unleashed a devastating kick straight into Huan's body. The brutal impact sent Huan flying, crashing into the ground as blood sprayed scarlet. Lying motionless, he gasped weakly, too broken to rise. Tang Xiao strode forward, stomping hard on his leg, growling, "Now lose your speed too." Huan screamed in unbearable agony, his cries echoing through the battlefield. Tang Xiao looked down, sneering, "You think that pitiful strength could move someone like me?" He laughed arrogantly, eyes full of contempt, treating his foe like mere dust. At that instant, the sky exploded. Thousands of lightning bolts poured down like rain. Each strike detonated violently, smoke and ash billowing everywhere. Huan barely lifted his head, horrified by the sight of divine wrath descending. But Tang Xiao only smirked, mocking, "Even if there are thousands like that, so what?" With those words, countless copies of him appeared. The Shrank skill Thunder Phantom Mirage had activated, spawning thousands of solid clones. Wei Ming, gravely wounded, knelt amid the rubble, screaming in helpless despair. On the other side, Liu Bangdi was seized by Tang Xiao. Lifted like a toy, he sneered coldly, voice dripping mockery, "I like small fragile things, but if you're this weak, why even exist?" He squeezed her face, eyes glacial, as she trembled and clutched his hand in vain. Then he stared into her eyes, voice darkening. "I see now." A memory flashed: the boy strangling a cat with a rope, twisted smile carved on his young face. He pulled until the cat foamed, twitched, then went still. From then on, he learned the pleasure of crushing the weak beneath his hand. Back in the present, Tang Xiao reactivated Thunder Phantom Mirage, flooding the battlefield with even more clones. He clamped Liu Bangdi's mouth, growling, "You exist only for my amusement," then released her, letting her collapse into hopeless despair. Kneeling, Liu Bangdi wept bitterly, whispering that all hope was gone. Tang Xiao kicked her hard, sending her flying into the wreckage. Witnessing it all, Huan lowered his head, voice heavy, admitting bitter defeat. He dragged himself forward, muttering that they were lucky to still be alive. Then suddenly, his eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Then let's die together." Tang Xiao smirked, chuckling, "Not bad for a fallen national demon general. You still hold your posture." He thought to himself, victory means nothing if the enemy yields too easily. With that, he slowly advanced toward Hu Wuzhen. "Owen's son!" The boy's terrified scream echoed through the battlefield. Tang Xiao grabbed the boy by the hair, lifting him with a sneer. "So this is your son?" Huan saw it and screamed his son's name, voice breaking in despair. Tang Xiao grinned wickedly, "Want to save him? Just kneel before me." Huan glared in rage, while Hu Wuzhen shouted, "My father will never bow." Tang Xiao pointed, voice icy, "Your only chance, think carefully." Huan fell silent, torn between pride and fatherly love. At last, trembling, he knelt, casting aside all dignity to save his son. He bowed his head, voice choked, "I've done as you asked, keep your word." Hu Wuzhen wept, tears streaming, crying only, "Father!" Tang Xiao turned to him with a crooked grin. "And do you want to save your father?" Hu Wuzhen roared angrily, "Get lost." Tang Xiao said nothing, simply began to count down, 10, and then drove his sword through Huan's chest. Hu Wuzhen screamed in terror. 9, another ruthless slash. 8, Huan's remaining arm was severed clean. Hu Wujun collapsed, sobbing helplessly as he watched his father suffer. 7. Yet another cut tore through flesh and blood. Unable to bear it, Hu Wujun fell to the ground. Crushed by pain, he pressed his palms into the dirt, trembling, begging, "Please stop hurting him." At last, Hu Wujun broke, surrendering to Tang Xiao's cruelty. Behind them, Liu Bangdi cried uncontrollably, whispering, "Is this truly our end?" Staring at the kneeling father and son, Tang Xiao smiled, raising his sword mockingly. Both kneeling, whom should I spare? Huan had no strength left, head hanging low, breath faint. Suddenly, a surge of dark green energy burst from his body. Tang Xiao instantly stabbed again, piercing Hu En's chest as blood gushed out. Yet the old general still forced out a whisper. "Let Wu Jun go." Blood splattered across Tang Xiao's face as he roared. "Who gave you the right to decide your fate?" He slashed once more, declaring coldly, "You've committed a grave sin." Stepping forward, his eyes darkened as he revoked every promise he'd made. He glanced around, gaze sharp and murderous. Hu Wujun suddenly leapt up, hurling himself at him with a thunderous cry. Tang Xiao turned swiftly, thrusting his sword into the boy's chest, smirking. The next game begins. Hu Wujun was impaled, blood streaming endlessly, yet he clenched his teeth while Liu Bangdi screamed his name. Tears fell from her and Wei Ming's eyes as they watched the brutal scene in agony. At that moment, Tang Xiao summoned lightning chains that struck deep into the ground. From below, countless chains erupted, binding the group and suspending them midair. The scene echoed his childhood cruelty toward weak, helpless creatures. Step by step, he stabbed another deadly blow into Hu Wujun's side. Blood gushed like a river, staining his lips crimson. Tang Xiao smiled thinly, sliding his blade sideways. "I'll avoid the vital spots, let's see how long you last." Then he waved his hand, shouting, "Thunder Dragon, come here." The dragon bowed low, approaching obediently like one hypnotized. Tang Xiao grinned victoriously, raising his sword to begin the cold-blooded finale. He activated his communicator, sending a message out, "You all done playing yet?" Then he ordered his entire army to attack, but a strange voice suddenly replied from the other end. Screams followed. "Damn it, his wing's too powerful." Tang Xiao frowned and roared, "Who are you? Where is Bao Li?" A cold voice echoed back, "Bao Li is right here." Tang Xiao spun around, face frozen in disbelief. Can Yu appeared, clad in Shrank King armor. Eyes blazing with fury, he shouted, "I knew it all along, you turned beast for power, didn't you?" Seeing corpses scattered around Tang Xiao, his eyes darkened with grief. Can Yu lowered his head, hoarse with guilt. "It's my fault they died because of me." He stepped out from behind the Thunder Dragon, muttering, "I should have seen it sooner, beasts stay beasts." Narrowing his eyes, he declared Tang Xiao's crimes before the silent battlefield. "For those sins," he said, "you deserve death by 1,000 cuts." Tang Xiao sneered, gripping his sword, "Another mutt begging to die." He roared, charging forward, lightning bursting around him. The two clashed head-on, sword against fist in a thunderous collision. Can Yu stood firm, not yielding an inch. Crushing punch twisted Tang Xiao's face, followed by a storm of blows. At last, Can Yu grabbed his neck, slamming him into the ground with burning contempt. Pinned down, Tang Xiao shuddered, thinking, "What monster is this guy?" Can Yu looked down, voice icy. "Which sin shall we start with?" He listed each crime: coup, betrayal, murder, torture, every word a blade. Blood poured from Tang Xiao's face, glasses shattered. He stammered, "What are you saying?" On the cold ground, two bodies collapsed, breath fading into darkness. Bao Li, body wrecked, eyes burning. Rasp, that demon was strange from the start, too fond of humans. Not long ago, when thunder engulfed the city, Yun Nation became a sea of chaos. In the storm, Bao Li screamed, "Bing Hu, don't kill that kid." But Tang Xiao only laughed madly, pointing at the girl beside him. Truly enchanting. Then he coldly ordered, "Keep him alive." While the boy watched his mother's torment in despair, Bao Li licked his lips, eyes deranged, shouting, "I'll show him how I play with his mother." Suddenly, his entire squad fell in an instant, wiped out by a lightning-swift figure. At the brink of danger, Yu appeared, shielding the trembling boy Qian Xiao. Bao Li frowned, sneering, "Another low-grade demon trying to stop me." He raised his hand, summoning massive ice blocks, laughing, "Then taste this." The ice fused into an rank ice fiend towering before Yuya. Bao Li laughed proudly, "I gave half my blood to make it holds half my power." But Yu said nothing, dashing forward in a flash of lightning. With a single strike, he shattered the ice fiend to dust and appeared before Bao Li. Bao Li froze, mouth agape, speechless. Yu's fatal punch twisted his face amid a dry explosion. The system chimed, a rank warrior defeated. 500,000 XP rewarded. Level surge Yu reached at 12, gaining 12 points in the King Demon reward. System unlocked Shrank skill copy, letting him replace any defeated foe's power. With icy eyes, he looked down at dying Bao Li beneath his feet. Yui spoke grimly. "Now talk, reveal the final truth." Bao Li trembled, lips purple, rasping, "What happened to my troops?" Scene cut. Manhwa, Deputy of Squad 511, Red Galaxy Legion, laughing with his fiancée, unaware of the doom ahead. Bao Li squinted, recalling, that day was the operation. Captain Cao Fenglius' absence gave us the perfect chance. He remembered whispering to Tan Jixiao while others drank. Now's the time, grab the deputy first. Tan Jixiao smirked. I've planted all the evidence. You just accuse him, and well take their seats. Bound and furious, Wen Ho roared, are you insane? This is treason. Bao Li sneered, I'm not here to negotiate. The girl beside screamed, get out. But Tan Jixiao held Wen Ho tight, letting Bao Li defile his fiancée, saying coldly, tonight was supposed to be yours anyway. Wen Ho collapsed, bleeding, screaming in despair, I'll kill you both. Bao Li calmly stabbed the ground, growling, don't be stupid. Tan Jixiao lifted his head, asking, do you want to drag Cao Fengliu down with you? Wen Ho spat blood, snarling, get out of my sight. Bao Li hissed, he chose death over betrayal. We tortured him and his woman to death, even under brutal torment. He never spoke ill of Cao Fengliu once. They planted Cao Fengliu's familiar dagger at the scene, causing panic and shouts for medics. Tan Jixiao acted perfectly, sighing, when I arrived, Wen Ho was dying, then framed Cao Fengliu for treason. Bao Li added how he dumped all guilt on their comrade. Soon after, he led troops to Cao Fengliu's base, planning to strike first, but unexpectedly, Cao Fengliu had left camp early, escaping the plot. Tan Jixiao gritted his teeth, shouting, running so fast, his fleeing guilt he even left his weapon. Bao Li continued, Tan Jixiao claimed Cao Fengliu rebelled, killed comrades, stole wives, and fled demanding topical pursuit. As the false news spread, he grinned, from now on, Cao Fengliu is a traitor and the glory is mine. After that, Tan Jixiao easily became squad captain. With his father's backing, he rose to supreme commander, ruling all forces. Bound and bruised, Bao Li still asked, but why do you care so much about humans? Can you frowned? Voice like ice, what about the others? No one suspected. Bao Li sneered, those flat-brained fools. Some did, but he sacrificed them to his new army. He laughed bitterly. In the army, who cares about right or wrong? The victor writes truth. Bao Li, tied up, pleaded, I've told you everything, let me go. I can beg Captain Tan to spare you. But Kenyua didn't answer. He kicked hard. Bao Li screamed, clutching his gut. You lunatic. Not my darling. Through the sobs, a girl stepped forward, voice trembling. General Kan. Tears fell as she handed him a relic. This is the uniform you gave General Wei Ming. He kept it till the end. Then she wept. Before the war, he told me to hide underground and wait for your return. Kenyua stood silent, gripping the relic as his eyes dimmed. The girl pleaded, please take this gear and leave Yun Nation. He believed only you were the demon's last hope. She wiped her tears, adding, I just heard your entire unit may have perished. Kenyua said nothing, only clenched his fist tighter. Then he donned the Shrank Slaughter King Armor Flame Demon Core Armor 50 Element. 20 All Resist. Heaven Demon Scale Armor 50 Stamina. 25 Damage. Heaven Demon Weapon 50 Strength. Life Steal. Transformation. Wind Demon Boots 50 Speed. 20 Physical Damage. Kenyua grabbed Bao Li's head, dragging him while activating Heaven Demon Shift, turning the armor into casual clothes instantly. Behind him, the girl cried out, General Kan, the exits that way go. He replied coldly, am no deserter. Tightening his grip on Bao Li's head, he ordered, take me to Tan Jixiao. The man shrieked, you fool, you think you can beat Captain Tan? Blood spilling from his mouth. Bao Li snarled, hell crush you to ashes, stupid demon. Back to the present, Kenyua had already beaten Tan Jixiao down, leaving him bleeding on the ground. Bao Li watched in shock, thinking, what the hell is he? At that moment, Tan Jixiao stumbled back, gripping his sword, opening his analyzer to scan the opponent. The display read Demon Potential Errant. Strength 6000, Speed 4102, Element 1477, Spirit 413, Stamina 861. He sneered, aside from strength, the rest are trash. Speed 4102, barely half of mine. He barked coldly, everyone, attack, while thinking, his quick reflexes were just luck. Standing right behind Kenyua, he growled, luck doesn't last forever. Before he finished, Kenyua spun and landed a thunderous punch. Tan Jixiao flew back, nose bleeding, shouting, impossible, the data's wrong. A terror filled his eyes. What's happening to this demon? Kenyua glared down, eyes blazing, voice hard, now it's my turn. From the void, a colossal beast emerged, its shadow swallowing all light. Drenching Tan Jixiao in sweat, he muttered, that's my clone, all stats equal. He can't surpass me. Suddenly, Kenyua's analysis screen flashed before him, opportunity stat undetectable. Tan Jixiao gaped, muttering, where did my readings go wrong? Then he noticed a strange weapon in Yua's hand, realizing, if that boosts 5,424 strength, it breaks the limit. He recalculated, his speed's 4,102, mine 3,732, no way his faster. He sneered to himself, I'll verify that right now. Instantly, Tan Jixiao's body flared with roaring thunder energy. He shot forward, aiming for a sneak strike from behind, but Kenyua reacted instantly, dodging and counterpunching him across the field, covering his face. Tan Jixiao screamed, no way! What hidden stat is this? Kenyua gritted his teeth, fist blazing, shouting, still blinded by fake numbers. Then a new screen popped before Tan Jixiao. Notification hidden trait Demonkin title all stats x3. Undetectable. Can Yui smirked. You really thought you saw it all? In the sky. Power exploded Tan Jixiao roared. Fury blazing. Diving down. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He roared in denial, unleashing a storm of attacks. But can Yui dodge like the wind? At once, Yui gathered power in his fist. The devastating punch sent Tan Jixiao flying off the ground. Ironically, Yui's face stayed cold, eyes sharp as blades. Suddenly, Tan Jixiao staggered up, gripping his sword tight. He growled, eyes sparking, mocking. That speed won't last forever. Before he finished, Yui vanished, appearing behind him in a blink. Tan Jixiao panicked, leaping frantically into the air. From above, he gritted his teeth, thinking facing Yui ahead was madness. Then he smirked defiantly, shouting that no matter Yui's secrets, he was still nothing more than a servant of the Demon Lord. At that instant, he dove down, seizing Liu Bingji's throat as she screamed in pain. Hu Wujin saw it and shouted angrily, "Can't win, so you stoop to filth." The taunt only drove Tan Jixiao into further frenzy. He strangled Liu Bingji tighter, yanking Hu Wujin's chains till agony bent him. With vicious delight, he roared, "Come on, hero, let's see you choose." Clearly, he was turning them both into hostages to corner Yui. Tan Jixiao mocked again, "No matter how fast you are, you're still alone." He snarled, "Save one, and he'll kill the other instantly." Yet Yu stood still, face frozen in icy calm. Then suddenly, his fists clenched till blood dripped as he charged straight at Tan Jixiao. Tan Jixiao screamed in terror, unable to believe Yui dared rush him head-on. Hu Wujin shouted desperately, "Save the Demon Lord first." But Yui didn't stop. His punch slammed into Tan Jixiao's face. The violent impact hurled Tan Jixiao far away. Stunned, Hu Wujin asked quietly, "Why save me? What about the Demon Lord?" Yui met his gaze, voice glacial. "Who said it'd save only one?" Suddenly, from the darkness, an ice puppet emerged, piercing Tan Jixiao and rescuing Liu Bingji. Yui ordered sharply, "Rescue them all now." At once, the chains on Hu Wujin and Liu Bingji shattered, setting them free. Tan Jixiao fell, glaring at the puppet, roaring in fury. He trembled, teeth grinding, unable to believe his own skill had been copied. Raging, he sprang up, aiming to ambush the ice puppet. But with one strike, the puppet crushed him. Yui declared its power equal to his own. For a moment, he recalled when he had copied Tan Jixiao's ability. He chuckled softly, murmuring, "Guess copying that skill was worth it." On the ground, Tan Jixiao muttered through clenched teeth, "So he used my own skill." Yui calculated silently. He knew Blood Ice Curse was a dark art had once studied, mighty but fatally flowed. First, it required the water element to activate effectively. Second, the caster must offer blood. The more blood, the stronger the puppet, but the weaker the body. Observing closely, Yui realized it was true. The puppet's equal power meant Tan Jixiao was nearly drained dry. Folding his arms, Yui smirked inwardly. So this is his weakest moment? Suddenly, Bali struggled up, shouting a warning. Don hit the puppet, aim for the real body. While Yui fought, Tan Jixiao hid in the shadows, trembling from exhaustion, muttering that this was his one last chance. Seeing Yu still not showing dominance, Tan Jixiao sneered, thinking it was all for show. Now his true body blazed. One clean hit would end Yui's life. At that moment, Yui stood still, aura freezing cold, and Tan Jixiao seized the opening, stabbing from behind. The blade sliced through the air at terrifying speed, barely visible to the eye. He dropped to one knee, eyes glowing with triumph, roaring, "I've won this time." Yet Yu stood firm, voice like ice. "Go on." Surprised, stunned, Tan Jixiao stammered, unable to believe the stab hadn't killed him. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, then ill-changed tactics, and unleashed a frenzy of clones. He rained blow after blow, draining Yu's energy but still unsatisfied, pouring in more power. Each strike grew deadlier than the last, but Yu stayed calm, smiling coolly, out of tricks already. And then he acted at Eye of Judgment, driving Tan Jixiao mad as his attacks proved useless. Staring at Yu's untouched health bar, Tan Jixiao muttered, Why is he still full? More than strength." Yu's eerie aura made him shiver. Yu growled, "Enough, my turn." He drew a silver sword, energy roaring, shouting, "Out of moves, taste, retribution." Tan Jixiao panicked, trying to flee knowing one delay meant death. Suddenly, a massive black foot crashed down, shaking the ground. The sky darkened, thunder roared, rain poured, and Tan Jixiao laughed, thinking fate favored him. He drew power from the storm, spawning countless clones, believing Yu couldn't kill them all. But Yu calmly stroked his sword, activating Blood Pool Ice Fiend, restoring energy and boosting killing intent. He ordered his loyal beast, "Those clones are yours." The creature dove in, beginning a brutal massacre. Yui then used Trace Step, eyes sharp as blades, scanning the darkness for Tan Jixiao's real body. Baoli watched, guilt rising. He should have seen from the start that Yu cared for humanity. He finally understood Yu and not only mastered his skills but surpassed every limit. Turns out, Yu wasn't truly demon under stormlight. His face tensed, ready to erupt. He strode through smoke, blood mixing with rain beneath him, perfect ground for power to bloom. His gaze swept across Tan Jixiao's clones, their eyes flaring in shared rage. Closing his eyes briefly, he sighed, so I'm still too hesitant. At that moment, a mighty army emerged behind him, killing intent flooding the field. Without words, both sides clashed, fire and smoke turning the land into chaos. The clones screamed, eyes blazing, taunting, "Why not fight us yourself?" In response, Yui smirked, choosing the boldest endgame. He shot forward like lightning, gathering dark energy in his fist, roaring, "You can't escape," and smashed the real body. He clenched his fist tight, voice like frost, "This battle ends now." Meanwhile, Tan Jixiao trembled behind a boulder, face pale. Knowing he couldn't win, he muttered calculations, piecing together the mechanics of Yui's power. From observation, he saw Yui healed fast but still took real damage, no true invincibility. A sly grin crossed his face. He remembered his S-grade weapon that pierced armor. If he stalled long enough, victory was his. But suddenly, a silent shadow appeared right behind him. Before he could turn, a sword pierced through his body. Lightning burst out, his form convulsing violently. Yet in that instant, he blinked away, swapping places with another clone. With calculated cunning, he survived, laughing arrogantly, convinced he was unkillable. Bao Li watched and realized the trick. He used lightning to infinitely recreate bodies, hiding among the chaos. His gaze turned to Kinyu, thinking, even the ice puppet had a time limit. After analyzing, Tan Jixiao shouted, "You'll still lose. Captain is immortal." But Kinyu coldly gripped the clone's neck, voice like a hammer. "Who said I planned to kill him?" He growled. "I told you every sin is done will be repaid in pain." As he was restrained, Tan Jixiao strained with rage, teeth grinding, memories of the dying white dog flooding back, making him shiver. Ironically, the more Yui heard, the angrier he grew. He tightened his grip, roaring, "Each clone is you," he bellowed. "I've waited for this day." Then sent agony through every clone, their screams echoing in despair. Tan Jixiao trembled, mumbling prayers like a man fleeing endless torment. Kinyu's icy tone listed every crime: treason, deceit, torture, betrayal, none spared. Consumed by fury, he crushed the clone's head, shouting, "Death won't clean sin, only retribution will." Tan Jixiao collapsed, clutching his skull, face twisted in pain. At once, Yui's ice puppets charged in, shredding the remaining clones like paper, their teamwork seamless. Yu continued erasing every copy left. His voice rang cold, "You'll feel the pain of all your victims. Justice must be done." Bao Li realized Yu wasn't killing the captain. He was making Tan Jixiao suffer the torment he caused. Though Yu's body shook, veins bulging, drenched in sweat, his resolve never wavered. Meanwhile, Tan Jixiao screamed stubbornly that if he poured all his energy, he could heal instantly. Face twisted with rage, he roared, "This is incest weapon, one strike, and everything ends." The blade blazed, lightning swirling with fiery power. He raised it high, laughing madly, swearing that this blow would erase all demons while Yu stood calm amid the raging storm. In that moment, memories surged. A forest, a small creature named Kata fleeing for its life. Hunters chased relentlessly, searching every shadow for it. One sneered, "That thing's not worth the effort, leave it." Kata hid on a branch, watching them leave, sighing in relief. But suddenly, beside it stood a boy calmly eating bread, young Feng Liu. Kata jumped for bristling, baring fangs in alarm, but Feng Liu smiled gently, offering bread. "Want some?" His eyes turned wistful as he gazed at the forest, sighing that the Humaniman war left too many starving. He whispered, "I only wish this war would end, so everyone could live in peace." Back in the present, amid the smoky chaos, a colossal dragon roared, its aura overwhelming everything. Kinyu didn't hesitate, his cold command echoing like divine decree. "Lack, return!" Immediately, Tan Jixiao burst into crazed laughter, sword gleaming, mocking, "You think you're wiser than heaven?" But before his laughter ended, the sword cracked apart, shards scattering everywhere. In a flash, the fragments flew to Kinyu, merging in his hand into a perfect blade, the weapon returning to its true master. Tan Jixiao froze, muttering in disbelief, "What's happening?" "I was controlling it." Kinyu smirked, "Thanks for charging Lack with power," and charged the horde of clones alone. Closing his eyes, he steadied his breath, roaring like thunder. Lactricum sword form unleash. The blade struck the ground, smoke spiraling upward, swallowing all clones and shaking space itself. From the black sky, lightning crashed, an explosion of light that scattered the clouds and bathed the battlefield in brilliance. As the haze cleared, one figure stood. Kinyu smiled faintly, murmuring, "I knew it was you." Before him appeared Kata, now massive and fierce, standing beside him to forge a legend. Though Yu's face remained cold, joy flared in his heart at his friend's return. Tan Jixiao's remaining clones faded away like dust in the wind. With despair outweighing defiance, they fell, leaving him alone under clear skies. Now, he could only sit blankly, utterly defeated. No path left to redemption, but Yu wasn't done. He leveled his sword, voice booming like thunder. This war must end. Memories from 2 years ago surfaced in Shenghua Nation, when he, Feng Liu, and Kata were still young. He once ordered a search for a fallen demon. He had shouted, "Bring him back," while Kata frowned in reluctance. Feng Liu laughed, teasing, "You mean the one that looks like a dog when it bites?" He joked further, Alright, no one said you're a dog, just close enough. Kata turned away in sulky protest, while Yui laughed, quipping that dogs had always been mankind's best friends. Back to the present. Though broken, Tanjixiao lunged and struck Ka, making the beast roar in pain. But drained and staggering, sweat pouring, he was nearly finished. Yu stayed calm, ordering firmly. Stop him. Knowing his foe was out of energy, he rested the blade on his shoulder, eyes cold, declaring, "You've run out of time now, face judgment." Yet Tanjixiao still struggled, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed a hidden switch. His voice turned venomous. "Take me away or everything explodes." Kate erupted in flames, fire crawling up its body. It howled in agony, tears streaming like rivers. Yui roared in fury. "You planted explosives in it, you vile beast." As Yui reeled in shock, Tanjixiao seized the chance. Using Kata's pain to escape, with no choice, Kata bit down and carried him off, while Baoli reached out helplessly. Begging to follow, smoke engulfed the field before everyone's eyes. Tanjixiao rode Kata skyward, vanishing into the thick clouds. Once safe, he lifted his head arrogantly, vowing never to bow to weak demons. His eyes gleamed cold as steel, demonic aura intact, sweeping the onlookers below with scorn. The crowd murmured in confusion. How could General Kan, swift as the wind, fail to catch him? Hakov stood frozen, eyes blazing with fury, watching his enemy escape as his blood boiled. He looked up bitterly, wondering if he really had to let go now. His body collapsed, eyes heavy with despair and helplessness. At that moment, a firm, deep voice rang out. "I believe in you." Cam Nako startled, realizing it was Kathap's voice. While Tanjixiao thought he was safe, he froze as Kathap suddenly accelerated. It roared, "Remember our old game?" then hurled him skyward, making him scream in terror. Kathap opened its jaws, crushed him until blood splattered, his scream turning into rage. But that was only the start. Kathap grinned slyly and dragged him through space. It spun back, yanking Tanjixiao before Nakov, his face pale with horror as he cursed wildly. Nakov's eyes turned icy. He raised his sword and murmured, "Today is your death day." Tanjixiao, gravely wounded, snarled, "Don't blame me for being cruel." He pulled out an explosive device, ready to blow up the entire area. The countdown surged. 3, 83, 90. The flames wrapped him, tension crackling in the air. Cam Nakok dashed forward like lightning, seizing the final chance. As the timer hit 99.5, he slashed, shattering the bomb strapped to the man's back. A massive explosion erupted, but his timely strike freed Kathap from death's grip. The crowd went silent, hearts stopped. No one dared to breathe. Baolai stood amid the smoky chaos, stunned by the divine destruction before him. From the haze, Cam Nakok emerged, steady and resolute, eyes blazing bright. Tanjixiao lay sprawled in a pool of blood, gasping, knowing his end was near. Cam Nakok walked closer, eyes cold as ice, staring down the dying foe. In despair, Tanjixiao knelt, trembling, begging, "Please spare me, I was wrong." But Cam Nakok only stared coldly, ignoring his screams and pleas. He finally spoke, voice deep, "When you betrayed us, you chose this fate yourself." Tanjixiao screamed madly, "Betrayed who? What are you talking about?" Kathap stepped silently behind Nakov, eyes burning, ready to finish the sinner. Seeing Tanjixiao beg, Nakov remembered the faces of his victims. With resolve, he declared coldly, "This is your judgment, Tanjixiao." Without hesitation, he swung his first strike, ripped through space to punish betrayal. He followed with more blows, each one sentencing another of his crimes. One strike for assaulting the innocent. 2 more slashes fell, yet his fury still raged. He unleashed a storm of strikes, each condemning torture and treachery. The sight of fallen comrades ignited his fury beyond control. Face pale and eyes hollow, he swung again, slashing the enemy's face apart. The demon within him roared, "You stole my device!" Insulted Kathap, "You vile beast!" and struck the final blow. Tanjixiao's face was now a ruin of blood and tears, no longer human. After making him pay for every sin, Nakov raised his sword one last time, eyes cold and emotionless. The final slash, swift and fated, sent Tanjixiao from this world. Ending his crimes, Nakov stood amid smoke, gaze icy, the crowd silent in awe and fear. Someone whispered, "Truly, our captain is a real demon." After that fatal strike, Nakov stood tall like a god of judgment on the battlefield. A glowing message appeared, "Boss level 5 defeated. Mission Guardian of Demon Clan complete. 2.2 million XP. Level up to a 16. In an instant, Nahakov appeared in a chamber where Jing Na stood beside an energy tank, his body soaked in blue water, all weapons and armor fully restored. Jing Na placed her hand on the glass, eyes full of love, whispering, "It's almost over, only we remain." Suddenly, an alert bell rang with a message from the front lines. A subordinate of Tan Cheng entered nervously, reporting that Legion 21 suffered a crushing defeat. General Tanjixiao. His voice broke. "Has fallen." By the riverbank, Tan Cheng calmly fished. Unfazed, he asked softly, "Can the body be recovered?" The soldier bowed. "Impossible, sir." The old man nodded calmly. "I see. Then prepare a coffin, no state funeral." He added, "Announce to the world that Tan Cheng's eldest son died gloriously in battle." Suddenly he leapt up, gleeful. "Yo, a bite! Quick, reel it in." But in the shadows, Tanling watched with bluttered eyes, whispering, Brother, demon clan, this world ill make you all pay. Hatred had already turned him into a monster without his knowing. At dawn the next day, over the demon kingdom, the sky was dim and fog-laden. In the dark royal chamber, faint light flickered as if dying out. The air was so heavy that no one dared to breathe deeply. At that moment, a demon subordinate bowed and said, "The Alliance Summit invitation has arrived for 3 days. Has the sovereign decided?" The king replied gloomily, "That summit is a sweet insult, but as a member, I must attend." He sighed, admitting the nation couldn't even gather a few ranked demons, and few ever returned intact. The subordinate pleaded humbly, asking the sovereign to decide soon so candidates could be prepared. Before he could answer, a monster's shadow with vile tentacles burst from the wall, making the king tremble in terror. Then the creature said coldly, "Well, choose for you," as blood splattered across the stone floor. At the same time, far away in Yun Kingdom, a letter reached a young girl. It was an invitation to the Alliance Summit. On the throne, the wounded queen closed her eyes, tearfully thanking Yun Kingdom for their aid. The attendant bowed respectfully, urging her to rest and soon decide who would represent them. The scene shifted to a grand, ornate castle still under construction. Amid the scene, Chiang Xiao worked tirelessly, his shirt soaked in sweat. He devoted himself to demolishing old structures to lay new foundations. As he paused to wipe his sweat, someone from afar took notice of him. The man called out, "Chiang Xiao, take a break. General Jiang has come to see you." On a wheelchair, General Jiang smiled, teasing the boy that even a fortress needed his tiny strength. Chiang Xiao bowed gratefully, thanking him for donating another heart to save his mother. Jiang Dado spoke calmly, saying his heart had stopped after the explosion. Helping was mere coincidence. A debt repaid, he gazed into the distance, saying both humans and demons have good and evil. The wicked always face retribution. His words made Chiang Xiao recall the one who begged for mercy after offending the demon clan and met rightful punishment. Even as the man screamed and pleaded madly, no one pitied him. A savage beast lunged, tearing him apart like savoring a rare delicacy. Jiang Dado looked sternly at Chiang Xiao, saying only the kind meet good ends. His own brother betrayed them and deserved death. Chiang Xiao interrupted, voice trembling, saying it wasn't how the general thought. He said that brother was terrifying. Yes, but deep inside still burned a spark of kindness. When humans attacked, he ignored his unhealed wounds and plunged into the flames to save lives. In the red smoke, he shouted, "Move, idiot!" Eyes wet as he dragged people through ashes, he shielded them, yelling, "My heart can go to waste," then pushed mother and son out of hell. Unfortunately, they met a powerful human warrior amid the fiery chaos. That man, without hesitation, tore out his own heart and gave it to me, telling me to get my mother to safety. He said firmly, "He'll stay behind to cover his retreat." Tears streamed down Chiang Xiao's face. That man had died, saving them a lifelong benefactor. Jiang Dado froze, old eyes glistening, voice breaking with remorse. He whispered, "So I blamed him wrongly all these years," then smiled sadly. "Kid, you've never changed, still the same heart as before." Scene shifted to vast plains. Kamnakov sat tall like a king guarding the demon realm. Guards reported that all 3 demon generals and the demon ancestor agreed the national energy should belong to General Kam. That power not only boosted his rank but granted skills beyond compare for dire battles. At once, he calmly said to keep that energy for rebuilding Yun Kingdom instead. When he mentioned leaving the realm, the old scholar was stunned, unable to believe it. Wei Ming asked in confusion, and he frowned, saying, "At this rate, no one will ever be able to kill me." He sighed softly, gazing afar. "I must return to humanity. It's drowning in chaos and peril. I am human, they are demons. Between us, there can be no love." He added quietly, "If I die returning, the demon clan won't understand and can't help." The beast beside him comforted, saying Princess Yigong was still safe. It added, "He'll stay with you, no matter what happens." Kamnakov smiled faintly, eyes soft. At least someone hadn't abandoned him. The beast asked curiously, "Then where will you go after leaving here?" The old scholar ran up, shouting, "General Kam, where are you heading?" In the crimson sunset, they vanished together toward the far horizon. Behind them, Wei Ming called out shakily, "General Kam." At that moment, Kamnakov adjusted his armor. Glancing at his bandaged comrade, he asked softly, "When will my prosthetic leg arrive?" Voice steady, eyes heavy. His old father chuckled dryly, saying he'd asked 3 times was something troubling him, then hesitated, guessing that worry must have something to do with him. Kamnakov didn't answer, only told his father to rest, then turned and left the room. On the road, his mind drifted through memories from their first meeting to fighting side by side among demons. He thought quietly, "I should have realized sooner he was never a demon. In truth, he was a man of the human race. Humans feared and hated him, hunting him relentlessly." The next day, in the desolate mountains, cold winds howled. The system's icy voice declared, "Only by being killed can you return to humanity. Suicide is invalid." Kamnakok frowned at the notice, while Lilong Kathap said, "The result remains the same." He rested his chin, knowing with his regeneration, even suicide couldn't end him. A thought struck. He asked Lelong Kathap if Enshrank Demon King could kill him instead. He sighed, gazing afar, but such demon kings existed only in the demon tower. None could slay me now. Li Longcathep hesitated. Honestly, in your contracted beast it feels wrong helping you find a way to die. Just then, the boulder before them trembled and shattered into falling fragments. Kamnako stood still, calmly watching it collapse. As the rocks fell, Li Longcathep shot out, smashing them apart instantly. It looked at the debris, speaking with mild irritation. He replied quickly, "Stop protecting me, let me face danger, I must learn to control myself." Li Longcathep grumbled, "Yeah, you're really courting death?" At that moment, a massive bear roared and charged fiercely. Its claws slashed through air, but Li Longcathep blocked and struck it flying. Kamnako sighed. Watching the beast fall, Li Longcathep apologized awkwardly, but he waved it off. Night fell, moonlight gently draping Duzoik leaves. On the campfire, the bear's tail sizzled, giving off a savory aroma. Soon after eating his fill, Kamnaka set the bones aside, murmuring, "Enough." In full, he stood and told Li Longcathep to return and recharge within the spirit stone space. Obeying, it vanished, merging into swirling primal energy. Kamnaka looked up firmly, saying head west at dawn to seek the demon tower's ruins. Miniature Li Longcathep replied softly from his palm, "The path's uncertain, there may be no towers or shrank kings left." Kamnaka frowned, muttering, "Humans lie west too, there's nowhere else for me to go." Suddenly, Li Longcathep warned, "Someone's approaching." A cold blade touched his neck. Kamnaka glanced sideways at the newcomer's frosty rebuke. It was Hu Wukwon, who snapped, "Yun Kingdom celebrates victory, why did our hero vanish?" Kamnaka replied calmly, "And you, why chase me instead of drinking?" Hu Wukwon clenched his teeth, eyes blazing, shouting, "Tell me the truth, who are you really, and why did you come to Yun Kingdom?" His voice trembled but stayed sharp. Li Longcathep whispered, "He's angry but there's no killing intent." Kamnaka remained silent, driving Hu Wukwon mad as he yelled about his ties to humankind. He demanded, "Why do those beasts and weapons obey you? What are you?" Kamnaka answered evenly, "Because I'm human." The word struck like thunder. Hu Wukwon froze, face twisting in disbelief. Suddenly, he lunged to attack, but Kamnaka stood still, murmuring, "Too bad you can't kill me now." He smiled faintly. "If you could, dying by your hand wouldn't be so bad." Hu Wukwon froze, then shouted, "I knew it! You've been chasing death all along." He grabbed Kamnaka's collar, screaming, "Why? You provoked my father, fought everyone just to die? For what?" He replied softly, "I can only return to humanity through death. My soul borrowed this demon body, it must be slain to leave." Hu Wukwon snapped back, "Then why kill the human captain? He could've killed you, why not let him?" He clenched his teeth. "You could've let him destroy us and died with him, humans would have won, why save demons?" Kamnaka turned aside, voice heavy. "It's not about sides, it's about faith," he said slowly. "I couldn't stand by and watch cruelty," making Hu Wukwon's eyes waver. Kamnaka's gaze stayed firm, as if carving his words into the night air. Hu Wukwon trembled, his grip loosening, hand falling away. He rasped, "It was the humans who invaded, who slaughtered our people, who killed my mother." Eyes red, he shouted, "I hate humans, every one of them deserves death." Thinking of Kamnaka being human too, he screamed, "That means you must die as well." But then his voice softened, "And yet I still wished you were truly a demon." Kamnaka looked at him in silence, heart heavy, knowing that pain came not from hate, but from an unhealed wound. After a long pause, he said quietly, "Let's go," and turned away. Li Longcathep whispered, "You won't say more to him," he answered sadly. "Humans and demons can never be friends." Suddenly, Hu Wukwon called out, "The Alliance Summit will be in 1 week." Kamnaka didn't stop, his steps steady in the night wind. But Hu Wukwon continued, "It's the grandest event of the 8 demon nations." He explained, "It's a death duel, each nation sends its 2 strongest demons to compete." Hearing of shrank demons, Kamnaka halted, eyes glinting with faint hope. Hu Wukwon said sternly, "If you truly wish to die, this is your best chance." He added, "Even if you're unbeatable in Yun Kingdom, don't underestimate the entire demon race, this is honest advice." Kamnaka asked calmly, "Killings allowed in the tournament?" Hu Wukwon replied, "Of course death is expected," standing face to face. His eyes held both sincerity and concern, making Kamnaka hesitate. Hu Wukwon cut him off, "No one else from Yun Kingdom will go, so I'll join you in this plan to find death." He lowered his voice, "But remember, royal blood demons mustn't die by another's hand." He finished, "If it comes to that end, let me be the one." Kamnaka stayed silent, eyes deep as night. Then he smiled brightly, extending a hand. "Deal." Hu Wukwon clasped it, both eyes burning with strange resolve. Elsewhere, Lu Bingni received word that the Alliance Summit was an event of the United Demon Empire, gathering 18 nations to compete. The narrator continued, "Every source of mystical power in the world originated from 10 forbidden zones, and the demons held the second one." She spoke slowly. "The Alliance Summit serves 2 purposes: to strategize development and strengthen the demon race's unity. The second goal, to choose the next supreme ruler through a battle tournament held every 3 years. She emphasized it was the fairest method, only the strong prevail, and the winning nation would lead all demons." But her voice softened, eyes filled with quiet sorrow. Lu Bingni sighed, saying the alliance of 18 nations was just a shell for greed, where power replaced faith. She said bitterly that last time, of 36 fighters, only 9 survived, and this year, the 3 great powers would surely send strength demons. Her eyes dimmed with pain as she recalled how her father once led troops to compete, none returning with him. She looked at the 2 men, voice firm, "If you change your minds, there's still time. I can report you're injured, you won't have to join." Before she finished, both had vanished as if never there. Soon after, when the voice said, "We're here," Kamnahaka looked down at a vast valley. It was the Yan Kingdom. The sky was filled with flying beasts, golden towers gleaming over a magnificent cityscape that left him awed. In Yan's capital, markets thrived, streets shining brighter than legend. Lu Bingni looked around in wonder, quietly praising how much Baidi had changed over the years. She pulled her suitcase and said, "Come, let's register first." She added, "There's a victory banquet tonight, don't be late." But turning back, she found the 2 gone, frowning. "Hey, where did they disappear to?" At that moment, Kamnako stood before a fruit stall, eyes sparkling at the strange fruits. Hu Wukwon muttered disdainfully. Typical human, curious about everything. Inwardly, he thought coldly, "In the end, I'll be the one to finish you." Kamnakov moved closer to a shop, his gaze fixed on round fruits with black stripes, thinking, "I've only seen these in ancient books." The shopkeeper grinned, "Brought from the east, rare stuff." He sliced one open, revealing bright red flesh, proudly saying, "This is called watermelon, want a taste?" Seeing his silence, the man added, "Grown with magic, it restores stamina instantly." Hu Wukwon muttered, "Selling a great artifacts as fruit, what a waste." As they entered, he stared wide-eyed at rows of glowing weapons, remarking that Yun Kingdom had a similar lab, but far more secret. Suddenly, a tall demon appeared behind them, voice dripping with contempt. "You lot from Yun Kingdom?" "Huh," he sneered. "Yun Kingdom can't compare to Great Yan resources. Land, relics you lose on all fronts." He eyed them, asking, "Here to watch or compete?" Hu Wukwon answered firmly, "To fight." Then Xanglin appeared, selecting weapons while glancing at them. She scoffed sharply, "So scrawny has Yun Kingdom run out of warriors?" Hu Wukwon's fury ignited, eyes blazing, fists trembling. Xanglin ignored him, pointing at the weapon rack, ordering, "Pack all those great items and send them to Samba Hotel." The shopkeeper chuckled, adding, "Yun Kingdom's always been weak, who knows? Maybe they'll face you later." After paying, Xanglin flipped her hair proudly. "Our only rivals are ourselves." She paused, frowning slightly, muttering, "That scent from Wu Kingdom." Hu Wukwon broke into a sweat, feeling the crushing aura of enshrined demon radiate from her. The group left the shop. Crossing the bustling Yan streets, Hu Wukwon grumbled, "Everyone here's so arrogant." Lu Bingni said softly, "It's normal on the eve of battle. No one wants to look weak." She analyzed calmly, "When the alliance first formed, power was balanced, but now, only Yan, Wu, and Lei Kingdoms truly hold sway." She continued, "The final winner will receive the Celestial Stone, a relic that enables the fastest evolution into enshrined demon." Her gaze darkened. "And that's not all. The victorious nation gains command over the armies of all 18 nations and exclusive access to the Forbidden Zone." Kamnakov froze as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. He looked up at the dazzling skyscraper ahead as Lu Bingni smiled faintly. "Yes, this is the greatest creation of the demon race." A small boy approached, pushing a wheelchair with a girl identical to himself, politely asking, "Excuse me, is this the Senhala Hotel?" His voice was clear, eyes bright. The girl simply nodded in calm gratitude. At that moment, Xanglin turned back with a sneer. "Ha! More country bumpkins buying watermelon again." Hu Wukwon's fury flared, demonic energy bursting out as he roared, "Binni, I've had enough. Let me kill her." She quickly stopped him. "Idiot! Attack now and we're disqualified." Kamnakov stayed cheerful, smiling. "Yes, this is Senhala. Are you here for the Alliance Summit too?" The boy replied, "Yes, we're from Wu Kingdom." Hu Wukwon leaned close, voice low but challenging, "If we meet in battle, hit me so hard there's no retreat." The boy sweated and stammered, "Eyes, I'll try." Lu Bingni sighed, tugging Hu Wukwon away. "Come on, register before you cause another scene." Suddenly, a flash of light burst behind them, making everyone spin around. Bingni's bag ignited and fell. She screamed, "Ah!" No attacker was seen, only the bag sucked away at terrifying speed. She shouted, "Invitations and room keys are inside." Kamnako gasped, "An invisible thief," while Hu Wukwon roared, cursing, "Who the hell did that?" The small boy gently set his sister down, saying calmly, "Please, look after my sister for a moment." His eyes half closed as powerful energy radiated out, twisting the air around him. Silver light thickened, forming a glowing circle around the boy. For an instant, all went eerily still. Only faint, stealthy footsteps echoed. His blue eyes snapped open. He swung his arm, energy bursting forth. A crystal-clear ice spear formed instantly and shot toward the target. The thief panicked. Realizing he'd been completely exposed, he screamed, "Impossible! How did he locate me?" Pale blue petals scattered as Hu Wukwon stood behind, aura blazing more fiercely than the thief's fear. He muttered, "Punishing evil doesn't count as violence, right?" The thief trembled, sobbing, "I'll give it back. I'm from Fallen Kingdom. Please don't hand me to the guards. Cam Nakok laughed. Brother, your skills are impressive. The girl in the wheelchair lifted her chin proudly. Of course, as my brother. Bingy bowed gratefully. Thank you. Without you, we'd be in big trouble. Someone asked. You're already shrank, aren't you? The boy shook his head shyly. Nope, our fallen kingdom has no shrank yet, but it'll get there. The thief was dragged away, wailing, please arrest me, just don't leave me with that lunatic. The group entered the grand hall, the chaos still buzzing in whispered chatter. From an upper floor, a nobleman sipped tea, legs crossed, silently watching them. Below, representatives from every nation had gathered, the air tight with tension. He smirked faintly and murmured, the play's opening act has begun. Bing Nai frowned at the endless registration line. She checked her watch 8 p.m. and worried they'd miss the banquet. Cam Yuo smacked his lips, pitting the disabled Lakai siblings. After an hour of waiting, Bing and his group finally reached the counter. She smiled and told them to go first so the sister could rest. Lakai lit up with gratitude. The receptionist snapped, papers, don't waste my time. Lakai stammered, pointing to a sheet. She barked, invitation letter. Without it, that's trash. The crowd suddenly buzzed as here. Look, upstairs. The chairman smirked. Always so dramatic. That one. Lin La, the brightest star of the 18 nations, strode in amid wild cheers. Beside him walked a cold, sharp-eyed middle-aged woman. Bodyguards roared, clearing the path for the idol. Lakai turned in shock, still fumbling with his papers. A tall guard blocked him, refusing to let him move. The guard shoved hard, making Lakai stumble back. His sister panicked on her wheelchair, reaching for him. A calm hand reached out to reassure her. It was Yuo, eyes icy at the celebrity's arrogance. The receptionist instantly softened, offering Linla a special lane for his mother's health. Linlo adjusted his glasses arrogantly, sending his men to handle the paperwork. Yuo, still smiling, gently pushed the wheelchair ahead. He accidentally bumped Linla, almost knocking him over. Yuo said coolly, public figures should queue like everyone else. The receptionist sweated, trapped between two storms. The chairman upstairs sipped his tea. Amused, now this is entertainment. He mused over his cup about fame and reputation. Lin La, known as the Demon Clan's strongest striker, glared darkly. He sneered, got guts to touch me. Huh. Yuo ignored him, asking the clerk coldly if their files lacked anything. Linla slammed a hand on his shoulder, drawling, hey, you diff. He added, I'm talking to you. His grip tightened, clearly picking a fight. Yuo's cold glance cut through. Remove your hand. Linla's fake smile twitched, rage burning underneath. He burst out laughing, the echo scattering the crowd. Yuo stood firm, inwardly admitting his foe was powerful. Linla roared with excitement. Excellent. He grinned savagely. Let's see how long you last. A sharp voice cut in. Here, Lin, 'cause trouble now and you're disqualified. The hotel manager calmly stepped in, reminding them both were VIPs. He invited them to a private premium check-in area. Away from prying eyes, he pointed subtly, noting standard rooms were only for small nations. Linla sighed boredly, muttered fine, and walked off. Before leaving, he smirked, see you in the arena, making the manager bow nervously. Meanwhile, Yua's group was still stuck. Wujun snapped, scaring the clerk. The manager cut in sharply. Hand over your papers. He confirmed Linla as the contestant, saying the girl lacked lodging rights. Yue protested, citing family allowance, but the manager dismissed their Wu Nation papers as invalid. With a sneer, he claimed rooms were limited, only one double per country. Yue clenched his fists, bowling with anger at the unfairness. Wu Jun grabbed the manager's collar, shouting they came to compete, not be insulted. The manager reddened, snapping back, respect, you're nobody's country bumpkins. Seeing tempers flare, Yue let go, forcing himself to stay calm. The manager smugly fixed his tie, pretending nothing happened. He sneered, you're just here to mooch and watch, no chance of winning. He added cruelly, setting foot in Great Yan Nation is your life's peak, making Wu Jun's face darken. Wu Jun roared, this is how you treat guests. The manager mocked the Demon Clan as leeches. He laughed viciously. Wu Nation should have been kicked from the 18 Nation Alliance long ago. Wu Jun finally snapped, grabbing his fat face, snarling, your filthy qualification disgusts me. He squeezed until the man choked, feet dangling midair. Bang Ji joined in, channeling power to lift him effortlessly. The manager screamed. Bang Ji said coldly, I'm not a contestant. Her slender hand gripped his face, eyes like frozen blades. With a heavy thud, she threw him down, declaring, I am the first demon lord of Yun Nation. She raised her head proudly. Hair Li Yun, first leader of the 18 Nation Alliance. Her aura flared fiercely, gazed deadly. For those words, I have every right to kill you. The manager trembled, stammering, that this is Yan soil if you kill me. Bang Jie cut in coldly. When the Demon Clan formed the pact, all nations swore never to divide. She added icily, any traitor to that oath may face execution by the Liu line. At once, icy demonic energy erupted from Bang Jie. The chilling aura flooded the hall, freezing everyone in fear. The air grew crushing. Everyone forgot her true power as the manager collapsed, begging for mercy. A sudden applause broke the tension. Commander Xiang San, the chairman, stepped out smiling. The manager cried like a drowning man, Commander, save me. The commander bowed politely, apologizing for his staff's poor conduct. Bang Ji withdrew her aura, mocking, "So you're the boss. Your crew's wild." Wu Jun added coldly, "Like master, like servant." The commander calmly explained room limits favored nobles from major nations. He then offered 2 gleaming gold cards presidential suite keys for Yua's group. Turning to Lin Las siblings, he invited them to stay in his private penthouse. With a friendly smile, he described it as the highest place in Yan Nation overlooking all demon lands, delighting the siblings. In the hall, he bowed, calling it all a misunderstanding due to staff error. With a professional smile, he urged everyone to rest before the reception, but Yua pointed coldly at the manager, and him, "What's your judgment?" The man wept. The commander's voice dropped. "Should I just let him go?" Making him tremble harder. Then calmly, the commander drew a pistol. Slow and chilling, he loaded 5 brass bullets, lips curling in an unreadable smile. "Let's gamble with fate, shall we?" he said evenly. The gun aimed at the manager's head. 1 empty chamber, 1/6 chance to live. Yua's group froze, shocked by the man's icy extremity. The trigger clicked. Deafening silence followed. No shot fired. The manager collapsed, shaking from near death. He knelt, sobbing thanks to the commander over and over. The commander said flatly, "You're banned from ever appearing before the corporation again." The elevator chimed, slicing through the heavy air. People dispersed quietly, pretending nothing had happened. The receptionist sighed in relief, trembling. "I thought I was dead. Thank goodness he came." But the commander seemed lost and thought someone here exceeded his expectations. He frowned and staged the chaos, yet the white-haired Yuo hadn't reacted as planned. Yuo whispered to Kata, "Strange, a manager doesn't act that vicious." Kata nodded, "A show by the commander." Yuo mused, "Trying to make us strike early, perhaps, but then again, had stepped in to save them. It didn't add up." Kata guessed, "Then it's a test as measuring strength, picking the most dangerous one." At that moment, the commander smiled, eyes gleaming with satisfied anticipation. He murmured softly, "We'll meet again in the arena." In a quiet lounge, a white-haired girl watched it all. A servant asked gently, "Would you like more wine?" "Miss," she smiled softly, "no need. That's enough," silently wishing things would go smoothly. Then she opened the files. The Alliance tournament had 2 stages, prelims and direct duels. 18 nations sent 36 contestants aside from the reigning champ. The rest formed 7 groups of 5 for battle royals. Only 1 winner from each group advanced to the next round. The 8 qualifiers would then fight elimination duels. Yuo frowned, vowing not to be humiliated again. In front of an old shop, the trio prepared outfits for the evening banquet. They planned to relax after the lobby chaos but got stopped by guards. "VIPs only." Bang Jie explained they were Yun Nation delegates. The guards scoffed. "I know only Yan, Wu, and Lei nations allowed." He sneered, adding blandly, "Big nations get priority, sorry. Small fry." Wu Jun clenched his fists, swearing no one would ever belittle Yun Nation again. Before leaving, he checked his gear carefully as Shu Min did the same. Suddenly, shouts rang out nearby, "Hand over the valuables. The guards are gone, you're dead." A gang of thugs was robbing someone. Unluckily, it was actually Nai, who glared coldly, calling them fake civilized trash. Su Nai regretted ever coming to this chaotic land just to see her brother compete. The bandit snarled, "No escape." He was from the fallen nation, part of the Black Iron Crime Syndicate, threatening, "Hurry, or I'll take your life and body." Su Nai activated her power, realizing they were invisible assassins working in sync. "Kill one, expose all." Before she could act, her eyes lit up with relief. Wu Jun had arrived. Wu Jun froze for a heartbeat, surprised to see an old acquaintance. Su Nai feigned weakness, trembling, "Brother Wu Jun, help me." The thug yelled, "No shouting, or you die." But he didn't notice faint blue petals swirling his death omen. Wu Jun dashed in, kicking the thug square in the face, roaring, "You again? Still haven't learned." The man collapsed unconscious, Su Nai stumbling after. He caught her just in time. The scene glowed pink as petals spun. Su Nai blushed, heart racing, while Wu Jun asked worriedly, "Why are you alone here?" The cloud-type mage princess of Snow Nation felt blissful. She hadn't expected to see the man she loved again. In another alley, the Black Iron gang signaled, "Interference. Attack." They charged, thinking she was rich and unguarded, perfect prey. But a fierce cry split the air, freezing them mid-step. One screamed as his leg turned to ice, yelling. It was using cloud magic. It was Shu Nai. She wiped out the gang with ease, sneering, "Trash daring to ruin my reunion." Wu Jun asked quickly, "Are you hurt? Did they touch you?" Su Nai clung to him, trembling. "That was close. Thank goodness you came." Wu Jun eyed the fallen thug, thinking, he should have been jailed. How'd he escape? Su Nai smiled brightly, tugging his hand. "Forget it. Let's walk. I've got so much to tell you." As they turned away, frost enveloped the corpse, freezing it solid. Soon his eyes turned sharp with silent resolve to protect this happiness. While Wu Jun laughed, "Easy, don't pull so hard." Elsewhere, Lucky pushed his sister's wheelchair, guilt heavy in his eyes. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." She scolded sweetly, "Nonsense. It's just pricey medicine. We'll find another way." His eyes lit up. He swore to win first place for her cure. She urged gently, "Use the village funds for your armor and potions instead." Worried, she added, "If you meet a strong foe, don't risk it. You're what matters most." He nodded, yet secretly planned to boost offense. She snapped, "You're a tanker. Defend." not attack. At that moment, Yuo examined his weapon, asking, "Think anyone could kill me?" His teammate shook his head. Hard to say the reigning champ hasn't shown yet. Yuo pondered, recalling Xiang Lin and the short-haired prodigy from Wu Nation, both fearsome. He pictured Commander Xiang's smug grin, Lin La's arrogance, and the Thunder Nation warrior's power all mere hurdles if he advanced. He sighed, eyes closed, annoying keeping tabs on everyone's exhausting. Who could even kill me? Suddenly he opened his eyes, muttering, "Ah, I get it." He sat up, grinning. No need to seek them, they'll reveal themselves. The system in his mind buzzed skeptically. What scheme now? Meanwhile, in a shop, a long-haired girl ordered, "Pack all these great items for Wu Jun." Behind her, a reed-haired man panicked. "Hey, nope, he can't even use a staff." Elsewhere, Commander Xiang trained alone, his aura suffocatingly strong. Not far away, a ponytailed youth did push-ups with zeal, everyone preparing for the coming battles. Finally, the Alliance tournament opened, fireworks blazed across the arena, broadcast to all 18 demon nations. Yet behind the glory, a storm was rising. The announcer beamed, voice booming, "Welcome to the Grand Alliance tournament. This isn't just a competition, it's history in the making." On the Golden Throne, Yan Nation's ruler watched silently as Commander Xiang squinted at the sky. Lights and confetti swirled through roaring cheers. The host shouted, "First contestant group enter the preliminaries now." 5 fighters of varying builds and gear marched into the dazzling arena. The MC announced excitedly, "Group 1 contestants from Kui Nation, Huang Nation, and Frost Nation Achi, Tata, Wen Kun." Commander Xiang's gaze locked on a man in black armor with flamered eyes. Fire Warrior Hai Wu, Yan Nation, level 51 strongest defender. Top title contender, the Mepsi declared, as the man lifted his chin proudly. From the stands, someone shouted, "The opening match belongs to Yan Nation. The world will witness our might." A square-faced man grinned proudly. "Exactly. No one can beat Hoen Wu Yan's taking the crown." Spotlights flared over the 5 contestants as the Misi announced. And finally, from Ziyun Nation Yuo stepped forward amid cheers, his steely gaze silencing the crowd for a heartbeat. The system fretted. "You're really doing this?" He smirked. "Of course that's my style." The audience roared. Yan bettors throwing money like wildfire. Bet now. Hoen was guaranteed to win. Odds were low, and gamblers bickered noisily. Others sneered. Who'd bet on a small nation? Ziyun never heard of it. His just filler. On the giant screen, Yua's face appeared. 2 spectators laughed. "You're betting on him, idiot!" At that moment, Commander Xiang strolled in Hansen pockets, calmly saying, "You'll put 5 million on him." Their jaws dropped. "Commander Xiang, you're here." He squinted, smiling faintly. "My match is later, just here for some fun." They instantly turned sycophantic. "Ah, such vision, so generous." "Sir." Behind him, the hotel manager whispered nervously, "Sir, your turn soon." Xiang replied coolly, "No rush, this won't end quickly." His eyes gleamed as he watched the arena. "Let's see what he can do." On stage, the 5 fighters formed a circle. The Mies shouted, "Everyone ready? Countdown begins." Xiang's gaze sharpened while the Misi called, 5, 4. In the crowd, Wu Jun's heart pounded with the rhythm. On the stage, Tate and Wen Kun roared, muscles coiling to strike. Opposite them, Hun Wu closed his eyes, pupils flaring red like coals. Yuo stayed calm, a mocking smile curling his lips. 1. The Mies cried. 5 warriors lunged at once, dust exploding, impacts thundering. Amid chaos, Hoen Wu stood like a steel fortress. He bellowed, mystic steel armor activate. His shoulder plates glowed, coating his body in dense crystal armor. Muscles swelled. System read defense 1000. Wen Kun spun, unleashing a fierce whirlwind strike. A chi slashed the air with razor wind blades. Tata fired mana rounds. Non-stop flames engulfed the arena. The Mepsi narrated breathlessly, 3 contestants joining forces to crush Yan's iron wall. Han Wu. As the smoke cleared, Hoen Wu still stood laughing coldly, unscathed. Tata gawked. "Impossible." A chi snarled, "Not even a scratch." Wen Kun stammered, "Keep attacking." In the stands, Linla crossed his legs, smirking. Classic tactic, team up to eliminate the strongest first. Wu Jun glanced at him, hearing, "If they can't pierce his armor, they're just tiring themselves." He frowned, "But that guy, what's Yuo planning?" On stage, Yuo flexed lightly, murmuring, "Warm-up done. You ready?" The system yawned. "Yeah, power's still compressed, go for it." In the stands, Wu Jun broke a cold sweat. His gut screamed Yuo was about to do something insane again. Suddenly, Yuo drew his sword, blue lightning blazing as his eyes flashed. "All right, time for a show," he roared. "Everyone, all cameras on me, see who I truly am." A camera drone demon zoomed in, lens locked on Yuo's face. The 4 other fighters exchanged uneasy, suspicious looks. Yuo smirked under the spotlight, pointing at Hoen Wu. "Go on, crank all your defenses." Hoen Wu snarled, "You dare challenge me?" Yuo's grin deepened, hand tightening on the hilt. Lightning exploded from the blade, tearing through the ground. Armor shattered. System alert. Critical hit. The arena erupted, debris and shockwaves blasting outward in a storm of dust. As the haze thickened, Linla froze, stunned by the devastation. Meanwhile, Commander Xiang sat rigid, pulse racing. Eyes wide in disbelief, the blast collapsed half the stadium wall. The MC screamed, reporting the incident. In the control room, Wu Jun muttered faintly. As expected, thick black smoke billowed upward, cloaking the arena. When it cleared, Tada lay face down. When Kun and Achi fallen and barely breathing, only Han Wu remained kneeling, trembling, drenched in sweat, muttering impossible as the system flashed severe injury. The mesh shouted hoarsely, 1 strike 3 down, only 2 remain. Yuo lowered his sword, eyes cold, announcing his final move. Wait, Han Wu cried, hands shaking. I surrender. The audience froze in collective silence. Commander Xiang roared in fury while someone beside him shouted, disgraceful. Gamblers groaned, clutching their heads, some admiring Yuo's power, others lamenting the surrender. Han Wu trembled, thinking that sword could pierce any defense if unleashed fully. The arena would vanish. The Mepsi grabbed Yuo's hand and raised it high, declaring the first qualifier finished. He shouted excitedly, winner Yuo of Yun Nation. Han Wu croaked weakly, who are you? What kind of weapon and power is that? Suddenly, someone rushed up, snatching the mic, stammering, Yuo, what are you planning next? On the stands, Commander Xiang chuckled inwardly, his show's far from over. Yuo stood tall, cleared his throat, and shouted, hey, demons of this world, listen well. Linla frowned, unease creeping in. Yuo sneered, giving a thumbs down, you're all weaklings. At that instant, a blue-haired girl watched silently, while Commander Xiang seethed and Linla with Sang Lin stared coldly. Calculating, Wu Jun smirked, knew it, while Li Bangji gasped, what the hell is Yuo doing? Yuo raised his head proudly, voice booming, proclaiming himself champion and the strongest demon alive. His arrogant declaration echoed across every broadcast. He smirked, daring, anyone who doubts me, come prove it. He finished boldly, find me anywhere on the plaza. The arena erupted, cheers thundered, fans screaming the name of Yun Nation's warrior. Even the wounded lifted their heads. Someone whispered tearfully, this time, Yun Nation survives thanks to him. On the container roof, Huan told Wei Ming that Yu had changed Yun Nation, while Yan Nation's people burned with rage. Then the MC announced the Nechle Nation's representative, Linla. At the referee's signal, Linla struck like lightning, downing 2 foes in an instant. The crowd froze, staring at his cold face and eyes gleaming with killing intent. Huan observed that such powerful demons were why Yun Nation had long struggled to stand. Wei Ming nodded, saying calmly that with Gang Xianjun and Wu Jun, they finally had hope again. On the big screen, a wide view appeared as Wei Ming said, the third match is Wu Jun's turn. The mesh shouted the third round begins. Contestants enter the arena. First came a gaunt man with hollow eyes. The Misi introduced Xinchen from Feng Nation. Then followed Da Lang of Tai Nation, Nei Yin of Shu Nation, and Wang Feng of Shan Nation. When Wu Jun appeared, cheers erupted as the Misi declared Wu Jun Yun Nation's representative. In the waiting room, Lia Bangji grinned, teasing that Yun Nation was favored. Now would they gang up on him? Yu replied coldly, only Dao Lang was worth guarding against. He leaned on his knee, thinking 7 matches total. No strength demons here but me. Wu Jun's victory is certain. Then Meixu Nai bounced in waving pom-poms, shouting, Wu Jun champion, you're the best. Her cheer stunned the room. Why was the Xu Nation princess rooting for the rival? The Mhei's booming voice shook the arena, declaring the battle officially begun. On stage, Wu Jun readied himself as Nei Yin and Wang Feng charged together, yelling to kill him first. Wu Jun smirked. Yu Yu's hatred had worked perfectly. He unleashed wind transformation, a storm of silver blades shredding both foes instantly as the Mepsi screamed in awe. Meanwhile, Dao Lang appeared behind Xinchen, eyes crimson, beheading him in one savage strike. Then he glared at Wu Jun as the Messi roared, only 2 contenders remain. Wu Jun squinted. Calm. Dao Lang was only a rank, but his power wasn't to be ignored. Dao Lang licked his lips, his scar twitching, eyes hungry like a beast. In a flash, Wu Jun lunged, memories of brutal training in Demon Nation flashing through his mind. He felt his strength surpass the past. Dao Lang's strike hit only an illusion. As Dao Lang froze, Wu Jun appeared behind, stabbing through his gut in a flash of steel. With one clean cut, half of Dao Lang fell. The MC screamed, one move ends it. Wu Jun sheathed his sword, murmuring, it's over, maybe now I can face even strength foes. Suddenly, a chilling force stabbed his spine, freezing his breath. A blade pierced his chest. The Messi shouted in panic, the fight's not over. From behind, headless Xinchen reappeared, gripping his weapon as Wu Jun turned. Dazed, he countered with a thunderous slash, but Xinchen twisted away with eerie motion. In the waiting room, Liabenjie exclaimed, it's impossible, fighting even after losing his head. Yu Yu widened his eyes, chilled. Something about Xinchen wasn't normal. On the arena floor, even half-witted Xinchen raised a blazing red blade, forcing Wu Jun to leap away. Wu Jun gripped his sword, eyes burning, vowing not to fall here. He unleashed a flurry of sword images, slicing the foe into dozens of pieces, but landing down, he froze Xingchen's body, reformed, red thread stitching him whole again. Wu Jun frowned, panting, muttering, it's over, right? Yet the sight before him made his eyes roll wide. What the hell is that? Xingchen stood fully restored, body intact, eyes blazing brighter. Suddenly, he burst into red white shards rushing toward Wu Jun, baffling him completely. Then Xingqian charged, blade weaving a net of light, slashing wildly as Wu Jun rolled aside. Wu Jun braced on the ground, gasping, thinking the damage is insane. His powers rising, not fading. From the stands, Yu sweated coldly, eyes tense. He cupped his hands, shouting his aura strange. You can't fight him anymore. Seeing Wu Jun covered in blood, Yu yelled surrender now. While Xingqian staggered closer, red cords crawling over him, Wu Jun wiped the blood from his lip, snarling, you think I came here to play games? Battle memories surged. He clenched his fists, swearing never to feel helpless again nor let loved ones suffer. His eyes flared red as he roared, whoever harms my people. Energy surged scarlet, Wu Jun declared. From now on, Yun Nation is under my protection. His body transformed, black armor forming, half-face under an iron mask, voice deep. It'll become in strength demon even if it kills me. Staring at Xingqian, he growled, I won't lose again. At that instant, Xingqian lunged, and Wu Jun roared Demon King Thunder Strike. A blazing blue beam shot up like a missile, tearing the floor apart. The stands quaked, the crowd screamed, and the MC stammered. Yun Nation broke the arena again. As smoke cleared, Xingqian knelt, upper body gone, molten marks burning the ground. The MC shouted excitedly. But suddenly, red roots sprouted from the remains, regrowing his body. The messy gasped, wait. The tide's turning. Seconds later, Xingqian stood whole, black eyes glaring, mouth twisted in a wicked grin. From afar, the audience stared at the exhausted Wu Jun, unbelieving. Yu gaped, exclaiming it's bad. Xingqian rose tall, eyes taunting as he unleashed crimson energy mimicking Wu Jun's move. The eerie blast tore the air, shooting straight at him. Wu Jun stayed calm, pouring all power to meet it head-on. The sight made Huan weep and Mei Xunai scream in despair. Liao Bangji stood frozen as the Misi trembled winner. Xingqian of Feng Nation, Sunai rushed to hug Wu Jun, sobbing his name endlessly while Yu and Bangji panicked. Yu said gravely, luckily, he dodged the fatal point. Just gravely injured and unconscious, he sprang up, ordering get him to the medical room now. Then he looked up at the towering Xingqian, eyes narrowing. Something's off about this Feng Nation fighter. Xingqian lifted his head coldly as the Misi proclaimed congratulations to Xingqian of Feng Nation for the victory. On the stands, Feng Nation's Demon King Maidan smirked proudly, boasting his team's ticket to the next round. Unexpectedly, he recalled the dark days in Feng Nation, where headless ones still refused to die. Soon, strange mid-stage silkworms crawled up their bodies, burrowing into their severed necks. Their corpses trembled, twisted, then suddenly moved again. Next, the torn necks slowly sealed as if pulled by invisible hands. Within moments, new heads formed, making them look fully alive. It turned out both Xingqian and Maidan were born from that twisted ritual. Once complete, both knelt before a hooded figure who rasped commands for their dark mission. Scene shift at Yan Nation. Xingqian bowed before that figure, stammering that the first mission was done. He chuckled hoarsely, nodding in grotesque satisfaction. The cloaked one, of the Maida clan with unknown rank, grinned cruelly, declaring the top seat must belong to his kind. Back at the arena, the qualifiers raged on amid roaring cheers. The MC shouted the fourth match ends with victory for Xiang Lin of Wu Nation. She stood tall, cold-eyed, foot on her fallen foe. Next, the MC announced match 5. Yan Nation's commander easily crushed his rival. Unaware the demon threat crept ever closer, the crowd buzzed as the Misi eagerly introduced match 6. The first fighter, a girl from Lei Nation. Miley, Linla blinked, whispering, she's from Lei Nation. How have I never heard of her? Then glanced at the next contestant. At that instant, Yu froze, mouth agape, staring at Miley in shock. Ironically, old memories flooded back fiercely. He saw himself bloodied, sword in hand, screaming on the battlefield, stay away from me. Then, a white-haired girl approached gently, saying softly, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. She helped him rest by a tree, asking quietly, you really don't remember anything? He weakly replied, nope, I don't know who I am or how I got here. After a pause, he murmured faintly, my name is Shay Fengliu. Yu looked at the girl and asked softly, why are you here in this war zone? What's your name? She panicked, averting her gaze, stammering before blurting, my name is, finally, she exhaled, relieved Miley. At that moment, a guard rushed in shouting, Princess Hikiaina, return now, the queen has come back to the palace. She panicked, signaling for silence, I told you to keep my identity secret outside. The memory pulled him further back. When they were 12, sneaking into a festival, she chirped, hurry, or we'll get caught. She held his hand tight, climbing and laughing, so high, help me up a bit. Shay Fengliu blushed, mumbling, okay. She turned back with a mischievous smile, reminding, remember, outside we use fake names. Naihu. He scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, got it Miley, back to the present. Yu froze, murmuring. Every time Nana snuck out, she used the name Miley. Could it be? His gaze dropped to the arena, where the Misi's voice echoed announcing the battle's start. Miley stepped forward, inhaling deeply, her soft yet steady voice rising. The fateful match began. As the duel started, Miley cast her skill Frozen Sky Melody. Her chilling song instantly froze everything around her. Yu froze, shocked. The skill was identical to the one in his memory, a glowing halo shining above her head. Then her staff lit up, and a mysterious sigil appeared on her back, making the crowd gasp. Suddenly, Miley slammed her staff down the ground, shook as giant roots burst forth, thrashing wildly. The mace cried out, the roots sprout from ice. She's a rare dual-element wielder. Vines lashed out, hurling her opponent backward, screaming in pain. The Misi cheered. Molly has thrown all rivals off the stage, complete domination. Finally, the speakers boomed, congratulating Mealy of Lay Nation on her victory. Yu stood still, murmuring cloud song combined with floral magic. Exactly like Nana's power, he trembled among billions. How could such a coincidence exist? But suspicion grew. If it's really Nana, why are her eyes so cold, her aura demonic? Milo walked through the great doors. The Messi announced her as winner of match 6. Instantly, Yu dashed off, driven by an overwhelming instinct. He crashed into a staff member, sending them sprawling, but didn't stop. He sprinted down the stairs, heart pounding, eyes locked on the closing door. He whispered, "Wait for me, Nana." Stopping, he gasped for air. Sweat dripping as confusion filled his gaze. A chilling thought flashed: could she too be possessed by a demon body like me? But he quickly denied it. He himself didn't have true demon origin powers. His heart sank. If it's truly her, how did she reach this place? The beast beside him nodded, saying she looked just like Princess Nana, yet her aura felt foreign. Behind the wall, Molly stood silently, listening without a word. Her eyes dimmed as she whispered, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry I can't let you know yet." She bowed her head, murmuring, "I must finish this mission." In history, the T-clan once conquered the arena, used the eternal key, and ruled the demon realm. That thought echoed, reminding her the greatest upheaval in history was repeating. Molly clenched her fist, eyes blazing. She would stop him from seizing the top seat, giving Xiao Feng a chance to become the rightful demon king. Yet she knew her opponent this time was terrifying. Revealing herself too soon would be disastrous. She looked towards Xiao Feng, whispering, "Just wait a little longer, I'll tell you everything soon." Yu left the stands heavy-hearted, sensing how the world had changed since his rebirth. He knew his return had derailed humanity's plan for the new era's rise, triggering war with Yun Nation and plunging the world into chaos. He frowned, sighing, how many more brutal wars must humanity endure? Finally, he looked ahead, voice resolute, if this tournament fails, what will you do? Then answered himself, eyes blazing, then he'll fight to the very end. At that moment, the system's voice echoed through the arena, making everyone hold their breath. The display updated, showing the advancement results for the Alliance Tournament qualifiers. 6 matches were complete, all winners confirmed, with Shuoya special exemption. 7 candidates advanced to the direct elimination stage. Bang Ji stared at the screen, saying gravely, only one final slot remains, waiting for its owner. On stage, the Meg roared, hyping the crowd who will seize the final qualifying spot. 2 contestants appeared: Lakai, an errant cloud warrior from Wu Nation, versus Lo Bei, Shrank leader of the infamous Dark Gold Syndicate from Demon Realm. The leader stood tall, skull in hand, blood dripping as his killing aura filled the arena. The audience screamed madly, "Lo Bei! Lo Bei! Kill him!" Lo Bei, head of the Dark Gold Syndicate, advanced toward Laki, eyes cold as ice. His gravelly voice rumbled, "That day, you dared touch my man, remember?" The threat froze the air. From the stands, Bang Jie calmly analyzed. This was the battle for the last qualifying slot. Yu frowned, doubting Laki could win, but Bang Ji countered, "The level gap's huge, victory's impossible." Yet Yu murmured, "Everyone thinks Hell lose, so that's exactly why Hell fight." Below, his sister Lemeng trembled in prayer, "Brother, please be careful." On stage, Lakai drew his bow, hands shaking but eyes resolute, each arrow a wager of his life for his sister's safety. He roared, unleashing all fury, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Yu watched, feeling a strange bond of empathy and deep admiration. Then the crowd erupted again, chanting, "Kill him! Kill him!" Amid the noise, old memories flooded back. Feng Liu, a 12-year-old warrior, blood-soaked and burning with resolve. Despite his wounds, he stepped forward, shouting, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." His foe, a hulking errant fighter from the Iron Horse Empire, grinned, blood dripping. "Been a while since I tasted kid meat." Not far away, little Ikiina, age 12, wept from a steel cage, crying, "Why did you come back?" Feng Liu looked up at her through the bars, voice firm, "If I win, they'll release us." Arena law cruel but absolute. The crowd jeered, mocking the Brank boy for daring to challenge an errant beast. The brute laughed, fangs glinting, swinging heavy chains, roaring, "Foolish brat." Tiny Feng Liu stood unflinching, eyes blazing to surpass his limits. Back in the present, Lakui attacked with everything, his fiery resolve mirroring Feng Liu's love-driven courage. Icy arrow shot like lightning, piercing Lo Bei's arm, making him roar, "Not bad, brat." But then his eyes gleamed. He slammed the ground, unleashing thunder domain, electricity binding Lakai's body in paralysis. Before Lai could react, Lo Bei lunged, fist crackling, shouting, "Still want to play hero, weakling." A flashback: years ago, the Iron Horse warrior had smashed Feng Liu's face the same way, dropping him into blood. The brute smirked, stepping forward amid the crowd's frenzy, "Kill him, kill him." In the present, Lo Bei neared again, ready to deliver the finishing blow to motionless Laki. From the cage, Kaina wept softly, calling, "Xiao Feng." In the stands, Lemeng sobbed, "Brother, Don't give up. When reason to fight outshone fear, Lakes and Feng Lia's eyes both blazed their foes. Lo Bai and the Iron Horse fighter roared, "Trash! You dare defy me!" The two small figures lay on the ground, seemingly out of hope. Lo Bai's fist glowed bright, lightning surging as power gathered for the final strike. The punch struck down, shattering the ground and ripping the arena apart. As the dust settled, silence fell. Everyone thought the fight was over. Suddenly, Lakai sprang up behind Lo Bai, shouting, "I will never lose." At the same time, in memory, Feng Yu rose too, slashing wildly, yelling, "I will never." Their voices merged, eyes blazing, roaring together. "Lose to you, never." Feng Liu drove his blade through the Iron Horse fighter's skull. Blood spraying. The battle of that year ended. In the present, Leku's ice arrow pierced Lo Bai's head. He collapsed, eyes frozen wide. The Cloud Archer of Wu Nation had broken through. His eyes shone bright with surging power. Before Lo Bai's corpse, Lakai released a massive surge of energy, light engulfing him completely. The crowd exploded. He advanced, shrank, without a promotion stone. Just like Feng Liu long ago, the youngest warrior ever to reach shrank and stun the world. Bang Ji lipped up, eyes wide. He advanced mid-battle. The first shrank demon of Wu Nation appears. Yu Yu smiled quietly, saying, "Every king begins weak and rises above all." On stage, Lakai raised his hand, radiating power as the Misi roared. An epic duel. Lakai, the archer of Wu Nation, triumphs against the odds. He proclaimed loudly, "The 8 finalists are confirmed." The next stage will feature 3 life-or-death duels, each fighting for the top seat. The Misi called the contestants backstage to draw their match numbers. One by one, fighters approached the draw box, eyes tense, awaiting fate. When Miley stepped up, Yu Yu watched from behind, emotions surging. He thought, seeing her feels like seeing Nana again, then sighed, "I wonder how humanity fares now." Beside him, Cat Tower muttered, "She truly resembles the princess." Yu Yu frowned, whispering, "No more delays, I must return to my real body now." Cat Tower replied, "I've recorded all match data." It analyzed, 3 most dangerous to you, Lin La, Commander, and Shuo Yu. Just then, Shuo Yu stepped forward to draw his power, still a fearsome mystery. Yu Yu approached the table as Cat Tower advised, "Avoid those 3, and you'll have a chance." He smiled faintly, "Let's see what number." The gears spun. A glowing sphere revealed the number 1. He thought, "Number 1 first to fight, meaning my opponent is number 2. He turned and saw Lakai holding ball number 2, surprised. Cat Tower immediately warned, "Bad luck, he just advanced. Now extremely tough." From the stands, Commander lifted ball number 5. Eyes cold as he glanced at Yu Yu. He smirked mockingly, saying, "What a boring setup," then closed his eyes, murmuring, "When I open them, let fate shift its course." The light gears spun again. Another draw triggered, but the result remained number 2. Stirring murmurs through the hall. Yu Yu clenched his fist, whispering, "Number 1 faces number 2, meaning my opponent is him." At that moment, Commander strode forward, raising his ball high, sneering. Well, satisfied with this outcome, he held up the number 2, saying slowly, "Weren't you looking for someone who could kill you?" Yu Yu stayed silent, eyes icy, offering no reply. Commander placed a hand on his chest, smiling darkly. "Don't worry, I'll grant your wish soon enough." The Meg's voice rang clear. "The drawing is complete. The first 2 matches of the knockout round will begin now." Commander 2, King of Yan Nation's army, stepped out, aura commanding, gaze sweeping the stands. His eyes scanned the battle chart, confirming the first 2 matchups. Yu Yu versus Commander. While Sang Lin faced Xingqi, Commander sneered. Yu Yu merely frowned, ready to fight. On the other side, the Mepsi announced, "Sang Lin, warrior of Wu Nation, will face Xingqian, the blazing star of Feng Nation's qualifiers." He added, "This stage is deadly. Every match takes place in a special arena." Tu King raised his hand, demonic power shaking the ground. Instantly, Yu Yu was pulled into another dimension, light swirling like a vortex. This was a virtual battlefield, crafted solely for the death matches of the tournament. The Meg roared, "The first duel will be held atop Yan Nation's highest tower." Dragons carrying cameras circled, capturing every breathless moment. The Misi continued, "The arena is the summit of the Colossus statue." Yu Yu advanced, coldly asking, "You used your power to rig the draw, didn't you?" Commander hesitated briefly, but Yu Yu went on, "From our first meeting, I sensed your power of manipulation." A flash of memory. The gun duel back then, Commander had calmly loaded a single bullet, yet always fired true. Same with this draw. He chose his opponent. Yu Yu laughed coldly. "It's all an act. You're not after the crown, you're hunting a worthy foe." He looked him dead in the eye, voice low, "If all you wanted was victory, you have countless ways. Why must it be me?" Commander tilted his head back, laughing madly, a crooked grin of pleasure. He sneered, "As expected, you're no ordinary demon to see through even my power." His tone deepened with thrill. "My life's a string of predestined victories, everything predictable. Dull as death." He laughed louder, staring straight at Yu Yu. "Only against you do I feel true uncertainty, not knowing how I'll win or if I'll live or die. That's what makes a fight worth it." He shouted, eyes gleaming. Yu Yu sighed softly, replying coldly, "If you want to win, there's only one way, kill me before everyone's eyes." He suddenly chuckled, pointing at him, Otherwise, your first defeat will be broadcast worldwide. Commander smirked, eyes flashing, voice low and rough. Relax, I don't choose futures where I lose. I never have, but his face went pale as he stammered. Wait, you're before him. Yu yawned lazily. Bored? Well, what are you waiting for? Attack already. Cold sweat rolled down Commander's face, his thoughts unraveled. Vision blurring. 4 outcomes flashed. He falls, is impaled, kneels, or dies with a sword through his throat. No matter the path, the end was the same defeat. Commander frowned in shock, whispering, for the first time I can see a path to victory. His eyes glowed violet as he muttered, let's test the 16th scenario. No good. Trembling, he tried again. 26, 9-7, 1 at 12, 1 in an 81, 256 all failed. He collapsed to his knees, drenched in sweat, screaming in despair. Impossible. How can there be no version where I win? His voice shook, not just losing by the 256th scenario, yet he still stood, body unscathed. He gasped and stammered. His recovery speed surpassed even that of an enshranked demon. Tu Ming pressed his hand to the ground. Voice trembling, legend said some immortals couldn't be destroyed even by a full-grown demon king. At the same time, across the arena, Sighing Lin collapsed, drenched in blood. She gritted her teeth. No way. His regeneration's too fast. Even fatal blows don't work. Xingqian advanced, fist blazing, ready to finish her off. A deafening explosion shook the air, smoke engulfing the stands. Sighing Lin was hurled away, blood spilling from her mouth, body nearly paralyzed. Through the haze, a figure slowly stood, radiating icy killing intent. Xingqian emerged, one arm missing but still standing proud, eyes cold as steel. Sighing Lin trembled as his arm regrew in an instant, utter disbelief on her face. With blood on her cheeks, she whispered, he has the monster of Yun Nation. Memories of the prelims flashed. Xingqian once crushed a rival, body torn apart yet undying, terrifying all. Now he closed in, eyes locked coldly on her. Sighing Lin shivered, weakly raised her hand, hoarsely cried, I surrender. Back in Nuoyu's arena, he strode forward calmly, saying, seems you can't kill me, let me end this match. Though his mind was in turmoil, Tu Ming stayed composed, thinking, I haven't lost since I was 16. He closed his eyes, smiled faintly. Interesting, besides you, someone else might beat me soon. Then he clenched his fist, muttering, I swore never to lose to anyone. His eyes blazed, voice hardened. Fine, let's bet our lives. Tu Ming erupted with power, activating the skill Battlestar Shift, converting all energy and spirit into chance points soaring to 8,000. He snapped his fingers, demonic energy swirling, proclaiming, ultimate skill Fatal Domain. Only when I reach my limit. Power exploded violently, dragging both into a void without light or sound. Nuoyu narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the strange force surrounding them. A deep voice echoed, long time no see. An illusion of Zelian, an enshranked demon, appeared before them. He grinned wickedly, hissing, so someone forced you to use your ultimate move. From the transparent ground, a giant chessboard rose, spinning amid mist. Zelian laughed, prepare to wager your lives. Nuoyu's eyes gleamed with thrill. Haven't had fun like this in ages. Tu Ming replied coldly, the space blocks all skills, only the winner of his game survives. Zelian tilted his head, sneering, loser loses their head. Nuoyu remained unfazed, his excited grin startling Tu Ming. He flexed his wrists slightly, smiling, you sure know how to surprise me. Tu Ming, then let's end this. Tu Ming roared, voice echoing, your life ends here. Nuoyu replied calmly, hope so. Zelian raised a hand, dividing the board into 2 colors, saying, 38 numbers each, choose a color. He'll drop the bead. The round table spun, skulls rattling. Zelian cat, guess the bead's color and live, miss, and die. He tapped the table, voice dark, the loser loses their head right now. Tu Ming inhaled deeply, I choose black, my lucky color. Zelian turned, and you, Nuoyu red? He nodded, eyes gleaming. Fine, let's start. Tu Ming suddenly raised his hand. Wait, I'll invoke a side pact. He traded 36 years of lifespan for 18 numbers. Zelian laughed wickedly. Interesting. Wagering life for odds. Scared of dying? Zelian mocked. Nuoyu smirked. Am not. He glanced at the board. Coldied. So trades are allowed. Zelian nodded. Now you have 1 number. He has 37. Nuoyu shrugged. Then I'll buy the last one. Tu Ming replied flatly. Impossible, the limit's 18 numbers. It maxed out. Zelian tossed the bead with glee. Then let the life wager begin. The board spun wildly, bead clattering, metallic echoes ringing as Zelian laughed. I want to hear bones snap. The bead spun faster, light flickering. Tu Ming tensed, sweating, muttering, I've got 37 slots plus max luck has doomed. In contrast, Nuoyu drummed his fingers casually, smirking, you're way too tense. He glanced at Tu Ming, smiling, love this game, let's see whose luck is more absurd. The board whirled faster, wind howling, metal shrieking. Nuoyu mused, I've heard of this game before. It came from the old human age, where people gambled their lives to change fate. The bead kept spinning, refusing to slow. Tu Ming gritted his teeth, heart pounding. My win rate's absolute, it must stop on black. He reassured himself. It's pure luck, he can't possibly win. The more he thought, the more he shook. If he lost, his 36 years would vanish too. Meanwhile, Nu Yu's eyes glowed like he already knew the ending. The bead began to slow, clicking sharply toward its final slot. At last, it stopped on red. Nu Yu's color. No way! Tu Ming screamed, face drained of blood. He trembled. My win rate was 97.3. With luck stats combined, I couldn't lose. He roared. To enter this space, I raised luck to 8,000. It can't end like this. He forced Battlestar's shift again, draining body and spirit into more chance points, leaving Tu Ming stunned. Even Zillion froze, muttering, could his luck exceed 8,000? Everyone gasped. The system flagged his chance points as beyond measurable limits. All scans failed. No one could even read his stats. Then strength, morality, and chaos merged into one undefined value. That number governed all elemental power, spirit, evasion, even demon criticals. Thus, whoever held it high could outclass all in skill, craft, or combat. Human life value rose accordingly. Nuoyu stared at his hands, whispering at life's irony. No wonder he couldn't die. His luck defied the heavens. At that instant, Zhang roared in rage, old memories flooding back, sweat cold on his skin. He wondered if this body already held godlike fortune. Why did it end up his? Then realization struck, had transmigrated into this body. Every past event now contradictory, yet as long as a sliver of life remained, he still couldn't die. Zillion shot up, eyes blazing with delight. He said maybe this was one of those fated few people capable of shifting the entire world. Just as Nuoyu was about to respond, Tu Ming cut in coldly, accepting his fate. He sighed, saying if he lost, so be it. No one escapes their own destiny. No matter how many futures they foresee, lose twice. And this life's done. He lifted his gaze to the distant void. At last, he smiled sadly, realizing he couldn't keep his old promise. But Zillion laughed loud, declaring everything is heaven's will, none can escape it. Then he raised his scythe, ready to execute Tu Ming. The man stayed silent, resigned, but just as the blow fell, Nuoyu suddenly lunged, blade blocking the scythe, sneering that even with one breath left, had never yield. Then, shockingly, he added, then it'll destroy even that last chance, leaving Tu Ming frozen in disbelief. He said coldly, only 3 of us know this, so only 3 decide the outcome. Zillion hefted his scythe, puzzled. What do you mean? Nuoyu pointed at the betting board. Now facing Tu Ming, he said calmly, look, the winner's clearly him, making Zillion roar in fury. But Zillion bellowed back, you're rewriting fate itself? Do you know what that'll cost? Nuoyu raised his sword, eyes blazing. My fate only I decide. Then he smiled confidently, challenging Tu Ming, fight me to the death instead. But Tu Ming grew wary. This realm belongs to Zillion, where all powers were sealed. Instantly, Zillion snarled, if you crave death that badly, I'll grant it. He charged, scythe slicing toward Nuoyu, voice echoing like thunder. The blade tore through him, but the wound sealed instantly, blood evaporating. Then his vitality surged, his temporal reversion skill triggered, restoring him completely. The hall froze. Zillion couldn't believe it. Wasn't power use forbidden here? Then he stammered, no, there's one exception. Seeing the healing, he recognized that skill. At that moment, the ground trembled. Zillion dropped to his knees, trembling. My lord has inherited the Demon Supreme's power. He bowed deeply, admitting this realm could never contain one with royal demon blood. Hearing that, Tu Ming went pale, so the legend of the Demon King's line was real. Zillion's voice shook as he said, since the Lord's fall had sealed this place, waiting centuries just to meet again. Thus he pledged loyalty anew, while Nuoyu stood silent, eyes lost in chaos. After a pause, both fell silent. Tu Ming exhaled, conceding Zillion now belonged to Nuoyu. He smiled, saying, no reason to fight anymore, I surrender, then left the void beside Nuoyu. Back in the arena, the crowd was stunned. Tu Ming bowed, accepting defeat. Tu Ming shouted angrily he was Yan Nation's last hope. How could he surrender? The stands erupted, some mocked, some cursed. Tu Ming only muttered he must have his reasons. For the first time, the 3 great regions seemed relieved. The MSCA announced the second round's end. Victory to Xingqian and Canluyu. Soon after, the next match began preparations. The MEPSI declared loudly, contestants, step onto the stage. At that moment, in Xianglin's hospital room, a man with a cast pushed open the door facing Wu Jun. Still recovering, sighing, Lin snapped, so you came too, the noble contestant of Wu Nation. Wu Jun calmly replied, I know you're proud, but surrendering this time was the smartest move. Hearing that, Suni glanced over, eyes jealous, while Wu Jun stared pensively at Xingqian. The aura around him was too strange, powerful, yet nothing like demon energy. At that moment, the semifinal board appeared. No Yu paired with Xingqian, but the system instantly reported Mayan Li and La Kai missing. The speakers confirmed contestants 5 and 6 of match 3 had vanished without a trace. Scene cut. Lemeng sat in a wheelchair. Beside her stood an unfamiliar woman. The woman smiled sweetly, whispering, little sister, let Big Sis lend you a hand. Lemeng nodded politely. The woman pushed her along, muttering irritably. She grumbled, this girl's too naive, just call me sister. Outside the hall, Lucky clenched his fists, eyes full of resolve. He vowed inwardly must win, must earn enough to cure his sister. At the same time, Teacher Boone fidgeted anxiously. He wondered why the girl took so long in the restroom, stepped in, and froze. The wheelchair lay toppled. Lemeng was gone. At that instant, the roar of an engine echoed outside. A speeding truck tore down the street inside. Lemeng lay unconscious, the woman driving. The truck veered onto a deserted road, heading for the barren outskirts. Finally, it stopped before an abandoned building marked Maidan. A hoarse voice sneered, "New goods are here." The woman stepped out, smug grin on her face. She added, "This one's pretty and clean, premium stock." Then counted cash, laughing gleefully. "With goods like this, you should pay more," she purred. Maiden replied coldly, approaching the truck with suspicion. He reached to check inside, but his face darkened immediately. Lemeng was gone. He roared in fury, the woman panicking, stammering excuses. "That's impossible. I drugged her and she's crippled. How could she escape?" Maiden narrowed his eyes, hissing, "So you brought the goods only to let her run?" The woman stuttered, "I'll find her. She can't have gone far." Just then, a massive larva burst from Maiden's neck. He said coldly, "You're no longer useful." The creature devoured him instantly, leaving only bones. The woman screamed and fled, but the next second, her head was sliced clean off, blood splattering the walls. Scene shifted. A frail figure staggered forward. Lemeng, limping with a cane, gasping for air. She silently thanked fate when blindfolded. She had held her breath and faked fainting. Recalling the ordeal, she shuddered, lucky to wake before being taken away. She looked around, bewildered. Where on earth was this place? In the distance, she saw a small arena. Xingqian standing at its center amid a crowd. He spoke solemnly. "The plans changed, everyone. Regroup immediately." Then added, "Someone's watching us. If we hesitate, it'll be too late." Lemeng trembled, murmuring, "Why do they sound like they're on the same side?" Thinking of the trafficking, her heart pounded. She wondered in fear, is this real? Is the world truly this terrifying? Amid the crowd, she spotted the familiar receptionist girl, now blank-eyed, soulless. Lemeng panicked, what's happening here? Then suddenly, a sharp sound cut through her thoughts. She jolted, turning pale as she saw a young man standing right in front of her. His face was split in half, fangs sharp, eyes hollow and inhuman. He rasped coldly, What are you doing here? The master's waiting." Lemeng trembled, drenched in sweat. She steadied herself, replying, "The master gave me a separate task," causing the larva inside him to pause. It froze for seconds, analyzing something silently, then it sank back into his body. He nodded and turned away. Lemeng exhaled shakily, collapsing in relief. She bit her lip. Thank goodness they hadn't realized she was a fake. Clutching a metal rod, she vowed to escape. These things were no longer human. What lived inside them chilled her to the bone. Thinking of Xingqian, she forced herself upright, eyes determined. This tournament was far deadlier than she thought. She had to warn her brother fast. She glanced toward the tallest building in the distance. Surely heading there would lead her back to the hotel. As she limped forward, trembling, a rustle came from the roadside bushes. The same woman crawled out, grinning grotesquely. Lemeng recoiled in terror. The woman's face twisted, her body fully consumed by the larva. The woman rasped, "Let's see where you run this time, you filthy brat." A larva slithered from her mouth, dragging along a still beating heart. Lemeng fell backward in panic, eyes wide with despair. Cold sweat poured down, breath ragged, body trembling violently. The larva raised its claws, jaws gaping, ready to devour her. Suddenly an arrow tore through the air, blue light flashing. It pierced both the larva and the woman, blowing them apart into gore. The impact thundered, shaking the ground. Lemeng opened her eyes, trembling. Before her, a spark of hope flared. She turned toward the direction of the shot. She burst into tears, shouting, "Brother, you're here." Lucky landed, eyes full of worry, asking if she was hurt. Lemeng choked, "Brother," sobbing in his arms as he held her tight, soothing her. But at that instant, Xingqian's men noticed and surrounded the siblings. Lakai spread his arms to shield her, growling a warning while Xingqian smirked darkly, saying, "That body, I want it." Without hesitation, Lakai leaped, drawing his bow, unleashing his ultimate cloud-chasing sunslayer dance. In an instant, countless blue arrows filled the sky like a storm of steel. He shouted, "Go!" The arrows exploded, fire and smoke engulfing the field. Xingqian's mutated troops charged to retaliate, but the moment they touched the arrows, they were shredded and turned to ash. Lakai landed lightly, panting, eyes darting warily. Then he froze, eyes wide in horror. Their bodies were reforming, flesh knitting back together before his eyes. Lemeng trembled, stammering, "Brother, they're just like Xingqian." She was certain a strange connection bound them all. Laki instantly cast Cloud Resonant Sound Wave, blue light rippling outward. The sonic waves spread, shaking the earth and passing through every monster. He focused, then gasped, "Something's crawling inside them like insects." Xingqian sneered, raising his hand, "All units kill the siblings." Lemeng watched in terror, voice trembling, "Brother, they're moving in sync, like puppets." And indeed, the entire horde advanced as one colossal, perfectly controlled machine. She gritted her teeth, saying, "To destroy them, we must kill the controller first." Every move, every strike, originates from him. Lakai nodded firmly, eyes blazing. "Got it." Without hesitation, he charged straight toward Xingqian. Midair, he summoned his familiar divine bow. The string drew tight, energy condensing into his ultimate cloud-severing nation-burst passion. A dazzling blue arrow shot through space, hitting dead on. Xingqian's body froze solid, encased in thick, icy crystal. At once, his two subordinates turned to stone. Motionless, Lemeng stared wide-eyed, then her gaze lit up in sudden understanding. She shouted, "Brother, they share the same core string. Xingqian is the primary parasite. Kill him. End them all." Le Que's eyes burned with killing intent. Good, then it ends here. But exhaustion drained him, his elemental force fading fast. Watching her analyze the battle, Le Que smiled proudly through the fatigue. "That's my sister." But before the smile could fade, Lemeng's face went pale. A sharp proboscis pierced her stomach, blood spraying everywhere. The attacker, the woman who once kidnapped her, now a twisted abomination. "No!" Le Que roared, fury erupting as he dashed toward his sister. But before he reached her, a dark figure blocked his path. Xingqian's king sneered, "You're clever, but there's never just one primary strain." He raised his hand, chanting, activating the spell Space-Dissolving Galaxy Abyss Tower. A beam of violet light shot toward the frozen Xingqian. Le Que spun in horror, but before he could react, a massive claw clamped around his neck, lifting him into the air. Xingqian was freed, laughing wickedly. "Did you think killing me would be that easy?" The claw tightened, pain racked Le Que's body as his limbs went numb. His eyes dropped to his sister's still form, blood pooling beneath her. A tear fell, mixing with dust. Is this really the end? Then boom! A thunderous blast. A blue arrow streaked through the air. It shattered the claw, freeing Le Que from the death grip. Xingqian and the king turned at once, stunned by the attack's direction. Behind them, Lemeng's wound was closing under healing magic, while the monster was bound by massive tree roots. The newcomer Can Lo Yu, Le Que's wife, the war goddess of Yun Nation. She stepped forward, eyes cold as ice, voice echoing, "Are you two still breathing?" Scene cut back to the arena, bright lights flashing. The mech spoke regretfully, "Unfortunately, contestants Manhwa and Le Que are still missing." The crowd buzzed, and the Messi continued, "Then this next match will decide who advances straight to the finals." The arena morphed, transforming into a barren desert. The Messi cheered. "This is the most thrilling terrain yet." On stage, Linla stepped forward, sharp gaze and smirk, murmuring, "This place is the source of all demonic power." He believed that conquering this land would grant him the strength to reshape the world. Across from him, Su replied coldly, "You'll never get the chance." Linla smirked arrogantly, "Last season's champion, that title's mine now." With that, he lunged forward to attack. His body became a roaring vortex, moving so fast he appeared behind C in a blink, landing a deadly strike, making the Mies shout. Linla of Thunder Nation opens with his core technique, but C didn't flinch. She tilted slightly, dodging the strike with ease. She spun midair, delivering a kick as fast as thunder. Boom! The kick exploded, blasting Linla backward in a cloud of dust. In the stands, Xiao Can and Demon Emperor Baizu watched. Baizu smirked, analyzing that Linla's cloud element was completely countered by C's star element. Both were shrank, yet elemental opposition made the battle one-sided. She continued explaining, "The elemental chain goes core beats lightning. Lightning beats flower, flower beats star, star beats cloud, and cloud beats core." Baizu glanced sideways. "Your cloud type." Next up is Xingqian, but his element remains unknown. No records exist. Suddenly, Wu Jun entered with a cane, voice low and rough. Xingqian wields star power, but that energy isn't his. Baizu turned, softening. "You're out of the hospital, fully recovered." Wu Jun chuckled, "Just a scratch." Then to Xiao Can, "Ask, you sure you can beat him?" She smirked. "Seems you've forgotten why I'm here." In Xiao Can's mind, Lilong's voice echoed, "It's been long since I sensed Xingqian's aura." She frowned, gazing at the gray sky, an uneasy feeling rising. The tides are about to change. Scene cut to the resting Le siblings. Lemeng's eyes widened upon seeing the woman before them. She exclaimed, "Your contestant Manhwa. Why are you here?" Manhwa smiled sharply. "I tracked Xingqian's organization, just caught up to them." She took a deep breath, voice resolute. "And now, the final truth is revealed. It turned out those people were demons, but their bodies were corrupted, turned into the corrupted clan." Lemeng gasped, "The corrupted clan? How could they appear in Yan Nation?" Manhwa said sternly, "History shows the corrupted clan will claim this tournament's championship." Just then, a roar erupted. Xingqian and the king broke free from the roots, shattering their seal. Manhwa said coldly, "Talk later, handle them first." Xingqian sneered. "Don't underestimate the corrupted," he roared, eyes blazing. "No one can halt our advance." With that, he and the king charged at Manhwa, killing intent surging like a storm. Manhwa stood firm, lips curling coldly. "Two primary parasites at once. Fine, let's end this together." Le Que understood immediately, drawing his bow, channeling all spiritual energy. Two blazing arrows shot forward, slicing wind and tearing half of Xingqian's torso apart. But within seconds, the flesh regenerated. Le Que gritted his teeth. "Too fast. How do we kill this thing?" Manhwa swiftly formed seals. Giant vines erupted from the ground. They coiled tightly around Xingqian and the king, binding them within a dense cage. As the spell ended, her face turned pale, hands trembling from exhaustion. She thought, "I've used too much lately, can't hold out long." I must lure the parasites out. They can't be killed inside the host. Determination flashed in her eyes. She poured in her remaining spirit power, unleashing heart-luring orchid sea. Thousands of glowing petals filled the air, their pollen spreading in soft light across the battlefield. It was the flower element's strongest art, forcing parasites to abandon their hosts. Lakai shouted, "Its effect won't last. I have to act now." He inhaled deeply, focusing his energy into his bow. Then his eyes snapped open, brilliant blue light flaring, just as the two parasites tore free from their hosts. Hovering midair, Lakai shouted, "Yunsing final art." Two blue arrows shot like lightning, piercing and turning the parasites to ash. Sing Chen and the king collapsed, bodies twitching before going still. Lakai exhaled, drenched in sweat, shoulders trembling from exhaustion. But when he turned, he froze. Minli's body was fading. Lemeng screamed in panic. Minli smiled weakly. "Looks like my time's almost up." Her gaze softened. "Come closer. I have something important to tell you." Scene cut to the main arena. Tense air. Messi shouted, "Wu Nation's fighter is dominating." Pro-final clash. Linla sneered, "A star-type warrior. Elemental suppression or not, he'll still be number one." With that, he dashed off, swirling in a violent tornado. His body split into three illusions, encircling the opponent. She stood calm in the center, waiting for the strike. "Can you predict me?" Linla smirked arrogantly, but she didn't reply, simply raised her hand. Lightning crashed, vaporizing all three clones instantly. Linla fell, blood soaking the floor, eyes wide. "You're a flame type too. Why not use it earlier?" She stepped forward coldly. "You weren't worth my full power." With that, she waved her hand, unleashing invisible force. Energy lifted Linlai into the air, his scream echoing in despair. Then she slammed him down hard onto the arena floor. Boom! The ground cracked, dust exploding everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Linla lay motionless, drenched in blood. Miss C roared, "Winner she of Wu Nation." Cheers shook the stands. A scream pierced the noise. "My son!" Linla's mother rushed down, sobbing. "Wu Nation will pay." Staff carried him off, ending the tragic match. The crowd erupted in chatter, suspecting she hadn't even gone all out. At that moment, Hu Wujun murmured, "One strike to fell Linla, terrifying." Siang Lan nodded calmly, unsurprised. Turns out, last season, at just 14, she crushed every rival and reached the finals. That time, she faced the fiercest demon warrior, silencing the entire arena. And within 2 minutes, the fight ended fastest in the tournament's history. Yet what truly chilled everyone, no one had ever seen Chess full limit. At the same time, Xiao Gan stroked his chin. Eyes thoughtful, her movements seemed oddly familiar. Ma Tun patted his shoulder, grinning. "Your turn now." Sing Qin's dangers, be careful. But Hu Wujun shook his head confidently. Believing in him, Xiang Lan muttered, "Aside from shit, no one can beat him." Suddenly, the speakers blared with an urgent announcement, silencing the crowd. "Sing Qin is dead." The voice said his body was found on the Central Avenue. Space fell silent. Hu Wujun froze, whispering, "He's dead." Ma Tun clenched his fists, muttering, "Then what happens to the next match?" Then the commentator's voice shattered the hush. Finals begin. The arena erupted in frenzy. The organizers quickly raised a protective barrier, enclosing the arena amid thunderous cheers. Soon after, the final two warriors entered. She stood tall, eyes sharp as blades. Opposite her, Xiaogan smiled faintly, knowing one slip could mean death. He treated this as his last battle, perhaps his own ending. He muttered, "Let the world witness your true power." Outside the arena, till he dashed forward like the wind, but guards blocked him, warning that the finals had begun. No entry allowed. Furious, Tilly roared, flinging them aside and charging toward the center. Alerts blared through radios. Intruder detected. Summon the guards. Still, Tiley didn't stop. He had to warn Brother Gan about what Nana had revealed. But before reaching, soldiers pinned him to the ground. One shouted, "We've caught him." Tilly struggled desperately, screaming, "Let me go." His heart burned. He must tell him, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, the two warriors faced each other. She asked coldly, "You once said Wu Nation's demons were weak, didn't you?" Xiao Gan tilted his head with a teasing grin. "Yes, I did." She met his gaze. "Then can you take the crown from me?" Her eyes darkened, voice icy. 3 seconds, that's all I need." In an instant, she lunged, power bursting like space itself, tearing. Amid the roaring wind, Xiao Gan drifted into old memories. "Don't worry, it'll lead us to victory." Nana's gentle smile flashed in his mind, her voice urging, "Come back to me." Then her old promise echoed, "It'll wait for you." Her eyes cutting into his heart. He snapped back, gaze freezing on she, thinking, too bad he broke that promise. Sweat dripped, wounds torn wide, yet his eyes still blazed with will. He realized she carried twin primordial bloodlines, a force not to be underestimated. So he resolved to push her into using her full power. She stepped forward, the floor trembling, eyes gleaming as she saw Xiao Gan barely stand, mocking, an errant demon, pathetic, but her lips curved arrogantly, "Because I'm the strongest demon here." The commentator's booming voice drowned the crowd, announcing Shez's overwhelming advantage. The finals near their end. The stands erupted, fans screamed, "She, kill him!" For Wu Nation, the air grew suffocating. At the same time, Tilai thrashed in the guard's grip, shouting, "Let me go. It's life or death." But they dragged him off. On the stands, Siang Lan crossed her arms confidently, certain she would win, while Matun watched anxiously. Then Hu Wujun spoke softly, Ganla. His eyes dimmed. He sensed the boy had made up his mind. He recalled their old talk why Xiao Gan chose to return to humanity instead of ruling the demon realm. Back then, Xiao Gan had smiled calmly. Fame means nothing, she's facing fear alone. Maybe to her, him already dead, staring at his bloodstained hands, he clenched them. I can't make her wait any longer. Back in the present, blood soaking his shirt, Xiao Gan knelt on one knee, panting hard against the cold floor. Yet his eyes still burned bright. Unyielding, she looked down with disdain. That's your full strength. Xiao Gan lifted his head, smirking through blood. So this isn't enough to kill me. He stood, body soaked in blood, voice mocking. That weak, her fury clenched into fists. What did you say? She snarled, shaking with uncontrollable rage. Xiao Gan only smiled, stepping closer, blood dripping. You tapped into forbidden power demon armor form to grow stronger, didn't you? He paused, eyes heavy with regret. Sadly, that future won't grant you revenge. Then he unleashed Tenmo illusion shift, black smoke coiling, wounds sealing, dark armor forming, red light flickering, his voice cold. You'll fail, because that eternal power will consume your soul, turning you into a mindless wretch in darkness. He breathed deep, tone low as if narrating the near future. The dark clans will triumph, leaders fall, demons enslaved, and the demon realm collapse in ruin. His words drove she insane. Demonic power exploded as she activated level 10 demon armor. Glowing red all over, in an instant, she charged like a raging black storm. She closed the gap in a blink too fast for mortal eyes. Her hand clamped his throat, lifting him, roaring, he'll kill you. But Xiao Gan only smiled faintly, thinking, just as I thought I met you in that future, your thirst for revenge trapped you in tragedy, dragging you into the abyss of hatred. A red flash lit his eyes. He smiled. Finally, you've shown your full power. On the stands, the commentator shouted. The arena cracked as Shi's demonic force defied belief. Amid thick smoke, Xiao Gan saw his armor fracturing and nodded. Good. Shi surpassed her limits, but my regeneration's halved. Outside, guards yelled, reinforce the barrier now. The crowd's in danger, while Shi's next blow nearly crushed Xiao Gan. Sighing, Lan sighed sadly. It's over. Shi's never been this enraged. Her next strike will end him. Hu Wujun murmured, the final's here. Recalling her words, I will end you. Ma Tun wept, praying Xiao Gan would surrender. On the floor, Xiao Gan's counterskill triggered but failed completely. He glanced at Shi, still unscathed, smiling. Good, that makes it perfect. He closed his eyes and whispered, Nana, sorry for making you wait so long. Just as Shi readied her final strike, a voice boomed from the stands. Don't steal my mic. Everyone turned. A stranger grabbed the microphone, shouting, Brother Gan, no, Feng Liu. Urgent news. Sister Nana sent a message for you. The arena erupted. From the speakers, Nana's voice rang clear. Xiao Feng, you must win, stand atop the demon race. The whole arena froze. The voice continued, warm yet firm. You're not alone. This journey isn't yours to bear alone. And when you win, it'll come to you. Her words echoed, piercing through space itself. In that instant, light flashed in Xiao Gan's eyes. Hope reignited. At the same time, she gathered her full might, red energy swirling around her fist for the killing blow. As the punch fell, the roar shook the entire arena violently. Instantly, Xiao Gan raised his hand, summoning a colossal ice beast cloaked in frost to block the strike. The explosion ripped the air apart. When the smoke cleared, he froze. The face within the ice was Nanas. The arena fell silent for seconds, then erupted. What is that ice monster? On the big screen, Hu Wujun burst out laughing. That's General Gan's skill. It once saved Yun Nation. He continued, everyone listen. General Gan is truly fighting now. This is Yun Nation's sign of victory. On the battlefield, tension crackled. Every breath felt heavy. She emerged from the haze, boosting her demon armor to level 20, body glowing crimson, snarling, so, you're a rare summoner-type demon. Is that your ultimate move? Her scornful voice echoed across the arena. Facing her, Xiao Gan thought, so Mayan Li is actually Nana. She must have been reborn. But why didn't she tell me outright? What is she hiding? Then Li Long's voice rang in his mind. Apologies. Master, I didn't recognize Princess Nana. What shall we do next? Xiao Gan replied firmly. We meet her. There's too much I must hear from her lips. If she yielded victory, there must be a grave reason. His eyes flared with battle spirit. This fight had to end fast. From the stands, Tilly shouted, I've done my part. Keep going. The commentator yelled excitedly. Amazing. What a twist. No one expected Ganlao to be a summoner-type demon with an ice beast rivaling She. The fight turned even, shaking the stadium. She roared in fury, pushing demon armor to level 35, her whole body blazing red-black. Lunging for the kill, a thunderous blast rang out. The ice beast shattered into frozen shards. She laughed arrogantly. Ha! Your demon's gone pathetic skill. She didn't stop, raising demon armor to level 50, armor blazing red-black, shouting, You'll pay for insulting me. Xiao Gan replied calmly. The side effects have begun. Let's see how long you last. She screamed in rage. Shut up. No one can defeat me. The two clashed, demonic power colliding into a storm of chaotic energy. A massive explosion erupted, smoke blanketing the arena. The audience held their breath. The commentator screamed. Shus charging straight at Ganlo, his voice cutting through the roaring wind. Ma Tunmingji muttered nervously, her speed and power monstrous can Xiao Gan endure. Siang Lan sneered, pointless worrying. She scoffed. First match, he destroyed the arena and scared Yan Nation second. He made that merchant surrender instantly, relying on lucky tricks hardly champion material. That brat from Yun Nation's doom facing Shess full power means total annihilation. Hu Wujun immediately retorted, his voice echoing, only fools fear Ganlao doesn't even need full strength to handle Shi. Furious, Siang Lan leapt up, shouting, what did you say? You dare insult Wuxia? Her fists clenched, eyes blazing, ready to pound startling nearby spectators. Hu Wujun froze briefly but knew after Lette's words, he realized Ganlao was fighting to prove Yun Nation's might before the world. As the smoke cleared, she stood tall amid the ruins, completely unharmed. Dust swirled violently, the scene like the end of the world. Xiao Gan took a deep breath, eyes sharp, slowly drawing his weapon. She smirked, eyes mocking, recovered already? Then let me finish you in one blow. She roared, demonic energy surging wildly, demon armor reaching level 80. The ground cracking, winds tearing through the stands. Xiao Gan watched calmly, gaze steady, full armorization. You lost control at 50. She hissed, eyes bludgeoned. So what? Even if I lose my mind, I must win, I cannot lose. Xiao Gan sighed sadly. That obsession runs too deep. True power isn't born from darkness. She's energy peaked at level 99. Red-black light ripped space apart. Demonic lightning striking the trembling ground. A colossal bolt lunged forward. Xiao Gan gripped his sword. Eyes blazing, I understand now. Without hesitation, he leapt and swung upward, white blue light flaring like holy fire. The two forces clashed, a deafening thunder filling the air. The impact unleashed a massive explosion, energy engulfing the arena. The floor split open, barriers collapsed, stone fragments flying everywhere. Xiao Gan's unleashed power, white blue light pierced Shi's armor amid the roar. Shi's eyes widened in terror, gasping, impossible. His full force strike shattered her black armor. Shards scattering, she collapsed, breath fading, murmuring, I was the strongest demon, yet I lost so easily. And in that moment, she whispered, I can see it now. She asked weakly, what is the true peak of demonkind? Then the loudspeaker thundered, competitor Ganlao wins with overwhelming power. The commentator screamed, champion of the grand tournament Ganlao of Yun Nation. Cheers exploded across the arena. Amid the roaring crowd, a shadowed figure stood silently above. Watching, he murmured, the plans changed. Wu Nation failed to win. Moved to plan to. With that, his body dissolved into black smoke, merging into the wall and vanishing. After the battle, Xiao Gan approached Le Kai, who waited holding a red box, asking softly, Brother Gan, are you ready? When the box opened, a starship ribbon glowed brilliantly. Le Kai said, Sister Nana's waiting for you elsewhere. In a garden blooming with flowers and sunlight, birds sang gently. Nana sat on a swing, humming an old tune, her voice drifting with the wind. She looked up, eyes distant, smiling faintly. Xiao Feng, you really won. Suddenly, Xiao Gan's world blurred, dizziness hit, and when he opened his eyes, he stood in a strange city. He glanced around towering skyscrapers. Busy traffic is this he nation. Turning, he saw Wenhua chatting with someone by the roadside. I've checked the gear storage tomorrow. Just rest at home. Okay, tomorrow's my son's birthday, don't worry. He'll handle the demon cavern alone. Hearing that, Xiao Gan froze. This was the day before it crossed into the demon world. But the distant sky was dark. Black smoke rose from ruined towers. The once a thriving city, now nothing but ash. The cracked roads, burnt cars, and clanging metal echoed through the silence. Xiao Gan stood frozen, eyes wide at the devastation of his once familiar world. Suddenly, a familiar voice called, Xiao Feng, we finally meet again. He spun around. Nana stood before him, hair dancing in the cold wind, eyes heavy with secrets. Xiao Gan frowned, voice trembling. What's happening? What is this world? Nana sighed sadly. This is the true future I saw, she whispered. I'm sorry I brought you here without asking. She paused, eyes wet with fear. I don't know how to face it alone. This world is truly ending. The cold wind howled through the ruins, tossing her hair amid death. Her voice quivered. Every 6 years, the Dark Clan attacks the entire world, each word cutting like a blade. Humanity cannot resist. Her words left Xiao Gan silent, staring at the wreckage, swallowing his rising horror. Nana's tone sank, heavy with sorrow. I've been reborn countless times again and again. No matter what I do, everything repeats, nothing ever changes. Each return takes me only half a year back while they're already prepared. I always arrive too late. Hearing that, Xiao Gan stepped forward and held her tightly, voice breaking. I'm the one who should apologize. I left you to bear it all alone, he whispered, feeling her shoulders tremble in his arms. His voice cracked. I reincarnated once and felt torn apart, and you endured that hundreds of times. He stepped back, eyes pained yet resolute. I thought it was the system that granted rebirth, but it was you who pulled me back. How did you do it? Nana closed her eyes, trembling, then opened them with determination. The first time I died, my prophecy power turned into reincarnation, but I could only go back 6 months. No matter how many tries, the ending stayed the same. Her voice broke. I've reincarnated over 500 times seeking an escape. She inhaled deeply, voice quivering. And I risked everything to infiltrate the demon realm. By then, the Dark Clan had nearly wiped out the demon race. Survivors lived as slaves, their bodies and souls chained. Her tone darkened, gaze distant as if staring into hell. There, I met someone strange. A cold voice echoed in the night. Can you kill me? It was Ganlo, the last surviving demon after the massacre. His family, his kin all gone. He longed for death but couldn't die. Even the Dark Clan failed to end him, he said. The more I seek death, the stronger I become, the stronger I get. The more I suffer, his power became his cage, trapping his soul in endless torment. Nana looked at Xiao Gan, eyes firm yet sorrowful. So I made a pact with him. Ganlo used an ancient demon ritual to send me further back, bringing you with me to change fate. But the price was immense. She trembled. You had to take his body to live the life he could no longer endure. Xiaogan fell silent, eyes distant through layers of memory. A man who can't die, growing stronger the closer he comes to death. He must created that system, the path that led me to ultimate power. He clenched his fists, breathing heavy. Humans believe there are only two forces, humans and demons, but the truth is more complex. There are four races: human, dark, spirit, and demon. Then Xiaogan lifted his head, voice low but resolute. To stop the Dark Clan this time, we must unite with the other races. He glanced around the ruins, recalling the past when the Dark Clan once seized the championship, conquered the second zone, and infiltrated Acma's High Council. If it happened again, the world would collapse. Nana nodded slightly, though worry lingered in her eyes. Winning first place only halted their first move. She added anxiously, there are spies within Acma. My cover's blown. They've altered their plan, though we don't yet know how. Their goal remains the second zone, and we must protect it at all costs. At that moment, cheers shook the arena as the host announced, congratulations to Yun Nation for winning the 46th Martial Grand Tournament. Soon after, the ceremony to transfer the Demon Clan's second zone relic began with solemn grandeur. The herald's voice rang out, inviting Ma Tunguang of Wu Nation and Ma Tun Liu Bangji of Yun Nation to the stage. At once, Liu Bangji appeared, ceremonial robes accentuating her proud and resolute bearing. Back home, Yun Nation citizens erupted in joy, shouting, our Ma Tun has taken the stage. One villager wept with emotion, the youngest Ma Tun and a woman. After a century, Yun Nation shines again. Amid the crowd, whispers rose in worry. Chiang Xiao left earlier, why hasn't he returned? Elsewhere, Chiang Xiao lay beaten and bloody by Kunling. Kunling roared furiously, speak, where is Ganlo? But Chiang Xiao stayed silent, eyes filled with helpless resolve. At the same time, Ma Tunguang stepped onto the dais, gaze sharp as a blade. He sneered, didn't expect the second zone key to go to a woman. Has Yun Nation no one better? Liu Bangji calmly replied, reminding him that his own daughter was once a hero who fought beside her father, proof that worth transcends gender. The old man fell silent for a moment, then muttered, the second zone relic must never be lost even in death. Guard it. They both placed their hands upon the crystal sphere as the ritual began. Light flared, marking Liu Bangji's hand with the relic's sigil. She bowed respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Guang. It'll protect it no matter what. Immediately, the host joyfully declared the ceremony complete, preparing for the award presentation. But suddenly a sword pierced his chest, blood splattering as screams tore through the stands. Ma Tunguang roared in fury. Who did this? From the shadows behind the stage, a dark figure emerged. It was a Dark Clan warrior, eyes cold as death itself. Instantly, countless dark soldiers surged from every direction, weapons blazing. They stormed the platform in a frenzy, turning the stage into a blood-soaked inferno of screams. At that moment, Hu Wujun clenched his fists, ripped off his bandages, and charged in the chaos, shouting, protect the Ma Tun. On stage, Liu Bangji was surrounded, clutching the second zone key tightly in her hand. At the critical moment, a young soldier threw himself before her, shouting firmly, Ma Tun, don't worry, we'll protect you with our lives. The scene shifted again low. Tension thick in the air, she spoke coldly. By now, the human realm must be in chaos. Tanjai Xiao has begun the coup. She suddenly paused, eyes dimming as she recalled the time she first transmigrated, when her body was nearly at its limit, so she couldn't unleash her full power, nor stop Tanjik Xiao's strike in time. Her voice echoed in the silence, with Xiao Gan hiding inside dense magic circles. When Ho approached, eyes heavy with worry, was the captain still unconscious. Nana calmly said, Wen Hoa, summon Xiao Feng's closest comrade. Last time I stopped a coup, but with him still out cold, they'll grow bolder. She took a deep breath, so I created a puppet shaped like his ally and activated the final skill of the Flame Pillar Mirage system. Nan explained firmly, that puppet scattered illusion dust, making foes think the dead at the banquet were mere mimic dolls. This trick is called Deceptive Mirage Realm. Her eyes turned distant, voice heavy. Thanks to that, they carried you and his body away, foiling Tan Jixiao's plot against Yun Nation. So she deliberately left his gear behind to lure the enemy into taking it. Once you reunite, he'll reclaim his weapon. Nana sighed in relief, glad things still went as planned. Kamlu raised a brow, hope flickering. So the Wenhua corpse still lives? He paused, voice low with concern. And you, is your body holding up? Copying multiple people drained immense spirit energy. She must have been exhausted. Nana smiled softly. It's fine. I'm safely back in my realm now. Don't worry. She nodded. After copying this demon girl, my strength has largely recovered, so I poured extra energy into that body. Her tone dimmed. My plan was to personally strike down Xingqian and stop the Fiend Tribe's plot. But when I learned you joined the tournament, I knew their plan shifted, so I placed all hope in you. She lowered her gaze. I defeated Xingqian, but then collapsed. The clone dissolved, and we still know too little about him. Her voice faded. This rebirth dragged on too long. My power's nearly gone. This is the last chance. Xiao Gan clenched his fist, eyes blazing. Leave the rest to me. I won't let the fiends seize the second key. He growled. Those fiend bastards will wipe them out myself. Nana smiled wistfully. It's been ages since I walked beside you. Pity this virtual world's fading. I wish we had more time. Then Xiao Gan hugged Nana tight. Firm voice. Once I've slain the fiends, it'll come find you. She whispered back. It'll guard your body till you return. They held each other, clinging to a fleeting calm and chaos. Suddenly Nana spoke, voice echoing from the past. Ah yes, Xiao Feng, there's still something I never told you. Scene cut. Tian Nation's palace. A demon lunged, blade aimed at the king, but a guard leapt in, taking the blow. The king clenched his fist, gaze solemn. This failure is mine. Then a space gate flared behind him. Another demon charged in with a weapon. At once, Siming appeared, blade flashing, felling the foe instantly. He shouted, Big brother, move. But the king shook his head, eyes resolute. No, they're after the key. You mustn't leave your post. Siming replied firmly. Rest easy. Second brothers guarding below. At the same time in the arena, Si King, commander of Yun Nation's army, swiftly struck down a demon sneaking toward Demon Lord Bang Ji. He shouted, Protect the Demon Lord. This breach is our army's fault. But before his words faded, another demon merged into Si King's shadow fast enough to chill the spine. From behind, it burst out, landing a blow that sent Si King flying midair. That foe was Wu Song, a level 10 stellar warrior and illusion mage, eyes glowing with killing intent. As soon as Si King hit the ground, shadowy hands rose and bound him tight. He gritted his teeth, feeling his life drained, roaring, What cursed power is this? Wu Song coldly ordered. The keys with her seize it. His two underlings lunged at Demon Lord Bang Ji. But right then, freezing sword aura tore the air, cleaving them both in half. The one who struck was none other than Hua Wujin, standing tall, eyes icy amid the blood-soaked field. Wu Song instantly slipped into shadows, circling behind Hua Wujin to strike, but Hua Wujin's sharp instinct caught on his eyes flashed. They can elementalize, he realized grimly when struck. They dissolve into shadow, untouchable while free to counterattack. Clenching his fists through lingering pain, he saw elite demon warriors around him bloodied and wary. Wu Song sneered, So these are the famed demon elites. Pathetic. He raised a hand. Dark energy burst forth, chaining Demon Lord Bang Ji in black restraints. Seeing that, Hua Wujin and Si King shouted together, Stop! The Yan Nation King paled, roaring, This is bad. Wu Song chuckled coldly, eyes gleaming venom, his chilling aura flooding the arena. But before he could gloat, a frost-clad figure dove from above, slamming his head into the ground. It was Xiao Gan himself, body wreathed in ice, exuding a deadly chill. Seeing him, Siming smiled faintly through the smoke. Cam Lu Yu finally came. The Yan Nation King frowned, worried. Just that boy and his small squad, how can they face the Fian army? His guard trembled. They outnumber us greatly, Your Majesty. But Siming shook his head, eyes firm. No, he didn't come alone. Instantly, cracks echoed across the arena as from beneath the ice, Xiao Gan's elite troops emerged, ready to fight the fiends. Xiao Gan, Cam Lu, used his summoning power to raise a mighty ice legion encircling the entire field. Hundreds of ice warriors clad in silver armor stood tall, their frost thickening the air, freezing even time itself. At the center, Xiao Gan roared, Fiend clan him here. Hua Wujin's eyes lit up, excitement rising. Good, you finally showed up. Si King shouted, Protect the Demon Lord. All troops, fall back now. Hua Wujin laughed, clapping Si King's shoulder. Relax, this battlefield is now. From afar, King of Wu Nation, Demon Lord Gon, frowned and turned to Qian, a level 3 warrior and Shua's brother, asking, How's your sister? Qian replied softly, She's fine, just minor wounds. She'll wake soon. But Cam Lu's final strike, he trailed off, eyes darkening. The king looked up at Cam Lu standing tall on the battlefield, voice low. 200 years and once again Yun Nation unites the Demon Clan. In Yun Nation's plaza, crowds press close, watching the giant screen, holding their breath in tension. Veteran General Haiwon muttered, The Shadow Legion is the Fiend's trump card, never once defeated. Even if General Cam works miracles, this foe's too strong. She's only an unranked demon. In the arena, chaos erupted. Wu Song, the level 10 stellar mage, sneered and unleashed his illusion power, shattering Cam Lu's ice soldiers into glittering shards. He lunged in, mocking, Kid, you've no idea how high the heavens are. Suddenly, two massive hands of shadow rose and slammed down, trapping Xiao Gan tight. Wusong laughed arrogantly. "In level 10, did you really think you could fight me?" King Guang of Wu Nation watched coldly, his gaze darkening by the second. He knew well the Shadow's power was legendary brew and capable of terrifying elementalization. He said gravely, "Physical attacks are useless against shadows, that's the horror of it." Wusong scoffed, full feel despair itself, but just as he laughed, icy flash blade Xiaogan twisted his wrist, summoning a silver sword. It spun, erupting with energy that shattered the shadow hands. Before Wusong could react, the blade splintered into dozens of shards that shot toward him. What is this?" he screamed. In an instant, the shards pinned Wusong to the ground. He thrashed wildly. To no avail. Gaping in shock, he stammered, How can you even hit me?" Blood flowed from real wounds, something that should have been impossible. Xiaogan smiled coolly. "Never heard of true damage." She spoke slowly. "Damage that bypasses all resistance, breaking every defense." The next Xiaogan drove a fierce punch straight into Wusong's face. Before he could recover, a storm of blows pummeled him, his face swelling grotesquely. Wusong screamed, staggering, barely holding himself up. From afar, King Guang stared in shock. That weapon causes true damage. Qin beside him froze. Impossible illusion powers immune to physical hits. Wusong, beaten and trembling, stammered. "No, what's happening?" he screamed madly. "Why? Why can't I turn into shadow anymore?" Xiaogan stared coldly, voice low. "Tell me who's your leader," she pressed. "Who's the spy among the demons? Who helped you infiltrate here?" Wusong's eyes flashed defiance. "You think it'd betray my comrades? Like you filthy demons." Xiaogan didn't hesitate. She grabbed his neck, voice like steel. "I have 100 ways to make you talk." Despair welled inside him. Her sword's power sealed his shadow ability completely. He roared, blood spilling from his mouth. "You'll never interrogate me. The fiends will crush everything. The demon clan is nothing but scum," he screamed. "The fiends will rule this world." As his words fell, his body burst into flames, the fire devouring him until only ash scattered into the wind. Everyone froze in disbelief. He self-destructed, echoed across the battlefield. The fiend warriors halted mid-fight, eyes wide in confusion and fear. The sudden death of their leader shattered their ranks. Someone screamed, "The commander's dead," and chaos spread. At that moment, shadows lurking in darkness revealed their true forms. Countless shadow soldiers vanished, exposing themselves. Then came the thunderous cry, "Charge!" Armies of Yan and Yun nations surged forward, blades flashing, driving the fiends to ruin. On the high days, the Yan king clenched his fist, eyes blazing with hope. "Excellent. The tide has turned. Victory is ours." But a fearful voice cut in, "No, not yet." All eyes turned to Siming, clutching his head, face taut with dread. The king barked, "Third brother, what did you see?" Siming growled, eyes burning. "Damn it, I was too late. The demon traitor, why must it be you?" He glared at the betrayer, Si King, his own brother. Si King smirked coldly. "Sorry, Bang Ji, you're coming with me." At his words, portal burst open beneath them, dark light swirling, devouring everything nearby. Not far away, Qi Jun stared in shock and dashed forward, shouting, "Demon Lord!" She reached out, trying to grab Liu Bangji as he was dragged down, but the instant their fingers touched, both were swallowed by shadow, vanishing into the void. When Bangji awoke, his body was bound in magic chains. He couldn't move an inch. Around him stretched a dim chamber, oil lamps flickering against rune-covered walls. Si King stood opposite, voice calm. "We're in Shangyu Base, the Fiend's fortress. The teleport array is active in 10 minutes. Anyone entering will be dragged here." He tilted his head, smirking, "And to be safe, I added a barrier. No one's getting in." Bang Ji narrowed his eyes, voice low and rough. "What cursed place is this?" A raspy laugh echoed. A gaunt fiend stepped from the shadows, eyes cold as a serpent. "Mida." Si King introduced him Esili, but Bang Ji ignored it. The fiend sneered, "No one can save you now. Hand over the key." Bang Ji glared, voice sharp as steel, "You're a demon general and you side with these filthy Finns." Si King remained calm, tone flat. "The demon clan may be strong, but still only ranks. Even united, we're no match for a single fiend battalion." He stepped closer, eyes void of warmth. "Did you know? This time, they sent only 2 generals, yet the whole demon race struggles. If war truly breaks out, who among you survives?" He smirked faintly. "The tide of a new age is rising. Only those who follow it endure. You're simply too blind to see." Bang Ji laughed with scorn. "So that's your reason for betrayal? Pathetic. What did the fiends promise you?" Maita's lips curled, voice smooth and venomous. "Yo, don't say it like that. The fiends and demons share one origin. Cooperation benefits both. Just hand over the second key, and well, spare your people." His gaze cut like a blade. "As a ruler, you should value survival over pride. War only wastes your people's lives." Bang Ji closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath, calm like a storm before eruption. When she opened them, her gaze was steel cold. "If you're truly that strong, why only send 2 generals and still hide in the dark? My predecessor gave me the key out of trust, not fear." She lifted her head proudly. "Even in death, I won't hand it over." Maida paused, then chuckled. "How amusing, the little demon wants to play the martyr." His tone dropped, sharp as a blade, serpent eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "You've no idea what my power is." He stepped closer, each footfall like a death drum. From his hand spread eerie green light, thousands of glowing insects crawled through the air like ghostly fireflies. As long as I don't kill you, the key stays inside that body. He grinned wickedly. Once my swarm enters, you be my living puppet forever. His laughter echoed through the dark hall, the prelude to a nightmare. Bang Ji stayed silent, fury blazing behind her frozen stare. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang from above like shattering glass. Every fiend snapped their gaze upward. On the fortress barrier, a hair-thin fracture began to spread. Sea King's face drained of color. Impossible. That barrier was sliced with one sword. Then came a thunderous blast. Stone walls collapsed. Blinding light pierced the dust, and the ground trembled under the shockwave. Si Ming murmured, "The idol's been broken," while Li Kai shouted, eyes shining, "One strike. Hell yes. Let's move." A roar like thunder tore the air as Lei Longzi dove from the sky, slamming into the ground. The explosion sent a storm of dust swallowing the entire hall. Atop the lightning dragon's head stood Xiao Gan, cloak whipping in the wind, eyes glacial as they swept the fiends. He tilted his head and murmured to his two comrades, "Get ready, we begin." Li Kai jumped, yelling, "This is insane," while Siming groaned, "Too fast, I can't even breathe." Xiao Gan advanced, eyes sharp as blades, locking on Maita. "Found you," he said quietly, voice low and chilling. Maita smirked darkly. "Ah, so the demon clan's last hope arrives. Good, show me what you've got." Sea King stepped forward, blocking his way with arrogant calm. "Relax, he's just in a rank. Im last tournament's rank champion, he'll handle this." He smirked proudly. "I alone am enough." But before he finished, Xiao Gan's lightning punch smashed into his face, shattering his cheekbone. The brutal impact flung Sea King like a ragdoll into the wall, leaving a deep crack. Xiao Gan lowered his hand, voice cold. "It's not your turn to speak." As the smoke cleared, Sea King lay bloodied and motionless, his fate uncertain. Xiao Gan turned, gaze like a blade toward Mai Te. "Your turn, fiend." Maita's face paled, eyes flickering between rage and fear. "So you're the new champion," he sneered. "You've ruined our plan, but good you've brought your life here yourself." With that, his power erupted, black miasma swirling thick and toxic, weighing down the air like molten iron. At that moment, Sai Ming's face went pale. He admitted he couldn't read the foe's future. Something that had never happened. That could mean only one thing: the enemy was at least shrank, far beyond their reach. Li Qi clenched his fist, calmly saying if the three of them joined forces, they could still escort the demon lord out, then ordered Lei Long to guard. He turned, aura booming like thunder, declaring he'd face the fiend. Si Ming shouted in panic, in a rank fighting shrank was suicide. But before anyone could stop him, Xiao Gan flashed forward like lightning, straight at Mai Te. His punch crashed down like a meteor, hurling Maita backward, carving a trench through the stone floor. Si Ming, Li Qi, and Bang Ji froze in disbelief. Such an overranked strike was pure legend. Yet Maita only wiped his lip and smirked coldly. Just a warm-up. He admitted he was in Shrank Mage, body fully elementalized, untouchable. Then he smirked, voice like ice. "Still, that punch did sting a little." With a roar, his fury surged like waves, warning that provoking him meant paying dearly. At once, the surrounding fiends howled, eyes glowing red, lunging like mad beasts. Encircled, Xiao Gan stood firm, his calm voice rising amid the chaos, narrating his own battlefield. He recalled that among humans, only 1 in 10,000 awakened power, most stopped at C, or a rank. Reaching Shrank was rarer still, 1 in 10,000 of those, and the chance came only once in life. He looked up, gaze sharp as blades. Same power was never fair. Effort didn't guarantee destiny. That was the cruel truth. Amid swirling smoke, he stood tall, eyes deep, murmuring that demons weren't so different from humans after all. That realization awakened a vast power slumbering inside him. He smiled calmly, sensing his body already at the threshold of Shrank, not arrogance, just the stillness of one who's found his true self. So this time, he would no longer be led by fate, but carve his own path. Then Maita roared, voice dark as a curse, declaring every demon there bore his parasite mark, one command, and they'd all die instantly. As he raised his hand, a sea of black worms erupted, their mad shrieks tearing through the air with annihilating force. Amid the toxic storm, Xiao Gan stood unmoved, eyes piercing the chaos, whispering he would never fall again. He remembered now the one who gave everything so they could live anew. Sai Ming clenched his fists, face pale, realizing it was a trap. Li Qi shouted their names in desperate panic. Then light flared in Xiao Gan's eyes as he murmured that even if devoured by worms or cast into hell, had never let tragedy repeat. At that instant, brilliant light erupted from him. He ascended to Shrank, power surging, shaking the world itself. He spoke softly, "From this moment, there's only one ending: absolute victory." At once, a system voice echoed in his mind. Shrank activated, true damage and copy level 2 unlocked. Xiao Gan stepped forward, each step thundering. When he stopped before Maita, his gaze was void and chillingly cold. He spoke evenly, voice soft yet icy. "Even at a rank I was enough, but now, I'm done holding back." In a blink, he vanished. Maita had no time to react. One hand seized the fiend's neck and slammed him into the ground like a meteor. Maita panicked as his body failed to elementalize. The system confirmed, true damage activated. From afar, the Demon Lord and Bang Ji cheered wildly, while Li Qi jumped like a fanboy. Stunned by the display, Siming stood frozen, unable to believe Xiao Gan reached Shrank so easily. Each punch was pure real damage. On the ground, Maida gasped, drenched in sweat, trembling as the system repeated coldly elementalization disabled. He stared at Xiaogan, terror-struck, voice shaking, asking what kind of monster he was. Xiaogan leaned down, eyes like frost. Interrogation begins. Speak the truth while you still can. Then Siming stepped forward, voice stern, declaring the traitor would face military law and demanding an explanation. Si King gave a bitter smile. Accepting defeat. Winners rule. Losers rot, that's all. Finally, Li Kai stumbled in, battered but grinning, reporting the swarm was wiped out, none survived. Xiaogan turned back, eyes sharp as steel fixed on Maida. Who's truly behind this plan? Maida sneered mockingly, insisting he'd never speak his kind weren't as cowardly as demons. Xiaogan tilted his head, voice like ice. If you're truly loyal, why were you abandoned in failure? Or are you just another disposable pawn? Maida laughed maniacally, declaring with pride, even a pawn's life is glory I was born to serve. His words made Xiaogan pause, eyes dimming as if they struck something deep within him. Flickering visions flashed through his mind, a race bird for war since birth. From childhood, they fought to live, grew amid blood and fire, only the strong deserved survival. And above all, they served one being, the Dark Emperor, supreme ruler of the fiends. The name echoed in Xiaogan's mind, sending a chill down his spine, for that being was unmatched. Never one to hide behind schemes, yet this operation was strangely covert, nothing like the Emperor's brutal style. Instead, it bore the mark of another, the one who'd hidden 6 years among humans, manipulating their elite from the shadows. That figure moved unseen, orchestrating every step, a half-blood child of the Dark Emperor and humankind. Xiaogan whispered grimly, to Diao. At the name, Maida's body trembled violently, face twisting in sheer terror. He screamed denial, vowing torture would yield nothing more. Xiaogan narrowed his eyes, lips curling faintly. His reaction said everything. He thought, so did Diao set this trap long ago, is still hiding in the human realm. The realization tightened Xiaogan's chest, his true identity, known only to him, not even to the Dark Emperor. That power was too dangerous, and sooner or later, it would become a disaster for both clans. He could not be allowed to live. Maida suddenly screamed like a lunatic, mocking Xiaogan for thinking she was out of tricks. He sneered and revealed his final card, a strike force secretly invading Yun Nation. Led by an strength demon strong enough to erase it, he growled that Yun Nation, their homeland, must have fallen, and the future now belonged to the demon clan. With that, Maida self-destructed, the explosion ripping space apart as black mist rose skyward like a hellfire pillar. Bang Ji trembled, fearing Yun Nation's downfall, while Xiaogan calmly placed a hand on her shoulder, urging verification before panic. Hours earlier in Yun Nation, skies were clear and waves gentle, as if war had never touched the land. Suddenly, a voice full of icy hatred ripped through space. At last, the time has come, he roared. Cam Liao, you killed my brother, Im Kunling, level 55 mage, brother of Kun Jakexiao. I'll grind you to dust. At that same moment, near Yun Nation's coast, the demon army silently prepared to land. Leading them, and Strength Commander smirked, growling, Yun Nation rests so soon after war. Fine, slaughter them all. As they charged, a thin youth dashed out. Changxiao shouted, who are you people? What do you want? Mocking louder echoed out of tricks already. Kid! And killing intent thickened the air. 2 minutes later, Chiangxiao lay beaten to a pulp, swollen and gasping for help. The commander coldly ordered, chop him up and toss his corpse in the square for all to see. But before the blade fell, a sharp voice rang out, demons, you bastards. The tone was edged with steel. Tell me where Cam Liao is before I lose patience. The demon soldiers cackled. Is this guy insane? Hurry up and die then. But before the laughter ended, a flash of light cut through. The commander's head flew off in a crimson spray. That icy voice spoke again. Patience is gone. Speak, now. The demons rushed him, but within a blink, all lay dead, not one left breathing. Chiangxiao stared wide-eyed at the carnage. Dozens of demon corpses strewn about, blood pooling red as rivers. From the heap rose a man with wild hair and a gaze mixed of despair and madness. Kunling. He crouched low, eyes locked on Chiangxiao, demanding, where is Cam Liao? Chiangxiao whispered weakly, forcing a faint smile. Thanks for saving me, man. The world fell silent, no wind, only the distant murmur of waves. Kunling froze, face flushed as if struck by lightning. Thank me. Flustered yet awkwardly gentle, he helped the boy up, his rough edge briefly softened. That invasion, twisted by fate, ended with the demon army annihilated, ironically thanks to the clumsy mage Kunling. Back to the main hall, Demon Lord Bing Di strode in, radiant and loud. I have returned. Ironically, just days earlier at the Alliance banquet, Bin Di had been among the lower nations, clutching water at the edge of the court. Now she sat proudly at the central table of the 18-nation alliance, ranked in the top tier of 369 hierarchy. The fiery king of Yan Nation raised his glass, thanking Yun Nation for blocking the demon clan or the whole alliance would fall, and he urged a toast to Demon Lord Liu Bing Di. Then his cold gaze swept the hall. Lei Nation, for no merit in battle, was stripped of its main table seat. Liu Bing Di rose, golden wine shimmering, eyes firm as she declared, today, I have something to say to you all. The hall fell silent, no one dared breathe. Even the jokers froze mid-smile. Her voice rang clear. The demon race was once united, seeking coexistence and shared strength, not domination. So today, she urged, Let all 18 clans swear before our ancestors to stand as one, no more ranks. No more wealth divides. She paused, eyes blazing, admitting the dream was distant, but if not today, then when, raising her glass again, she smiled, proclaiming the feast renamed to the campfire banquet, open to all, no hierarchy. Applause thundered, laughter filled the hall, and firelight danced with music erasing war's scars. In that glow, Bing Dai announced the martial tournament would now become the Alliance Festival every 3 years, testing combat, intellect, and endurance. She swept her gaze around and revealed the key of authority had been given to the mightiest hero of the last battle. No one objected, all nodded in agreement it was the rightful choice. In a quiet corner, Lin La, the multi-talented genius, sat cross-legged, eyes sparkling perfect. "I'll make a movie about this. Staring me, of course." His friend chuckled, teasing, "Weren't you planning to invite Hero Xiaogan as the real star?" Lin La slapped his knee, laughing, "Of course, I'll give him all my pay as long as he plays the guy I beat. The lead's still me." Yet through that whole night, the true hero never appeared, leaving whispers. Why did the main character skip his own glory? In the infirmary, silence hung heavy. A nurse urged Xiaogan not to strain himself. Lu Bingdi stood, eyes cold but resolute. "I have something to do." Memories of her final battle with Xiaogan flashed through her mind. Her eyes burned with resolve and a faint blush. She vowed to find him no matter what. She thought, "I must fight him again," though the red on her cheeks betrayed feelings unnamed. Lu Bingdi stopped before room 114, where Xiaogan once stayed, staring at the plaque and whispering, "Without you, and have died long ago." Her voice was soft as wind but cut deep. "My life belongs to you, whether you accept it or not." She took a deep breath and entered, ready to confess but froze completely. Instead of Xiaogan, 2 girls were yanking hair and kicking like it was a battlefield. One screamed, "Hao Jun is mine. Who'd fight over him?" The other roared back, "Why are you even here?" The chaos nearly made Bingdi faint. She blinked wide-eyed, stammering, "Where's Hao Jun? Where's Xiaogan?" Her gaze swept the empty room, filled with an aching void. Atop the nation's highest cliff, just below the divine hall, Xiaogan stood still in the wind, hair flying, eyes distant. When Hei Wujun appeared behind him, Xiaogan grinned slyly. "Didn't think you'd track me down here." Wujun stepped beside him, gaze on the horizon, voice calm. "Aside from the divine hall, this is the highest point, perfect for taking off." Xiaogan tilted his head, smile edge cold, half joking, "Planning to kill me one last time and vanish forever?" Wujun said nothing, only murmured, "I'm the human you once hated most. Now that my mission's done, he'll break all ties." Xiaogan smiled faintly, sad yet serene. "Relax, I won't stop you." Wujun cut in with a rare sincere smile. "After that war, I no longer hate humans or demons." He spoke slowly. "One person can't represent a race. There are good and bad demons alike. Same with demons, same with humans." Wujun met Xiaogan's gaze. "You're my friend," he continued. "Whatever you become later, I'll be here at the highest point waiting." Xiaogan looked up, calm and sure. "I'm not returning to the humans. I'm heading for the celestial demon realm." Wujun frowned in shock. "That's Spirit Clan territory." Xiaogan just smiled, confident. "If it's me, there's nowhere I can't go." He turned back, smile bright as sunlight, and said softly, "Oh right, I'm getting married soon in the human realm. Come to the wedding." "Yeah," he added with a playful wink, then Li Long soared skyward, Xiaogan's figure fading in a radiant light, merging with the endless sky. Wujun stood silent in the wind, eyes deep as he whispered, "Thanks for saving Yun Nation and the demon clan from extinction." With solemn voice, he bowed on behalf of all demons. "Xiaogan, the demon clan will forever stand behind you." On Lei Long's back, among rolling clouds, Xiaogan closed his eyes, letting the wind carry his hair as the vast sky embraced him. In that rare peace, old memories surfaced. No once asked, half curious, half stern, "Xiao Feng, how did you return to your real body?" Back then, Xiaogan shrugged lightly. "Didn't I just die and pop back?" Instantly, the system's cold voice chimed. "Actually, I made that up." Xiaogan jumped, shouting in fury as it calmly explained that danger only made him stronger. "You didn't even die, those enemies were just shrank minions." It added blandly, making Xiaogan roar midair. "Hear me, everyone, never trust this system." Fortunately, Noli smiled softly, soothing. "Don't worry. I found a way to restore your body," she said slowly, "but it requires the most crucial item, Spiritual Birth Grass." Xiaogan blinked. "Spiritual Birth Grass?" Nan nodded, explaining it only grew in the 3rd zone of the celestial demon realm, where blizzards crushed steel. Just picturing it made Xiaogan shiver. She continued gravely, "The celestial demon realm is sealed by eternal frost storms. No one has ever crossed it. During 6 years of war, it was the one land untouched by the demon clan." Na smiled with hopeful eyes. "Others can enter, but with Lei Long, you find a path." She tilted her head, voice softening. "The Spirit Clan was my father's people. If you reach it, please place flowers on his grave for me." Back in the present, atop Lei Long, Xiaogan gazed at the misty horizon, wind stinging his face, yet his eyes stayed firm. "Wave arrived." He murmured. Lei Long didn't answer, only rumbled low like distant thunder, tracing a graceful arc through the cloud sea. "Ready?" Xiaogan asked. Lei Long roared back, voice booming like a storm. Ready? In the next breath, that colossal form shot upward, tearing through the thick clouds as the wind screamed like it wanted to rip the sky apart. At that moment, Xiaogan remembered a faraway Dusky and Naya's kids, riding Leilong together. He saw her innocent face again, asking how high Leilong could fly, and had laughed, shouting. Through the sky itself, that crystal-clear memory still gleamed, untouched by time, now bursting through the silver clouds. He saw beneath him a swirling storm, their perilous yet alluring destination. Xiaogan inhaled deeply, resolve blazing. Instantly, he dove, body glowing like an arrow of light, slicing into the storm's heart. As he plunged, he roared over the wind. Celestial Demon Realm, here I come. Scene shift to prison no. One of Yan Nation, where the air was suffocatingly heavy. Cold seeped through the cells, wind whistling between bars like a ghostly warning. Commander Seeming entered the deepest level, where her brother Sea King was shackled on cold stone, his eyes still firm as he murmured. The Demon Clan's next target is the Spirit Clan, isn't it? Sea King only sneered. Exactly, little brother. You people ruined my plan. He rasped a laugh, saying he had infiltrated the Demon Clan's core just one step from the summit, then he could have saved both races. Sai Ming clenched her fists, shouting, you call that saving? That's groveling like a loyal dog. Sea King fell silent, voice trembling. And what other path did I have? He sighed, adding, if not for Camlius meddling, the last battle would have been ashes by now. Then, gazing off, he muttered, we once loved the same woman, but couldn't keep her. Now her Spirit Clan homeland faces annihilation. Tell me, who can save it? His words froze the air. Sea King lifted his head in despair, warning that the true demon leader was moving personally this time. The Spirit Clan might not survive. At that same moment in the Celestial Demon Realm, atop a misty peak, Xiaogan and Leilong landed amid pure air and the scent of grass. Xiaogan took a deep breath, eyes bright with awe, smiling. So this is the Celestial Demon Realm. Huge. Leilong glared, growling, watch your tongue mock the Spirit Clan and they'll behead you. Before he could laugh, Xiaogan's face darkened. A wave of unease struck him. Leilong growled low, eyes flashing. Something with massive power is approaching. Dangerous. Feeling that strange energy, Xiaogan frowned. It wasn't just S-rank, not even Cess. What monster was this? He instantly summoned his sword to fight, but something bizarre happened. The blade never reached his hand. It was yanked away by an unseen force. Then, in midair, an old man appeared, silver hair, long beard, catching the blade as gently as a falling leaf. Sitting down, he asked coldly, Demon boy, why have you come here? He raised an eyebrow, continuing, and why does this sword belong to you? Xiaogan glared back, a strange feeling rising. The old man was neither human nor of any known race. The elder studied him too, eyes flickering with surprise at the aura radiating from the boy. Both stood silent, only the wind howling as the old man muttered, Lu Ho Fi, why are you here? The air thick enough to explode. Then he slowly rose, still gripping Luo's blade, his gaze cold as frost. With a flick, the metal rang like a distant call. Lu, come back. Light flashed on the blade as he smirked, whispering, you wish to return to him. Is he your new master now? Without waiting, he tightened his grip and drew the blade fully. Eyes sharp on Luo, his deep voice rumbled, let's see if he deserves to touch you. Luo stood still, cold sweat breaking out. This foe was far beyond strength. Holding both sword and advantage, he clenched his teeth, poured out his strength, and charged. The first punch sliced through the air toward the old man's face, but the elder merely tilted aside, dodging effortlessly with terrifying calm. In a blink, he countered, redirecting Luo's arm and slamming a hammer-like punch into his gut. Luo staggered back, clutching his stomach as blood spilled from his mouth. This power defied everything had faced. Before he could recover, a kick lashed across his face, sending him flying. His body skidded across the ground, dust billowing, pain twisting his features. In his daze he wondered, could he be a Spirit Clan? Yet his will didn't break. Luo roared, unleashing a wild flurry like a cornered beast. The old man squinted, intrigue, recognizing a rare glass little demon. The sun sank, crimson twilight draping the brutal field. Luo panted, staring at his still-standing foe aged over 50. Yet power surged like youth. He wiped blood from his lips, eyes blazing, vowing to end it in one strike. But before he could move, a lightning-fast punch crashed toward him. The blow hurled him backward, crimson spilling from his throat. Before his body even hit the ground, the old man's spinning kick slammed into his gut. The immense force flung Luo straight into the sea. Waves bursting high. The elder watched calmly, murmuring, still standing after that, impressive kid. After the fall, Luo plunged into the icy water, but as he surfaced, the man was already there again. The stranger appeared like a phantom, fist raised, voice calm, your recovery's impressive. Then his tone chilled, but your combat power is still mediocre. Suddenly, Luo laughed, eyes gleaming mischievously as if waiting for this moment. Beneath the sea, energy erupted. Chains of ice shot upward, swarming toward the elder. A host of frost wraiths had summoned. In an instant, the dense web of ice bound the man, locking him midair in frozen grip. Luo smiled confidently, voice proud, this is my domain. Every ice puppet was forged with my blood. The beautiful yet deadly blood frost puppets tightened their chains, suspending him within an unbreakable ice net. Luo lifted his gaze, eyes sharp. All my puppets were hidden beneath the sea. Waiting for this moment, he stepped forward, voice low and resonant. Each one carries strength surrounded like this. Where can you run? The old man remained calm, eyes glinting with respect. Didn't expect such tactics, feigning weakness to lure me above water. Then striking full force, he tilted his chin slightly, gaze challenging. Now I can't fight back, kill me. If you dare. Luo stepped forward quietly, voice low but firm. I bear no grudge against you. He climbed atop an ice puppet, walked to where the blade was stuck, and said softly, I came to the spirit clan for one thing only. Then he pulled the sword free, meeting the old man's gaze, steady voice. Taking Lu back then, we owe each other nothing? As he turned away, thoughts tangled. A shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The old man strolled beside him, eyes narrowed with a teasing smile. And what is it you seek? Luo spun around in shock. How did you escape? His eyes swept the sea, the ice chains shattered, shrank puppets fading and sinking into the depths. The sight made his heart skip, all his pawns erased in an instant. He realized this man's power was beyond his control. Cautious eyes noted the elder hadn't even fought seriously. The old man bowed slightly, deep voice calm. Round one ends. If we were of equal age and rank, it'd lose. Then he bent down, picked up an old wine flask, grinning roguishly. Now begins round two. Luo frowned at the flask, suspicion flashing. What the hell now? The elder poured and held out a cup, raspy yet challenging. Round two, a drinking contest between men. Night fell, campfire light flickered over two silhouettes. The elder asked gravely, a demon like you, why come to the spirit clan at all? Luo stayed alert, mind racing. Who is this guy? We nearly killed each other, and now is calmly pouring wine. Elsewhere, Jingna sat quietly, putting an old album, family photos glowing in her distant gaze. She paused at Xiaofeng's picture, eyes soft but sorrowful. You've reached the celestial demon realm, haven't you? Her fingers brushed the photo as she whispered a prayer, asking her father above to protect Xiaofeng, heart heavy knowing that old man was her father. Back in the celestial demon realm, Lu, also known as Yu Feng, lifted his head and asked bluntly, so who exactly are you? Why fight me here? The old man sipped his wine, eyes distant, voice calm. I'm just an old spirit trying to protect my people. Never thought our meeting would spark destiny's storm. He drank again, his gaze dimming with sorrow. Lately, I keep dreaming the same strange dream. He spoke low, like reciting a prophecy. I see a demon standing atop a mountain of spirit corpses, about to burn my clan to ashes. In his mind, Yua's face matched perfectly with that figure. Yua blinked, then laughed in disbelief. You dreamed it'd wipe out the spirit clan. That's absurd. The elder replied evenly, voice like stone. My prophetic dreams have never been wrong. Yuo frowned, then why not kill me at the start? The elder sighed, gaze deep. Because if the dream is true, I cannot kill you. Fate has chosen its path. The word stunned Yuo. He stared, speechless. The elder raised a brow, continuing, the only thing I can change is your heart. Yuo wiped sweat, forcing a grin. You're quite the joker. The man drained his cup, speaking slowly. No matter how strong, we're grains of sand in destiny's desert, none escape its cage. Now, your turn. Why are you here? Yuo looked at the cup in his hand, uncertain. There was no killing intent from the old man, only mystery. He nodded slightly, thinking, maybe telling the truth will save me a few detours. So Yuo answered plainly, I came to find spirit of birth grass. Time passed. The wine flask lay empty by the tree, only a faint scent of alcohol drifting in the air. Both leaned against a stone, campfire flickering. The old man said slowly, that herb isn't rare. Plenty grows in the spirit clan's mines. Blend in with the miners, you'll find it. He tilted his head toward him, eyes thoughtful. But as a demon, you won't be safe there. Then his neck began to glow faintly, his tone deepened. Hatred among races runs deep, to the spirit clan. All outsiders are seeds of destruction. He raised his hand, revealing a glowing string of beads coiling around his wrist like a living snake. This is a disguised charm. It'll hide your aura long enough to move safely among them. In an instant, US horns vanished, replaced by soft spirit ears. He gaped, don't you hate other races? Why help me? The elder smirked lightly. I'm not helping you, I'm helping the spirit clan. In his mind, the prophecy flashed again. Yuo standing atop a mountain of skulls, gripping the blood-soaked Lu blade. He said sternly, if that day truly comes, fight to protect the spirit clan. I give you a drop of water, may it return as a river. Yuo just sighed inwardly, thinking, this old man's good at this game. He raised his cup and clinked hard against the old man's, declaring, deal. Once I find the spiritual birth grass, you'll owe the spirit clan a debt. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the leaves, bathing the forest in calm gold. Yuo slowly opened his eyes to find little birds chirping nearby. He sat up, head pounding, muttering, what kind of drinking was that? Where the hell am I? Looking up, he realized he was lying in a mining cart next to a stranger snoring with a crooked grin. Guess I blacked out completely. As his senses returned, he looked around and blurted, wait, is this a mining train? When did I get here? Just then, the cart screeched to a halt, metal grinding ear-splittingly loud. A man on top banged a stick against the side, shouting, we're here. Everyone out. It was Butler Pacey of the Eastern Sea Spirit clan. Rank C, glasses gleaming as he barked, move it. Get to work. Seeing someone still asleep, Pacey jabbed his stick, growling, "Up already. Lazy." Then he turned to Yuo, urging, "You're new, right? Get with your group." Yuo stammered, eyes coming before him stretched a vast mind glowing stones, spatial energy rippling like cracks between worlds. The lead miner glanced back, voice firm, "Everyone, brace yourselves." Yuo pulled on a worker's helmet, silently observing that portal ahead. It's the demon mine gate just like the humans used to make. Once they stepped through, they'd enter the land of raging beasts, the birthplace of all demonic energy. As he neared the edge, Yuo recalled his past life battling through countless demon dungeons to level up. Leading the group were two rank sea spirit soldiers, Guan Miao and Guan Ji. One whispered to the hooded girl, "Princess, please stay behind." She flicked her hood aside, voice firm, "My father's ruled my life long enough. Don't stop me." She faced them boldly. It took effort to sneak out. "I'm a crank mage now, those drank beasts aren't worth fretting over." Behind her, Backside chuckled, waving a hand, "Relax, it's just a loadier dungeon. What's the fuss?" He looked around sternly, warning, "No one breathes a word about the princess sneaking out, understood?" The butler Pacey said coldly, "Anyone who dares spoil the princess fun dies." And Hakov trembled and stammered, "Eyes, I understand." His face darkened, something felt off. Why did this loadier dungeon give him chills? Inside lurked low-level beasts, mindless and trapped like wild animals. Suddenly, a large monster appeared. Princess Patong's eyes lit up. "Let me handle it." The beast charged, but her glowing staff flared holy fire, turning foes into walking XP bags. With one clean strike, the monster dropped. The kill signal echoed. Butler Pacey laughed heartily. "Brilliant work, Princess." Patong beamed proudly. "See, I told you I could do it." But before joy settled, a claw slashed, blood splattered on her face, freezing her in shock. Before them stood a half-human beast, redeed, fanged, radiating death. The princess trembled, screaming, "Uncle Pacey, your hand!" While others panicked. Why is there a humanoid monster in a tier dungeon? The creature growled, bearing gleaming fangs and glaring hungrily. Hakov stayed calm but suspicious. Something's wrong with this dungeon. All eyes turned to him. A tier should only have a weak boss, not a Senshaba class. He narrowed his eyes, confirming this dungeon seriously messed up. Then he recalled Hector's warning. His disguise spell lasted only 3 days, and during that time, using power would shatter the illusion and expose him. Hakov clenched his fists, deciding to stay hidden and trust Patong's group to handle it. The beast's cold eyes swept the team, as if picking its first victim. Its body shuddered, spirit energy crackling with eerie sound. In a flash, it lunged, jaws wide open. A red energy blast shot toward the team. "Watch out!" Someone yelled. Guan Miao and Guang Ji rushed forward, raising weapons to block with full strength. Patong gritted her teeth, shouting, "Defense is useless. We must kill it." Guang Ji signaled the team to counterattack together. But before the smoke cleared, the beast slashed down like lightning. Suddenly, icy spear pierced it, followed by dozens more. Glittering coldly, it was Princess Patong, both hands glowing, unleashing a quake-inducing barrage. The beast roared, trembling, but the ice cracked, unable to hold it. Guan Ji sensed danger, fear flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and dashed like lightning. One strike, its head flew off before it could break free. The head thudded to the ground. Patong, "Bat!" and Guang Miao stood frozen in shock. Guan Ji turned, panting, voice trembling. "That was insane, first time fighting a tier boss." Patong panicked, "Uncle, your hand's bleeding," but laughed it off. "Just a scratch." He looked at her proudly. "My princess, you've truly grown." Guan Ji eyed the corpse, frowning. "Strange, why did the boss appear so early? Lucky we killed it." But Naka, experienced and sharp-eyed, thought silently, "No, that wasn't the boss." Then came heavy footsteps. A massive shadow emerged from the depths. He frowned coldly. "So that thing was just a lesser monster?" Sure enough, more humanoid beasts appeared, armed and blocking every exit. Guang Ji gripped his sword. Tense! "What's going on?" Guang Miao paled. "There's more." A miner screamed in despair. "We're done for." Patong clenched her staff, trembling. "It's my fault, ill by time." Ba roared. "No, it's mine, I misjudged this dungeon." The group huddled back to back, ready to fight. Guang Miao asked, "What's the plan?" Patong gasped, pale. "I'm out of spells and 4 enemies now." Hakov observed calmly, thinking, "At least they know teamwork, commendable." A miner suddenly shouted, "No retreat, we fight." Hakov smirked, "Brave fool." The monsters froze, eyes glowing red, as if silently plotting. Then they all roared and charged like starving wolves. Guan Miao and Guang Ji rushed forward, shielding the princess. Their sword auras flashed, forming a radiant steel barrier, but the monsters were too strong. Defenses shattered. Armor pieces flew. A dual-blade fiend slashed clean through a guard's neck. Blood sprayed wildly. No time to breathe. The horde lunged straight at Patong. Ba roared, "Princess, move." She froze, while his face twisted in panic. In that horror-filled instant, Beast's massive hand grabbed Ba's head, crushing tight. Then it slammed both the princess and the butler onto the cold stone floor. The dungeon fell into chaos. 2 guards down, 4 beasts looming, pressure suffocating. The miner stood rigid, while Nako silently observed amid the echoing growls. He shook his head slightly, thinking, they're too confident for their own good. Meanwhile, Patong lay face down on stone, heart sinking in despair. The air grew heavier, 2 guards motionless, blood seeping through armor. Worse, even the 3 strongest were cornered, lives flickering like dying candles. A miner clenched his pickaxe, the spirit fire in his eyes still burning. He roared and charged, making Hako sigh. Courage without brains. The princess struggled to scream, begging him to stop before it was too late. But the monster only sneered, letting out a chilling hiss. It swung its blade down, steel flashing with killing frost. At that instant, another sword light flashed fast as lightning. The monster split in 2, body shattering and collapsing heavily. Everyone froze, eyes wide in disbelief at what they'd just seen. The nearest miner stood dumbstruck, breath caught by the sheer power unleashed. It turned out the attacker was an Arank ice puppet, the summoned weapon of Nako's. The trembling miner whispered, unable to comprehend what that icy demon was. The remaining beasts howled madly, their screams echoing through the depths. Nahakov, calm as ever, only slightly drained, coldly assessed the battlefield. Finally, he activated blood-fused ice, losing a bit of blood but confirming his disguise still held.